of Boulder for a very long time. In fact, the buying of the Batchelder Ranch, which is where Chautauqua is today.
Hear me? Good, thank you.
Rachel, you're psychedelic again. Are you sure you're not a hippie from the 60s?
Times in my dreams.
Yeah.
So I see 8 of us here. It's 5, 6, 7, 8. There's Bob. Okay, I think we're all here.
Good evening, everybody.
Hey, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron.
So who is in charge of, is channel 8 ready?
Yes.
Okay, good enough. Well, it is 6:01, so I will go ahead and gavel this meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. This is the Boulder City Council meeting of Tuesday, July 28th. It is a special meeting of the City Council. And Debbie, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph.
Present.
Engel. Sweatlick.
Here.
Wallach.
Here.
Yates.
Here.
Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And so before we begin with our declarations tonight, I would like to ask for a motion to amend the agenda. And we are going to add item 1C, which is to speak about the Ponderosa project that's going on. So if I could get a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any objection to amending the agenda? Hearing none, we can move into the main part of the agenda. Debbie?
Our first item this evening is a declaration in honor of John Lewis.
Thank you. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge the work of our intrepid assistant, Taylor, who is the principal drafter of this document, and she did a wonderful job, and I want everyone to know that. This is a declaration in honor of Congressperson John Lewis's advocacy and service to the United States of America, dated July 28, 2020. On July 17, 2020, our nation lost a well-respected leader and civil rights icon. It is with great sadness and hope for the future that we honor the contributions Congressperson John Lewis made to the country and wish to recognize the difficult work and sacrifices he made to bring our nation forward in the fight for equity and justice. Lewis was one of the original 13 Freedom Riders of the 1960s. During this tumultuous time in our country, he participated in and helped organize sit-ins, marches, and lectures. He was a prodigy of Martin Luther King Jr. and at the age of 23, helped organize the March on Washington, where he was that day's youngest keynote speaker. At 25, Lewis co-led the marches from Selma to Montgomery, organized to demonstrate the desire of African Americans to exercise their constitutional right to vote. The peaceful march traveled across the Pettus Bridge, where he and his fellow marchers were beaten by state troopers. The brutal confrontation gained national attention and became known as Bloody Sunday. Perhaps no single event was more significant in catalyzing public opinion against Southern segregationist political structures and in generating support for voting rights for people of color. To commemorate the day, Lewis became an architect and leader of an annual pilgrimage following the same route. This year was his last time to lead the tradition in the face of the coronavirus pandemic and his own personal battles with health. Despite more than 40 arrests, physical attacks, and serious injuries, Lewis remained a devoted advocate of nonviolence. Lewis went on to become the director of the Voter Education Project, and under his leadership, the project transformed the nation's political climate by adding nearly 4 million non-whites to the voter rolls. He was a staunch advocate of, quote, making good trouble, unquote, in the pursuit of social justice and human rights, goals he pursued to the last day of his life. Lewis was first elected to Congress in 1986 and continued to serve for more than 3 decades until his death. Known as the conscience of the Congress, his dedication to the community and high ethical standards won him admiration and respect from both sides of the aisle. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, wish to honor the life and legacy of John Lewis, a titan of civil rights, whose goodness, faith, and bravery helped transform the nation. Let us not forget his legacy and continue to build upon his sacrifice in our own pursuit for a just and equitable community. Signed on behalf of the City Council by Sam Weaver, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate that. And I want to see if any other council members would like to say anything at this moment about Congressperson Lewis.
Just me. I had my
Go ahead.
actual hand raised. I just wanted to say that John Lewis understood what I think a lot of us could benefit from understanding. And he called it love in action because he understood that you get more with kindness than you do with disrespect and unkindness and fear-mongering. And so I just wanted to say that because I think we're in some times that that is forgotten. And I think that we need to remember that.
Thank you, Mary. I appreciate that. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no hands. Debbie?
Our next item is a declaration in honor of Tanya Anie.
Very good, thank you. And I will be taking this one. I'll just start by reading the declaration and then I'll add a few things at the end. Tanya Anie joined the Boulder City team as a deputy city manager in 2016. Over the past 4 years, her leadership has brought transformational change to many departments and included an initiative focused on enhancing the operations in innovation and technology, human resources, emergency management, equity, and engagement. All of her work has cultivated a stronger value-based culture throughout the city. During her city service, Tanya has championed transparency in government, promoted innovation, and ensured that equity and engagement are at the center of everything that we do. She helped to shape a new innovation and data analytics program, restructured the city's broadband effort around principles of equity, supported the creation of our community engagement framework, and has helped lead our equity and policing work, which has received national recognition. Tanya has done some of her best work when confronted with the varied and complex challenges found in local government leadership. Her abilities to build strategic partnerships, coach employees, and facilitate creative problem solving have made the city a more resilient and connected organization. As the COVID-19 pandemic impacted all of our lives, Tanya's consistent leadership has helped to manage the tough decisions required to navigate these difficult times. Each of the priorities Tanya has touched have resulted in better outcomes for the organization and the community. Teammates who work with Tanya report higher job satisfaction, increased motivation to perform, and more confidence to express creativity in their job duties. Tanya has offered so much to the Boulder community with her gifts as a leader, mentor, teammate, and friend. Her passion for good governance combined with her aptitude for success has served her well here in Boulder and will continue to serve every community she touches. We, the members of the Boulder City Council, recognize, honor, and appreciate the service and significant contributions made to our community by Tanya Anie. Thank you for all your hard work. And I want to take a moment now that that declaration is completed to say that Jane and I participated in a phone call with Tanya's new employers, and they asked us a lot of questions about Tanya, and we gave her the glowing endorsement that you would expect. As we went through that conversation, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness that they had found Tanya and taken her from our organization. So Tanya, from all of us, thank you for all the work you've done and best wishes in your future position. With that, I think I'd like to start by seeing if Tanya would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Sam. And I appreciate the support of the council, the organization, and the community. At this moment, I'm almost speechless. And for those that know me, that doesn't always happen very often. But I'm truly humbled and grateful, truly. And it has been my honor and privilege to serve this community and organization. And I want to say I am inspired each and every day by the employees within this organization and their dedication to service excellence. I would be remiss to say that this declaration is a reflection of all of them, because the work that I do, that we do together, we're better together when we approach it as a team. So thank you for your words. And I want to also recognize each and every employee of this organization. And I'm very confident that the systems and structures that we have in place will ensure that equity, engagement, and innovation will continue so we can strive to be a truly sustainable and resilient community. So thank you, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you, Tanya. And again, best of luck with your new position. Would anyone else like to weigh in here? Okay, Junie, and then Aaron.
Can you hear me? Yeah, good, thank you. Well, Tanya, I have messaged you privately. Again, it's just echoing what I've said to you before. I really appreciate getting to know you, even though it hasn't been that long, for only about 8 months. I wish I had more time to get to know you and the work that you do. I'm very grateful to be part of this council where equity is at the forefront, and I've seen all the work that you've done. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your support and guidance, and I wish you the best of luck wherever you're going. And I was, again, as a Haitian person, we have a saying that says 2 mountains doesn't meet, but 2 people do. So I hope to see you again in the future.
Great, thank you, Junie. And Aaron?
Well, Tanya, you've just done such an extraordinary job here at the city, and it's been an enormous pleasure to work with you over the last 4 years. And we're going to miss you dearly. But one of my very best friends lives in the county in Oregon that you're going to, and I told her that she is in extremely good hands. And so thank you for all you've done, and I know you're going to continue making the world a better place there and on in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron. Mary?
So Tanya, we're going to miss you, and I'm very grateful for everything you did.
Great. Thank you again, Tanya. Best wishes, and I hope you stay in touch. Oh, Jane, sorry.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the opportunity to say something. So at the end, Tanya gave all the credit to the employees of the organization, which is so Tanya. But I guess I want to tell you a story about the first meeting that Tanya had with employees here at the city. It was with some members of our IT department, and she sat down, nobody knew her. And the first words out of her mouth to each of them was, "What kind of a wizard are you?" And each of them sat up taller, thinking, oh my God, yes, I am a wizard at something wonderful. And that's the thing that Tanya brings to our organization, and that we are going to miss so very much, is her really deep caring about each individual. People feel seen by Tanya, and that makes a difference in the organization in ways that I hope that you all can imagine. It makes people stand up taller, feel empowered to do the work that they do, and then to do a great job. Tanya's been a mentor to so many people in our organization, and there are many that are sad that she is leaving. And I guess I'm the first one to say that. But Tanya's career is about to take off. she will shine in Oregon as she has here. And I want to wish you the very best. I'll miss you so much.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Jane. And with that, best wishes, Tanya, of course. And like I said before, stay in touch, please. So thank you.
Thank you.
So now I'm going to move on to an unscripted moment. Sorry to do this, Debbie, but we learned yesterday, some of us knew before yesterday, of course, but we learned yesterday our city manager, Jane Brodigham, is going to retire at the end of October. And there will be a lot of time for us to celebrate all of Jane's accomplishments and all of the inspiration that she brought to the city organization and to everyone she worked with. But I just want us all to recognize that this is going to be a very transformative change, and it will be difficult to replace Jane and to fill the big shoes she's had and the impact she's made here in Boulder. I have a list of accomplishments Jane has made, and I don't think I'm going to read them off tonight because we'll go over them, I'm sure, as we say goodbye. But I just want to let the community know that this is coming and that it's going to be a lot of work to be able to bring someone into the organization that is so capable as Jane is. So we know that this is coming. We know that we're going to have to do this move to replace Jane, but it's also going to be a celebration of all that she's accomplished here for Boulder. So we have until October to let Jane know all that she has done for us and the way she's touched each of our employees' lives, as well as all the council members and our entire community. So Jane, I'm sorry that we have this news, but I'm also very happy for you that you'll be able to make the next step in your journey. I would invite you, if you want to say a word or two about what brought you to this decision and how long you've been thinking about it, and then we can move on to the rest of the meeting. But it is a momentous moment for Boulder to be contemplating what life looks like without Jane at the helm. Jane?
Well, thank you so much, Sam. I totally didn't expect this, so taken off guard, but thank you. I really appreciate it. I have had such an amazing career here in Boulder, and I love my job. You guys know that I'm the president of ICMA, and I had a speech that I was able to give last year to like a couple thousand people, just about what local government means and how lucky we all are as city managers, and I am to serve our public and to listen to the concerns of people every single day. So I couldn't have a better job, and I'm really thrilled. I have been here 12 years, and I've had a really long career. I've been thinking back on it, of course, and I've been working since I got out of law school 44 years, and I'm getting tired. And so that is kind of what has brought me to this decision. Some of you know that I actually had plans to retire earlier this year. And you may not know this, but I was going to announce it on March 17th, but oops, we had a pandemic. So that did not happen. But now it really is time for me to go. I want to stay until we get through the budget. I definitely owe that to you all in the community and our organization. And I'm looking forward to the next few months. And I will do anything I can to help you get the best city manager who will take the city to new heights. I'm looking forward to it.
Very good. Thank you, Jane. And I do just want to note that it is much appreciated that you stayed on through this very, very rocky time. And we will benefit greatly from your wisdom as we try and adjust our budget to what are the inevitable cuts that are coming to our revenues. So thank you for sticking with us for this difficult time. And we look forward to lots of chances to wish you well as we go forward.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, council members.
Thank you all. With that, back to Debbie.
Next item is council's reaffirmation and reassurance to the Ponderosa community.
Very good. Thank you. And I didn't know if staff was going to take this or if Mary wanted to kick this off.
I think that staff's ready to do it unless Mary, you want to
No,
kick it on. And Kurt. Hi, Kurt.
Hi, good evening, Council. Kurt Fernhaber, Director of Housing and Human Services. So I'll just give a very brief update. I'm actually on vacation right now. There was a request to do a quick update on Ponderosa, so I'll do that now. So over the last couple of years, the city's owned Ponderosa. During that time, there's been 14 residents that have left the community and sold their homes to the city. As far as I know, all of those residents have been able to take those funds and purchase either a home or another home in the Boulder County community. As a result of that, we're in the process of taking those 14 homes away. We're hauling them off. During the last couple of months, we've completed the technical documents and received the permits for the infrastructure, which started about 3 weeks ago. So we're in the process of replacing sewer and water currently. And one of the biggest pieces of the infrastructure is the creation of a new intersection on the south side of Ponderosa. This will require a street closure for I think about 6 weeks, and traffic will be rerouted during that period. There's been 3 residents that have had to move locations within Ponderosa as a result of impacts of the infrastructure, particularly around surface drainage retention or detention ponds. The city upgraded mobile homes for them to move into, so they moved into a more upgraded home than what they moved out of at no cost to the residents, and the city also paid for their moving costs. Our goal is to have the infrastructure completed by the end of the year, and there will be disruption to residents. Particularly, we're going to be working, or we are working street by street, putting in the infrastructure. And there will be disruption at the time of hooking up new sewer and water to each of the residents. So that's the update that I have.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that, Kurt. And Mary, would you like to weigh in?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Kurt, for taking some time out of your vacation to provide the update. My intent was actually not to have you take time out from your vacation. I just wanted to make sure that the residents understood that the council is committed, as we have been from the very, very beginning, to minimize any displacement. As Kurt said, the residents that have left on their own volition, as far as I know, and I have followed this from the very beginning. So I know that that's been the case. We have had several times when we have affirmed that there was to be minimal displacement. First off, the night that this project was brought to us several years ago, probably about 7 years ago, where council said, if there is any displacement, you have no annexation deal. And so council staff came up with an incredibly creative way in which to preserve the community and its residents that make up the community. And then later there was resolution number 1217, which was the Ponderosa resolution that said in its text that we will ensure minimal resident displacement. There's also been a letter to the community that expressed the same. And the annexation agreement itself established that mobile homes would be a non-conforming use, meaning that residents who wanted to stay in their mobile homes as they are could do so until they wished. There was not going to be any forcing of anybody moving. The latest that I have heard from residents is the concern that Kurt mentioned, where some residents had to move because of some of the infrastructure needs and safety and sidewalk needs. And those residents were given the option to move within another unit within the mobile home park. So I am certain, I am positive that the promise has been kept that there would be no, or that displacement would be minimized. And so I just wanted to reaffirm that to the community and ensure them that there will be no displacement. And what you are seeing are just things that happen when you are putting in new infrastructure in a community that was built in the 1950s. When this is all said and done, it is my hope that the community will be stronger than ever and that you all will enjoy your new homes. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Aaron?
Yeah, thanks for that, Mary. And Kurt, really appreciate you showing up on your vacation. Sorry about that. But just to echo what Mary said, and I live near there and go by Ponderosa on a regular basis. And the construction is disruptive. There's no question about it. There's digging going on. There's vehicles being moved around and parking disruptions, et cetera, et cetera. So I know it's a hard time for the residents there. But as Mary said, we as a council are committed to, we finished the project. People aren't forced to move out of the community, and the long-term benefits will be hopefully very large. So.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Aaron. Anyone else want to speak on this topic? I do not see any hands raised. So with that, I want to also thank Kurt for taking time out of your vacation. I want to echo what Mary said, that not only is our intention no displacement, we are striving to be as clear in our communications as we can about what to expect. Any kind of construction project is very disruptive, and we understand that in the time of COVID, there are even greater concerns about projects where people come in from the outside into your community. So we completely sympathize with the disruption that's going on. Our intention is to be able to preserve the community forward for another 50 to 100 years. So the infrastructure work is part of that. We appreciate your patience, and we want to reassure you that we're committed to working with you going forward. So with that, Debbie.
Okay, next we have the consent agenda, and there's just one item, item A.
Very good. So does anyone have any questions? Aaron, I see your hand up, but that may have been from the last item.
No, I did want to speak here again. So the item on the consent agenda is about scheduling a public hearing to put the no eviction without representation measure on the ballot. So they got all the signatures that they required. But I just wanted to give folks an update on something I've been working on that we'll be considering as part of this. I spoke with the organizers of that initiative about the possibility of adding rental assistance to folks in danger of eviction as one of the purposes of the program. And they were amenable to that. They were interested in pursuing that. So when we get to first reading next week, we're going to have a couple of alternatives to consider. One is their original ballot initiative, and another one is an edited version of the initiative that adds a rental assistance component to the program. So we'll talk more about it then, but just want to give people a heads up that this is, kind of in negotiations. And of course, they have every right to be on the ballot with exactly the language that they have put forward. But if there's a variant that the organizers think is better and that council also thinks is better, we may have a slightly different path forward that adds rental assistance for people in need. So just want to give people a heads up on that.
Very good, Aaron. Thanks very much for that work. Much appreciated. Let me look and see if there's other hands up. Mary.
Thank you for that, Aaron. And I just wanted to, I know how when funding such as this gets passed by initiative, that the funds are pretty restricted. So I really appreciate that openness to add rental assistance. And as the negotiations continue, I would hope that there is an openness to adding not only rental assistance, but rental assistance mediation as well as legal representation. It is best to provide people with the assistance that they need, and the further upstream and any potential for eviction, the better. So, so I would hope that mediation would also be another option.
Yeah, great point, Mary. And we can continue to have those discussions. I believe that's intended to be a part of the program, but we can keep talking about it. So anyway, reach out to me individually if you have any further questions. And of course, this will be considered a public hearing, so the public will have a chance to weigh in as well. And I guess with that, I'm happy to move the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Very good. Anyone opposed to the consent agenda? Seeing no opposition, it passes unanimously. Okay, Debbie?
Okay, now on to the public hearing for this evening. It is the concept plan review for 4775 and 4649 Spine Road.
Okay.
And this is going to be presented by Charles Farrow and Sloan Walbert.
And actually, good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm going to turn it over to Sloan, who's going to present staff's analysis tonight.
Sam, before
Great. Yep, I was going to interrupt. Sorry, Sloan. Bob has something you'd like to share with us.
Yeah, as I indicated in a hotline post about a week ago, I need to recuse myself on this matter. It appears the property owner is a company which I own stock in, and so I'm going to recuse myself. I'm going to turn off my video, step away from my computer, and I think the staff is going to text me when this matter is over. So we will not be participating in this concept review. Thanks.
Thank you, Bob. And with that, over to you, Sloan.
All right. Chris, can you bring thank you. Let me hit controls. Okay, so good evening, everyone. The item for discussion tonight is a proposal to develop 3 vacant lots at 4775 and 4649 Spine Road. The site's nearly 10 acres and develop with a new residential development with 268 residential units in 10 buildings. The development is proposed to include 25% permanently affordable housing, which is 68 units. So a quick overview tonight, I will just cover the purpose of concept plan review, the existing site conditions and surrounding context. I will describe the proposed concept for this site and identify a key issue for discussion. And I'll also provide a short summary of the planning board hearing. So before we go on, I'd like to make clear that no decision would be made tonight by council. The concept plan review step is intended to give the applicant an opportunities to solicit comments from city staff, the public, planning board, and city council early in the development process. And it is intended to be a conversation. Concept plan review is intended to determine the general development plan for a particular site and also help identify key issues in advance of a site review submittal. In this case, the applicant elected to undergo a concept plan review to solicit this feedback. It was not required because the site is located within an existing PUD. And it's important to note that previously approved valid PUDs are required to be amended consistent with the provisions of site review. So a subsequent site review application would be required to develop as they propose. In terms of public notification, as part of the process, written notice was sent and signs have been posted on the property. The hearings have also been advertised in the Daily Camera, and applications have been posted to the city website since January of this year. To look at the regulatory context, the site is designated as light industrial under the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan land use map. And as part of the 2015 major update to the comp plan, the light industrial land use designation was updated to change the types of uses typically found within the designation, and it added that residential and complementary uses would be encouraged in appropriate locations. The corresponding zoning is industrial manufacturing, which is intended for industrial manufacturing areas. However, again, residential uses and other complementary uses are allowed in appropriate locations. A use review would be required concurrent with the site review to establish residential uses in an industrial zone district. And as part of that, they would be required to demonstrate that 40% of the required usable open space would be configured as a common contiguous area that would be provided for active and passive open space needs for residents. So just to give some context, as I mentioned, the site's nearly 10 acres in area. It is located in Gun Barrel on the west side of Spine Road, south of Gun Barrel Avenue. The property was annexed to the city in 1982 as part of a larger seasonings annexation that was 52 acres in size. Gun Barrel does not have an adopted sub-community plan. The area covered by the Gun Barrel Community Center plan is located approximately 3/4 of a mile to the northeast. And as described in the memo, several of the city's adopted plans describe the changing nature of Gun Barrel and the need for additional services and amenities. The site is located more than half a mile from a neighborhood or community park, so the design of the open space will be important moving into site review. The site is adjacent to Spine Road, which is classified as a collector street, and the streets interior to the sites are private streets covered by access easements. The area surrounding the site is eclectic in nature. Industrial areas are located to the north and east within the city limits. These areas have large business park style of development with very large floor plates, loading docks, and large surface parking lots. Most notably would be the Medtronic campus, which is directly to the northeast. Medium density multifamily development is located to the east within Boulder County. Those are the Powderhorn condos and Hunter Creek condominiums. And then single family residential areas are located to the south and southwest, and those are located within the city. So in terms of previous reviews, as I mentioned, the site was annexed and planned as part of that Celestial Seasonings PUD. You can see the extent of that on the map on the screen. In late 1982, the annexation and PUD were approved. The larger site was zoned as industrial. As part of that process, there was a small portion zoned residential. The PUD established a site for the Celestial Seasonings headquarters facilities and future industrial sites and residential development. There's been several amendments over the years. The most notable milestones were in 1989 when the PUD approval included a multi-phase development and office buildings were approved along Spine Road. The current site is 3 of those office sites that were previously approved. And then in 1990, Celestial Seasonings began operations of the new facility. And these lands have been vacant since that time. So in terms of existing conditions, there is an extensive active prairie dog colony located on the site. Through the concept plan review, it came to light that Celestial Seasonings had previously made some assurances to the community in response to a public outcry over the use of lethal control. The specific intent and extent of those are unclear at this point. There was a letter and article published in the Daily Camera, which was attached to the memo for your reference. However, it's important to note there are no formal agreements with the city to protect the prairie dog colony or to limit impacts on habitats. The Urban Wildlife Management Plan does state that the city would minimize conflicts with residents while also identifying, preserving, and improving appropriate habitat within the urban area. The applicant would also be required to obtain a prairie dog permit, and through that process, the applicant would be required to evaluate the potential for relocation. So moving on to the concepts. The proposed use is a multifamily residential development on 3 lots, and that includes 268 residential units. The proposed unit mix is studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms apartment units for rent. As I mentioned, the development would include 25% permanently affordable units on that southernmost lot. The development would also include leasing and community amenity spaces. 369 parking spaces are proposed, both as surface parking lots and some tuck under parking. The site design follows the established lot pattern established by the PUD with access from those internal private streets. They would also utilize the existing public access points to Spine Road. Buildings are oriented toward the streets with parking internal to each lot. There are some increased setbacks proposed on the south to provide buffer to the adjacent single family development. And the areas to the west are proposed to remain undeveloped as part of the Celestial Seasonings development. Proposed open space consists of private balconies, rooftop decks, 2 community buildings with pools, and some informal natural space. In terms of building design, the residential buildings are 2 to 3 stories in height. They are less than the allowable 40 feet. The style is contemporary with flat roofs, and the buildings fronting on Spine Road are set back with 2-story elements fronting on the street. Proposed building materials include brick, stone, or composite tile, metal, wood look siding, and cementitious panel systems. So the key issue identified by staff is whether the concept plan is compatible with the goals, objectives, and recommendations of the comprehensive plan. And staff finds that the concept plan is consistent with many of those goals, objectives, and recommendations, and that others maybe require additional analysis moving into the site review stage. In general, the project does support policies concerning housing and diversity. The project provides a mixture of housing types at varied prices and sizes, and that includes permanently affordable housing. These items contribute to a diverse housing stock within the city. The infill of housing on undeveloped properties also supports a compact development pattern. And locating new residential units in proximity to a high percentage of employment sites is consistent with policies that allow for more workforce housing in the city. Also, in terms of building design, the buildings not parking front on street frontages, and the design elements activate the pedestrian experience. Staff did ask the applicant to give some additional consideration to a few aspects of the development. They're outlined in the staff memo. But generally, in terms of the site design, as I mentioned, the parking is interior to each lot, which limits those opportunities for quality open space. So in moving into the site review stage, you'll have to demonstrate how they meet the requirements for a common and contiguous area that meets the needs for residents. The community has also expressed some concerns about traffic impacts on Spine Road and J, and also some speeding on Spine Road, and further analysis would be necessary at site review to evaluate those impacts. Also, more analysis will need to be done about allowing residential in an industrial zone and what the potential for future industrial uses would be on the site. Also, as I mentioned, the prairie dog impacts is another item that needs to be looked at closer. So just to summarize the planning board hearing, on May 21st, the planning board did held a virtual meeting and reviewed and commented on the proposal. There was a large number of the public that addressed the board regarding the proposal. Generally, the board agreed with the staff analysis regarding consistency with the comprehensive plan. The board felt that housing could be appropriate on the site, but did encourage the applicant to consider a more mixed-use development with neighborhood amenities or live-work units to be more in line with the industrial intent. Some members had concerns about the loss of industrial space within the city and also the proposed intensity and compatibility with their surrounding residential development. The board did have some feedback on the site design, including reducing the amount of surface parking and focusing on that quality open space. And most board members stated that the loss of prairie dog habitat was a key issue in developing this site. I also wanted to just address a couple of things that came up at the board meeting. At the hearing, there was the possibility of extending Gun Barrel Avenue to Diagonal Highway was brought up as a possibility. That does not appear to be the case. However, since the hearing, the applicant has engaged with city transportation staff on the planned first and last mile improvements in Gun Barrel and the future improvements that are planned to the Diagonal State Highway 119. And bus rapid transit is identified as a high priority project as part of planning work done in 2019, which was led by RTD. And the applicant does intend to explore potential for shuttle services and improvements to those first and last mile as part of their TDM package moving into site review. And then another item was the allowed intensity of by right industrial development on the site. And just for reference, the allowed FAR is 0.4 in this industrial district. So they would be allowed to build up to approximately 172,000 square feet, which is in line with what the PUD anticipated when it was amended in the 1980s. And that was just a quick overview. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thanks very much, Sloan. And Mirabai has a question. Mirabai?
Yeah, Sloan. So I have a number of questions, but just to help me clarify first, because I was not on planning board, and this gets a little complicated. So I know it was something that some of the planning board was concerned about, but so it's zoned IM, and to my understanding, under 2.2.1, it's not appropriate for housing infill on the BBS or BVCP. So I saw your map, if maybe you can go back to that overlay of how it had the IM, but then industrial. Maybe you can help clarify this for me and many of the residents, how housing development is being allowed even though it's IM, and why the BBCP states that it's not appropriate for housing and infill. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of the comprehensive plan, as I mentioned in 2015, which was a major update to the comp plan, they were looking at opportunities for allowing housing in additional areas. And so as part of that update, as you can see, the description was changed to say that residential and other complementary uses are encouraged in appropriate locations. And that was transferred over to the zoning regulations, whereby you can ask for residential in an industrial district subject to very specific standards in the code. Then that's done through a use review. So the impacts are evaluated through the use review as well as the appropriateness of the use. So okay. I think it's allowed, it's just subject to additional review.
Okay, great. That's one question. And so then the other question, and I know you spoke about it quite a bit, but you were talking about how I believe you said they needed 40% open space and not big O back, big S, but just open space around the buildings. Is that correct? Do I have that number right?
Yeah, so it's 40% of what's required is required to be common and contiguous. And the intent of that is to provide for some sort of park-like amenity for the residents so that, you know, if you're located in an industrial district, you're still able to have usable open space for the residents.
And so what are they at right now? And are the balconies and the rooftops being allowed, are those being counted in as open space right now?
They are counted towards usable open space, yes. I'm gonna pull out my calculations for you. I will say that they meet the required amount of open space. They just haven't demonstrated that they meet that 40% common and contiguous. And in speaking with the applicant, they're working on other plans that would allow for that.
Okay. And I'll let you look that up before I ask my final question. And if you need a little time, if I can go on with the next one if you need.
Yeah, why don't you go on and I'll try and locate that. I think it might be actually in the memo.
Okay, and so then I guess the next question is you said something in there about like it promotes walkability, but my understanding is that our walkability scores are out of 100 and that this received a 12 or a 14. So can you explain how this promoted a walkability and how it's gonna allow people who don't have cars, and also because the bus routes there have been cut further, from my understanding, that it doesn't allow for great transportation, again, for those who don't have cars. So can you kind of go over that or what the applicant's thinking of doing to make this more walkable?
Sure. So Charles just pulled the numbers for me. Thank you, Charles. So they're proposing 42% of the site to be usable open space. So that's about 181,000 square feet, to answer your first question. And the second part is that generally speaking, there are policies in the city that promote infill and locating housing limit sites that encourages walkability. You could potentially walk to work rather than drive. Also, that gun barrel area is intended to, as part of that plan, intended to provide more amenities and encourage a more walkable community. I think that the addition of housing here is consistent with that. But you have identified the major issues in terms of transit and walkability.
Okay. All right, well, that's it for the moment. I'll let somebody else go.
Very good. I've got Mary next.
Thank you, Sloan. You mentioned that the applicant has begun to look at a connection off of off the Diagonal Highway onto the development. Is that right?
So at some point in the PUD, there was a requirement that they provide a connection to the diagonal. Later, when the PUD was amended, that was pulled back. At the planning board hearing, there was some discussion about whether that would even be a possibility. In terms of limiting the number of access points to a state highway, I don't think that would be a possibility, but I wanted to point out that there is a larger planning effort going on right now to improve the mobility along the diagonal corridor.
So, so it's not real likely that a connection could happen. And so a follow-up question is, even if a connection could happen, would there be a conflict with the hierarchy of roads rule, where you have a certain kind of road that can only feed into a certain kind of road, and how that would work with this kind of situation, as well as the railroad tracks run right through there. So it would have to be some sort of an underpass or an overpass. So what does the likelihood of a connection look like with those constraints?
Yeah, I don't think that, I think you pointed out all the major issues that would need to be done through a larger planning effort that just hasn't been done. Even through the PUD, it was very general that they should provide a connection. There wasn't any detailed plans on how that would actually occur. So I think you're right that that possibility would be through sort of a larger analysis and planning effort.
Okay, thank you, Sloan.
Very good. Mark?
Just so I'm sure that I understand, are the parking areas factored into the calculation of open space?
They are not. There might be small portions that meet our open space standards for just general landscaping, but surface parking is not open space, no.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Very good. I see no other hands. Final call for council questions. Okay, seeing no questions, we are going to move to the public comment, and I would turn to Sarah Huntley to walk through the mechanics.
Sam,
are
we having a
comment? Does the applicant have the ability to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Apologies.
Okay. All right, Pete, take it away.
Actually, I'm going to let Andy start us out. Chris, I understand you have our presentation queued up.
All right, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, council members. I'm Andy Allison. I'd like to start our presentation by introducing our team. My company, Allison Holdings, has been developing and financing affordable projects in Boulder for the past 20 years. My partner is Matt Schilt from SRG, and Matt will introduce himself next. Coburn is our architect. Pete Weber and Bill Halke are here tonight to take you through our concept plan. This team has successfully developed affordable and market projects in Boulder, and it is our goal to provide on-site affordable housing and community benefit. I would add that currently there are 0 covenant-controlled affordable units, rental units. At our recently completed project, which is Diagonal Crossing, we delivered 105 on-site affordable units, along with donating the land for the new Meals on Wheels and 3 art buildings. And we will deliver true affordable retail at that location, which is the cafe that'll be operated by the Bridge House. We'll hear a lot from a lot of people tonight, and we encourage the comments and the feedback. But the one group that we will not hear from are the 500 plus people who will initially move into this project, and the thousands who will call this project home over its lifetime. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt Schilt. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Andy. Just want to make sure everyone can hear me. Yeah, okay, great. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Matthew Schultz. I'm with the Sarah Regis Group. I've been involved in the development and housing in Boulder for the past 10 years. Most of the projects have been with members of this team. Our team thinks that this project makes a lot of sense for a variety of reasons, but I'll highlight 2 of them right now. First, we're creating badly needed low and middle income housing. That's a huge recognized need in Boulder. And second, we're putting that housing in close proximity to jobs. And due to this, we think that we can reduce commuting vehicle miles traveled by over 1 million miles annually, which we think offers a huge benefit to the community. And with that, I'll turn it over to Pete Weber, who will talk you through the details of the plan. Thanks, Pete.
Thanks, Matt. Chris, can you go to the next slide? So I'm going to show you Pete Weber, one of the principals at Coburn. We are the architects and planners for the project. What I'm going to show you is an abbreviated version of the same presentation that we used at Planning Board, and then talk about some of the comments that we received and what our plans are as we go forward to site review. So the first thing to talk about is where we are in the world. I think you're all familiar with it enough by now, but wanted to point out just a few things about that. We are, as Sloan mentioned, about 3/4 of a mile from Gunbarrel Town Center. Within a half mile, we've got a couple of breweries we can walk to. And there is reasonably well connected by bus and bike routes. So there are bike lanes right on Spine Road, Gunbarrel Avenue, The Lobo Trail is immediately about a block south of the project. And the 205 serves Gun Barrel in general, the 205T running down Spine Road. Mirabai mentioned that there has been an interruption in the service of the 205 and 205T due to COVID. We actually spoke with some folks at the bus station today about that. Sounds like they're planning to bring it back, but don't know when and don't know what it will look like when it comes back. Let's go on to the next slide. Sun also mentioned some planned improvements along 119. So there is a project underway with CDOT to make significant improvements along 119 to add bus rapid transit, HOV lanes, and a multi-use path. So we're going to insert ourselves into that process and see what we can do to try to influence it. Notably, there is a planned park and ride at 63rd and where 63rd connects to 119, so about a mile from our site. And this project has been ongoing since about 2017 and is still in the works. And as I want to point out, as Matt mentioned, this project we think will reduce vehicle miles traveled by in the neighborhood of 1 million miles annually by bringing people that work in Boulder closer to their place of work, including the jobs that are right in Gun Barrel. Next slide. I want to talk about land uses real briefly. We have single family to the south of our site, and then we have light industrial with Celestial Seasonings and the Medtronics campus just kind of catty corner from us. But most importantly, want to illustrate how our proposed use of multifamily is a continuation of the pattern that is directly to the east of us. Next. I just want to talk a little bit about how we wound up with the plan that we have. So the first move that we made was to kind of form the street edges with building. That provided kind of a hollowed out center. We then inserted green in places where we thought it was most appropriate. A buffer on the very southern edge of the property, and then a central green on the upper portion, splitting that upper block in half. And then further eroded it to provide connections through smaller green spaces that cut the project up into smaller pieces. Next. So the other thing we wanted to work on is how these buildings are formed, and we took a look at our immediate neighbors right across Spine Road for a little bit of kind of guidance. So we've looked at kind of how buildings are sized overall, how those masses are broken down, both in plan and in section. If you look at the lower diagram here, we're proposing that we step our buildings back off of Spine Road in a similar fashion to the way that the Powderhorn complex steps their buildings back off of Spine Road. Next. The open space. So we're going to talk a lot more about this too, but we have generally 3 kinds of open space that we're proposing. One is the larger greens to the south and in the center of the project. Then we have these smaller green spaces that are kind of the caught spaces between buildings. And then we have green space that's really associated with the north-south movement through the project internally. We have front yards, around the exterior. I'll talk again a little more about our plans for the contiguous green space. Next. So some ideas of what that green space might be like. Some spaces may be more park-like, which is what you see on the right side image. And then we may have some that are much more activated, particularly what you see in the upper left. That might be outdoor spaces that are really programmed for the users. And then perhaps some community gardens as well. So we see a variety of activity and green space. Next. The parking is largely, almost entirely internalized. So it's away from the street in the center of the project. We have 3 different types of parking. We have a pretty significant amount of tuck under parking, which we're actually looking to increase. We have some carports, and then we have surface spaces. We want to connect this project from north to south, and that's the green band you see running up and down the page there. That is an internal green that connects, and there's a bunch of smaller connections as well. And then importantly, we're proposing that we have access to these buildings both from the interior, meaning where you might park your car, but also from the exterior, so that you can get out into the world without circulating through the back of the project, and your guests can come through a more front door relationship. And that's what you're seeing in the rendering there is an entrance that would be off of Spine Road. Next. So this is the site plan that we have arrived at. You can see the buildings flanking the streets. You can see the central green in the center of the project, the green space to the south, the front yards, and how the connection will work through the project. It's important to note that the center of that, the green that goes through those parking lots, actually, those buildings will have a large hole in them, an opening, a two-story opening that will allow passing through to connect through the project. Next. Architecture character, Sloan touched on a little bit. We're proposing, 2- and 3-story masses, contemporary design, generally speaking. Durable materials, especially at the lower level. Those first 2 stories, we're thinking primarily brick. Wood or wood look in the interior portions of the balconies. And then some cementitious panels on a range screen that would be our second major material that would be at upper levels, and then some of the lower levels as well. Next. So we've heard a lot since these plans went public. A lot of input from our neighbors. We received good input from Planning Board as well. And I wanted to walk through some of the things, kind of the high points of that input and what we're thinking about changing in the plan as we prepare everything for site review. So the first thing was touched on by Mirabai and Sloan, which is the contiguous open space. We know that we need to have a significantly larger chunk of park-like contiguous open space, and we have some ideas about how we might be able to achieve that. We are proposing to add some uses to the site, some live-work units, affordable commercial, perhaps a coffee shop, some affordable telecommuting space, which would be for the residents, but also for the general public, as well as some community art space. There was some discussion about the parking configuration and reducing the large lots. We are looking at how we can break those up further. And as I mentioned, exploring more tuck under parking. We want to maintain that access, building access that I talked about, being from both the interior and the exterior of the project. And of course, the parking relates to that. We've been working with Kalani, the city's urban designer, on how we might maintain that and have the parking be as accessible as possible. We are looking at some improvements on Spine Road. Staff has recommended and asked for some improvements on Spine that would widen Spine, moving the western curb line further to the west. That would allow some room to add a buffered bike lane. There is a bike lane there now, but it is not a buffered bike lane. So moving that curb line to the west would allow for that. And then we are looking at various TDM measures to improve the ability to use alternative modes of transportation. Dockless bikes, car share, eco passes, and shuttle services to help solve that last mile problem. And I think that covers what we wanted to go over. We're anxious to hear your input as well and add it to our list.
Great. Thank you very much, Council. Any questions for the presenter? Adam.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Is there any projected rental rates for the individual units? I know they range from studios to 3-bedroom, but just wondering if what those market rate units are planned on being.
Matt, I think that's one for you.
Yeah, this is Matt. Thanks for the question. Yeah, our rental rates would vary by the unit size. on average, in our pro forma, we've underwritten about $2.20 per square foot. So if that was a 800 square foot, 1 bedroom, and our average unit size within the community, he could correct me, is about 930 square feet, I think, between the total mix. Here we've got a little bit more units dedicated to multiple occupants. So more 2 bedrooms, some 3 bedrooms, which makes the average unit size skew up a little bit. But we're about $2.20 per square foot on an average across the entire community of about 930 square feet. So it's probably roughly $1,800 a month.
Thank you for that.
Very good. Any other questions for the developer? Mark?
Yeah, and this may be more of a question for Andy. Can you describe the relationship between the owner, developer, and yourself in terms of how the affordable housing is going to be created? Are you simply the grantee of the land? Are they putting up equity for you? Are they putting up funding for you? How is this going to work?
Thanks, Mark. Good question. I always do my projects a little bit differently. As far as I'm always looking for opportunities to provide the affordable housing. So a little bit different than some of the other developers in town. I always control the land up front and then get the on-sites into the site plan and bring the market partner in with me. As of right now, no, I'm looking at the projects similar to other ones I've done as far as funding. So low-income housing tax credits, my own equity, and not looking for any assistance from the city. But the land price that I would likely pay for my units once we have all the infrastructure in, would be a little bit less than what the market developer would pay for his.
So you're essentially sort of running an independent parallel operation in the creation of the affordable housing.
That's correct. We're tied together in the going through the project together and the entitlement, and we see it as one project, but we're not tied together financially.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Mary?
This is a question, I believe, for Andy. As I understand it, the 68 units of affordable housing are going to be on site. And as I recall, Terry Palmos a while back ago proposed to have a similar situation as what you're proposing here over at Violet Crossing, where they were going to have a separate building that was all of the affordable housing units. As things move through the process, the development review process, that fell by the wayside, and they ended up paying cash in lieu. I don't recall the details, but I think that it had to do with financing and management of the units. So since it's very similar proposition as that case, what you're proposing here, what's to prevent that proposition from falling through in this case?
Thanks, Mary. Another great question. I'm not sure what Terry was working on, but I've got a few different ideas here. So recently, as I sort of hinted to in the original statement, we just completed the Diagonal Crossing project, which has both market and then 105 on-site affordable units. So there's all sorts of, people run into all sorts of challenges, but my group is completely aware and knowledgeable on how to get the on-site affordables onto the deal and not run into whatever issues Terry may have run into. As far as the second part of the question about, the developer always having could always pay cash in lieu, I don't know how to really answer that one other than to say, this is one of the reasons why I put these deals together and control the land, because affordable housing is what I do. I think that you can see that as it goes back over the last 10 years of development. So I'm not sure how to quite answer that, if they're, how people go through the process and when they make their decisions, but we will be putting on-site affordables on our project.
Great, thank you for that, Andy.
This is Matt. I could add something to that as well, if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the only thing I'd reiterate is that Andy and I have done two of these projects, or two of these arrangements previously that were similar, both Apex 5510 in Gun Barrel, which delivered off-site affordable units, but we did not pay cash in lieu, and then the Zero Diagonal Highway, which delivered on-site affordable units. But again, in neither instance of those two projects we did historically, did we pay the cash in lieu. In both projects, we intended to deliver affordable units, and we did. So we certainly have a track record of actually delivering the units when we set out to do it.
That's good to hear. Thank you very much. I have another question. It's a curious question. I'm wondering how many, this land has been owned by Celestial Seasonings and Hain, and I'm not sure who owns it right now, if it's Celestial Seasonings or Hain, but it's just out of curiosity. I wanted to understand how many times the land has changed hands since the purchase by Celestial Seasonings.
Hey, this is Andy. I'll take that one. I'm not 100% sure of all the how Hain and Celestial merged or what they did back in the day, but I've been familiar with this site for roughly 10 years. So during that time, I can tell you that it's only been me working with Celestial/Hain. Before that, just from looking at the docs and the PUD, it doesn't look like there was any other transfers of ownership.
Great, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Okay. Very good. I see no other questions here. Okay, very good. I think we're ready to move to the public hearing, but I screwed that up last time. So assuming that we are, and I haven't screwed up this time, I will have Sarah Huntley walk us through the mechanics of public comment.
Thank you, Sam. Good evening, Council, members of the community and the applicants tonight. My name is Sarah Huntley. I'm the engagement manager for the city. We have a significant list of folks signed up to speak tonight. I will let the public know we have 127 people signed up. A few people have let us know that they thought they were only signing up to watch. So it is possible that fewer than that actually want to speak tonight. We're going to go down the list in the order in which it appears on the website, and the mayor will call on each name. If you wish to speak, great. If you only intended to watch, please feel free to just say pass so we can go on to the next individual. And if you were intending to speak and somebody has already made your point and you feel like you would want to pass, that's fine too. The way this is going to work tonight is as the mayor calls folks' names, I will enable your ability to turn on your mute and unmute button. So you won't have the ability to do that until I've toggled it on for you. So just give me a second or two after the mayor calls your name and you'll have your turn to speak. We do have some rules in this online forum, some guidelines that council has adopted to try to balance security concerns in the Zoom platform. We've experienced some unfortunate incidents with that. So I'm going to quickly go over them because I think we probably have some people who are participating tonight for the first time. I'm going to share my screen. So again, this is to try to balance the importance of meaningful, transparent engagement and online security. So the meeting has been called to conduct the business of the city of Boulder tonight. Activities that disrupt, delay, or otherwise interfere with this meeting are prohibited. So we'll be asking people to stick to the public hearing topic that they signed up for. The time for speaking or asking questions may be limited. Because we have so many folks on the call today, the mayor will go over the time limits for each individual before we get started. No person shall speak except when recognized by the mayor, and no person shall speak for longer than the time allotted. You were asked to register in advance. Everybody registered with their full name except for one individual who registered with a first name only, and one individual who appears to have registered with an address. If that applies to you, please send me your full information in the Q&A so that we can call on you when we get to your turn. We are not allowed to call on folks who are using a pseudonym. You won't be allowed to speak at the meeting. No video will be permitted. So I know it's going to be a little bit disconcerting. You'll be speaking into the meeting, but you won't be seeing yourself in the meeting. It's not uncommon for people to just confirm that we can hear you when you get started, and we'll let you know that we can, but you will be asked to participate by voice only. The person presiding at the meeting will enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates any rule. The mayor will actually direct me to do that. We are using the Q&A platform tonight. We're not using the chat for attendees. It's only for panelists, but several of you have been using the Q&A to ask me questions about when they were going to get to public comment or other platform related questions. A couple of you have started to put some commentary in the Q&A box. I'm just going to let you know that none of the council members and none of the panelists in this meeting are looking at that Q&A box. We don't want to have a separate record of testimony. So please reserve your questions there for asking me as your Zoom host questions about the format of the meeting or Zoom. Only the host and individuals designated by the host will be permitted to share their screen during the meeting. You will not need to use your raise hand button because we did ask people to register in advance to speak. So again, if you're in the meeting, if you got this link and didn't intend to speak and you're not on the list, we won't be calling on you. If you didn't intend to speak and you are on our list because of confusion, you're more than welcome to just say pass when we get to you. I think that's everything that I had to cover, Sam. I think you maybe were going to go over some time limits and expectations with regard to how we're going to run the public hearing.
Very good. Thank you very much, Sarah. And as Sarah said, there's a lot of people signed up, many more than what is needed to trip our lower time limit for speakers. So instead of the normal 3 minutes per speaker, tonight it will be 2 minutes per individual speaker. Folks can pool time together. So if there are 3 individuals who want to pool time so that one of them can speak for 4 minutes, we need to have all 3 individuals present in the meeting at that time for the pooling to happen. A reminder that this is a concept plan review. And what that means is we're interested in feedback for the developer on how this project can be made to serve the community best. So that could be anything, of course, from the structure of the development to the distribution of affordable and market rate housing to suitability for the site. So it is concept plan. So this is the time when there's the most flexibility in what the developer will be able to accommodate. With that being said, I think we're ready to open public comment. The only other point I would make is please be civil and courteous. We want to have everyone feel like their input is welcome here. So with that, I'm going to name the first 3 folks. We do know that there are probably people signed up who don't want to speak. And as Sarah said, you can just let us know to pass if you'd like that. So the first 3 speakers I have on my list are Randall Clark, Rebecca Morse, and Lisa Haney. So we can go ahead and get started with Randall Clark.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Thank you very much for letting me speak. I would like to say, please, I would like to advise everyone to please read the letter from Mike Chiropoulos, who is an attorney who represents all of us here in Gun Barrel, some belonging to an association, some not, but he is speaking for everyone in Gun Barrel. And so I feel that it's really important that you read what he has sent you. It's not that long. I think it's only 20 pages, but he touches on every point. For me, I'm very opposed to this development at Celestial. I live at Powderhorn. I was completely unaware that this was going on until some notice was sent around by people in the community that this was happening. And the buildings are taller than those on the edge of Powderhorn. That's not my objection. My strongest objection is that, number two, I couldn't believe that at the second presentation by Peter Weber of Coburn, there was no mention, once again, of the prairie dogs, which to many of us here and to Boulder as a community is a huge issue. And it's the reason I live out here in Gun Barrel. I live out here because it's rural, because the prairie dogs are a keystone species and their territory in Boulder is shrinking. And to consider relocation is often lethal, just the act of relocation. And the nature of this community will be highly degraded, and the joy of living out here will be deeply different with the loss of that colony. So this is not vacant land, it's land on which the prairie dogs live. And also one of the very main points of your BVCP was that there would be a gun barrel sub-community plan, and none of that has been addressed. And we feel that we are not seen, we have not been engaged, we have not been included, and there's no equity for us.
Thank you, Randall. Next, we have Rebecca Morse, Lisa Haney, and Ralph Freed. I'm sorry. Rebecca, you're up.
Can you hear me?
You can.
All right. Council members, my family lives within the city of Boulder and Gun Barrel and supports diverse and affordable housing here. I would like to reiterate my support for the proposed development on Spine Road. This project is worth considering, especially because of its inclusion of permanently affordable and modest market rate rental units. I am concerned that while concept reviews are supposed to be about making the proposal in front of us better, this one seems to be being used as a referendum on any kind of rental housing development in Gun Barrel. Our current housing crisis results from both intentional and unintentional structural racism, which continues to ensure that the power in Boulder is held by landowning white people. Affordable housing is one piece of what needs to be done to ameliorate the impacts of unjust historical choices. Arguments have been made that the developer should integrate the permanently affordable units into the whole development rather than segregate them. I agree, and I've also come to understand that there are structural and financial reasons why developers organize proposed units this way. We absolutely need to work on changing the structures that create this tendency, and residents of Boulder need affordable housing now. Arguments have been made that if the land is developed, it should be developed for ownership and not rentals. I disagree. The need for affordable housing in our community includes both affordable ownership options and rentals. Households in transition, domestic violence survivors, and international contract workers are all examples of niche communities in the city of Boulder and in Gun Barrel that I am personally connected to with unmet need for affordable rental units. There are more. I share in concerns about the impact our city has on local environment and global climate change. It seems illogical to me to continue to build offices and business parks within the city until we have adequate housing for the workers businesses attract. That increases commuter traffic pollution, and regionally just as much development is occurring, albeit not in our backyard. We should use this land so that people that work here can live here, and so that we can protect and preserve our much larger natural spaces and the ecology there. I also share concerns about underinvestment.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lisa Haney, Ralph Fred, and Anne Marie Jensen. Lisa?
Hi, I think I'll be using the time of Joe Wayless and Eileen Ma, if they're here.
Okay, I will need to verify with those individuals if they're willing to pool time with you, Lisa. Can you tell me the names again, please?
Joe Wayless and Eileen Ma.
Okay, hold on one moment, please. Joe, I understand that you're going to cede your time to Lisa Haney, is that correct? You will need to unmute yourself to be able to verify that for me, please.
Unmute. Yes,
Yes.
I am. Yep.
Okay, great. Let me check with the other individual, please.
That would be Eileen Ma.
MOSS?
Eileen Ma, M-A.
I see Aileen. Yep. Okay, one moment, please. Aileen, are you willing to cede your time? You are unmuted. We should be able to hear you. If you could tell us yes or no. Aileen, we're having difficulty hearing you, but I do see your hand raised, so I'm going to suggest Mayor Weaver that she may be trying to indicate that she's willing to cede her time and having difficulty with her microphone.
That is fine. So Lisa, you have 4 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Hi, my name is Lisa Haney and I live in Boulder County and I pay county taxes and I vote. I've been working in a little way with the Gun Barrel Community Alliance to help the city of Boulder and Boulder County achieve a more vibrant, inclusive gun barrel. I just want to say I moved here from Brooklyn in 2003, and one thing that attracted me was the whole comprehensive vision of Boulder to protect the natural environment and foster a livable, vibrant, sustainable community. And to me, that meant it was combining like the natural space with a more condensed housing. And I think for me, this is not suitable for the site because it kind of goes against that vision of keeping a judicious balance between natural space and the environment and the built structures. Since I've been here, in the last 5 years even, there's been 2 big complexes of apartments built near the King Super and Gun Barrel. There was 231 units in Apex and 251 in the Gun Barrel Center for a total of 482 new units in the past 5 years. And they promised a lot of, you know, mixed use and storefronts, and it's going to be lovely and walkable. Right now, there's a lot of empty storefronts. There's a number of empty apartments there that are available. And it didn't really work out the way I envisioned it. You know, I was kind of looking forward to that, like a little city center down here. And I really want to second this idea that Gun Barrel needs a sub-community plan before we just keep randomly infilling all the empty space and the prairie dog fields and the views we have of the mountains. This commitment to a new Gun Barrel sub-community plan was one of the 3 priorities approved by the City Planning Commission. I was told in March 2020 to be part of the new Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. So I think adding, like in this turbulent time of coronavirus and people moving in and out of the city, some businesses may be closing. There may be a drop in jobs available. We don't really know what's going to be happening. The whole proposed 268 units on this 10-acre parcel is going to be, it's like super dense for this neighborhood. It's going to be, I think, 27.35 units per acre, which is the highest density allowed. And here out in Gun Barrel, we have the highest density currently at 17 per acre. So that's significantly, it's like a little block, like a little part of my native Brooklyn, like just dropped right in front of Celestial Seasonings. And since I have a minute more, I just want to say, like, I have been living here, you know, for 15 years watching the tourists come and go from Celestial Seasonings, like people who come to visit their kids in college. And some of them can't go up hiking in the mountains because they're not physically able. And they come out here and they enjoy seeing like a little part of like the Western nature. They see the prairie dogs. And I just feel like for Boulder as a whole, to just toss this out the window is imprudent. And I also want to say, since I've been living out here, I'm a big walker, I'm a big biker, and I feel like sometimes I'm risking my life going down J on that bike lane, even though it's supposedly wide enough, because traffic goes pretty fast there. And I don't even ride it. If it gets dark, I don't ride on that road. And I'm somebody who walks to the supermarket and I have to, you know, plan 35 minutes and some strong arms to go do my shopping there, you know, and then 35 minutes back. It's not exactly like, I feel like the original plan for Boulder was that they would have sort of infilling so there'd be a little urban space and then nature surrounding it. And I feel like this kind of goes against that whole vision. So thanks. I just wanted to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Ralph Frid, Anne Marie Jensen, and Stephen Zawaski. Ralph?
Good evening, City Council. I'd like to provide you a statistically insignificant sample of one so that your decision on this matter is thoroughly informed. About a year and a half ago, I took on a task to try and secure housing for a child and 4 grandchildren of a deceased mayor from the city of Lafayette. So you can imagine that they were on every list that you could possibly get onto for affordable housing. They were living in what I would consider to be unacceptable, almost inhumane condition. And I had secured a property for them that looked like it was going to work. A condo was going to go to auction. And before that auction could go, a house flipper had purchased the liens against the property, and I had no opportunity to get that condo for this family. I was so aggravated and annoyed that I went out and spent $450,000, bought a home in Lafayette, did $50,000 worth of improvement, and I put that family into that home, and they are in that home now, and they are renting for $1,000 under market value. She's working on completing her bachelor's so that she can teach in the city of or the county of Boulder. And what I would like to just suggest to you at City Council is I can do this once, but if we're going to have affordable housing in our community for our professional healthcare workers, our first responders, we're going to need your help. That we need a diverse housing. I think the planning's gone on well for overall in the county, and I just applaud the effort for the County Housing Authority and what they're trying to do. So thank you very much for your time, and I wish you all the best with this endeavor. It looks like it has great possibilities for those who are vulnerable in our community. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you, Ralph. Next, we have Anne Marie Jensen, Stephen Zawoski, and Joe Stinches. Anne Marie.
Hi. I wanted to thank you for this project. I know this is the concept review and we're supposed to be looking at the details of the project, but I feel that I have to be one of the people that speaks in favor of the project because so many people have been speaking against it. I wanted to quote a letter from 27 mayors about housing, and it says, "We must dismantle the systems that keep disparities locked in place. Our nation's housing system and the programs and policies that perpetuate racial disparity in housing is the best place to start." And I know Mayor Weaver signed on to that letter along with 26 other mayors, and I can't stress how important that is and that we have to look at where do we draw the line at making changes in our housing supply. We have about 2,700 households in the county who are currently paying more than 30% of their income in rent. We have about 400 students in Boulder Valley schools who are homeless. We have about 19,000 workers who make 25,000 or less. We need workforce housing. We need housing that doesn't require people to commute long distances, and we need the affordable component that's in this project. Celestial Seasonings has been a longtime employer in our community, and they're stepping up. They want to create housing for their workers. They have made affordable housing an essential component of this project. I encourage you not to do anything to diminish that, but to work with the community, try to mitigate the traffic and the prairie dog situation, but please don't stop the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Next, we have Stephen Zawoski, Joe Stinches, and Kit Fuller. Stephen?
Hello, my name is Stephen Zawoski. I live here in Gun Barrel, and I've been working with the Gun Barrel Community Alliance. And I want to step back and reiterate that in 1999, Celestial Seasonings made a promise to the community that they would protect that land over there from the prairie dogs. And I know everyone likes prairie dogs, but they're an important part of our habitat. They're a keystone species, which means, so if you look at what happened in Wyoming and Yellowstone when we lost all the gray wolves, you can watch documentaries on these where species were becoming near extinct. Even rivers were literally drying up because of the chain of reactions. prairie dogs have less than 1% of their natural habitat remaining. And that's extremely important, that we need to stop destroying these places. I moved to Boulder over 10 years ago now, because Boulder was one of the only few places, maybe not the only, the few places in the country that prioritize the environment in addition to its people, where we could have a place where we could live together and cohabitate. And the other thing, it just in this community in general, the big red flag to me is the density, the intensity of this project is that of the maximum of the city. It's something that's appropriate for Pearl Street or 30th Street, which a lot of those are going up right now, and that's great. And two of my best friends live in affordable housing, and like that, those programs have been great, but you can't compromise the environment. You can't compromise this rural community, which has, maybe, even a third, a half, a third of the density of what they're trying to propose. And I'll leave it with this, is everyone in the city, respectfully so, everyone in the city council members, you're here to serve us, the community. So I hope that you listen to us, and respect our neighbors, and consider what you're trying to do to our neighborhood that we're trying to protect. And thank you very, very much for your time. That's all I have.
Thank you, Stephen. Next up, we have Joe Stinches, Kit Fuller, and Wendy Feinstein. Joe?
Yes, hi. I'm giving my time to Kit Fuller.
Okay, very good. So Kit Fuller, you are up, and we have Joe as pooling with you. Do you have someone else who's pooling with you?
Kit, can you tell us who else has signed up to pool with you tonight, please?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Christopher Ryan is the other person pooling for me.
Christopher Ryan. Okay, bear with me for one moment. Ryan, Mr. Ryan, can you just verify for me, please, that you're willing to cede your time to Kit Fuller?
Yes, this is Christopher Ryan, and I definitely am.
Okay, thank you. So I believe Mr. Fuller will get 4 minutes time.
Correct. You're good to go, Kit.
Thank you very much. My name is Kit Fuller. I live in the city of Boulder. I pay city taxes. I vote in city elections. The part of the Boulder I live in is in Gun Barrel. I work with the Gun Barrel Community Alliance, and we would like to help the city of Boulder and Boulder County achieve a more livable, vibrant, resilient, and inclusive gun barrel. I support affordable housing. I appreciate diversity and enjoy a vibrant, walkable community. But I'm here to say that this proposal is a very bad fit for this community. So I ask you to reject the proposal and put a moratorium on development in Gun Barrel until we have a Gun Barrel sub-community plan. Let me go into a little detail. Gun Barrel is a rural place compared to the rest of Boulder. We still have a lot of wildlife living in the open spaces that surround us. Gun Barrel retains good habitat for owls, healthy prairie dog towns, raptors, many other species ranging from deer and bobcats to foxes and coyotes. We also have an ample housing stock compared to Boulder proper, with lots of vacancies right now at what rates that are really much more affordable than the rates in Boulder. Gun Barrel is like old Boulder in many ways, especially in the spirit and the rural atmosphere. We're surrounded by a green belt. We're far away from downtown Boulder, about 6 miles, which is a 15-minute drive or more, depending on the time of day. But Gun Barrel's an 85-minute walk to the neighborhood school, Crestview Elementary, for those of us on the west side of Gun Barrel. We're a 35-minute bus ride into Boulder. This is an area that's part city and part county. It's got a lot of challenges, and this is why, one of the reasons, the big reasons why we need a Gun Barrel sub-community plan. We had a Gun Barrel sub-community plan in 2004, but when developers came along in 2015 to build a block of apartments, the Gun Barrel sub-community plan was ignored and the apartments got built and no affordable housing came along with that development. We pay sales taxes, we pay sales and use taxes Gun Barrel residents pay millions of dollars every year to the city, and yet Spine Road gets little or no maintenance. We have very few amenities. The park that we have closest to us is mostly a wetland. It has a tiny little gazebo. Basically, there are so many reasons that Gun Barrel is different that we need this Gun Barrel sub-community plan to handle the remaining development. The site, there are a lot of details about the site itself that make it not a very good fit for this type of density, not the least of which is the wildlife preserve that it has on it. But it's a long walk to the grocery store. It's not the 3/4 of a mile. It's a mile and a half to the King Supers from this site. It's a 2-mile walk to the nearest city park with a playground. And to do that, you have to go across Diagonal Plaza. So if you've got families with children, everybody's gonna need a car. This is not a walkable neighborhood. Everybody's gonna need a car because we are so far out of town. Let's also remember the parcel is zoned IM, industrial manufacturing, and residential use of that should not be an automatic check. That should be something that the council weighs very carefully because of the diminishing use, a diminishing amount of IM land. There are lots and lots of weaknesses in the proposal that other people will talk about, the density, the intensity, et cetera, et cetera. My main goal is to get the council to consider rejecting this and putting a moratorium on development until we have a Gun Barrel sub-community plan. Thank you very much.
Yep. So next we have Wendy Feinstein, Aaron Smalley, and Lynn Siegel. Wendy?
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, my name is Wendy Feinstein. I'm a resident of the city of Boulder and Gun Barrel for almost 20 years. I don't believe this proposed development has been designed with any thoughts toward the city's own commitment to preserve, protect, and enhance environmental quality or the quality of life of the city's citizens of Boulder, in particular Gun Barrel. I support this project be rejected, as Kit said, and that the Gun Barrel subcommittee plan be developed. With regard to the suitability of this site, Spine Road simply cannot sustain an additional 1,000+ cars going every way. Drivers already treat it as a racetrack. There's poor visibility. It lacks sufficient crosswalks, especially where each of the bus stops are positioned along Spine Road. It's a hazard to cross Spine Road during rush hour. And in normal times, students are taking their lives into their own hands twice a day, crossing Spine Road to get to the school bus. And the city is doing nothing to protect these residents. Drivers are disrespectful. They don't stop when there are people in the crosswalks. Where are the police? Why are they not out here monitoring this racetrack? Like Kit said, we pay city taxes. The safety of our residents needs to be primary, as well as the quality of our life. That's what brought many of us here to Boulder. We're simply asking that the city planners keep in mind their promise to the citizens of Boulder, be good stewards of the environment and for quality of life of its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Next up, Aaron Smalley, Lynn Siegel, and Stacy Elder. Aaron?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So my name is Aaron Smalley. I'm a resident of Gun Barrel. I pay my taxes and I vote. I, along with at least 6,000 others who signed our multiple petitions, oppose this development. You keep calling it a vacant lot, but we all know that this is a thriving wildlife ecosystem and an ecological park. But I'm not here to try to convince you to stop this destruction from happening. I'm here to warn you that by moving forward with this project, you're setting a dangerous new precedent that Boulder no longer values our wildlife. As much as we can point out the hypocrisy of Celestial Seasonings, who claims to be an earth-friendly company, their hypocrisy would pale in comparison to Boulder, Colorado, a quote-unquote leader in environmental protection and preservation for many years, according to our comprehensive plan. How is this protecting the environment exactly? How can we conserve our planet if we refuse to conserve our own natural spaces? By the time we realize this is a terrible mistake, it'll be too late. Extinction is forever, and I'm not only talking about the extinction of our local wildlife, the owls, hawks, eagles, and other animals that we're so lucky to share the space with. I'm talking about the extinction of Boulder's core values, everything that makes this such a special place to live. As the Boulder Comprehensive Plan states, this open space contributes to the high quality of life for residents for recreation, relaxation, and connection with nature. I also want to add that I live in Powderhorn, and there's not really that many walkable jobs from my house, unless everyone that moves into this new thing is planning on working at Medtronic or Celestial Seasonings. They're still going to have to commute to work, so this actually isn't cutting back on our carbon footprint. Also, just want to point out that 930 square feet at $220 per square foot is 2,046, not 1,800. That's much more than my rent in Powderhorn, just so you know. And it's definitely not affordable for someone who just makes minimum wage. There's also plenty of other locations we can easily build within Boulder proper and doesn't involve destroying wildlife habitat. At what point do we say enough is enough? I urge you all to take a long, good look in the mirror before you make your final regarding the betrayal of our community. Reject this proposal, put a moratorium on development until we have a current sub-community plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Next, Lynn Siegel, Stacy Elder, and Dorothy Donahue. Lynn?
Lynn, you may need to unmute yourself, please.
Fire, Lolatai. I am nowhere near Gun Barrel. I'm in central Boulder. This is utterly ridiculous. You people need to listen to your constituency. You know, they don't come out here by the hundreds so that you can sit there and do something different than what they say, clearly. I'm glad this project is at concept review so that they aren't deep into spending a lot of money. You know, we have a global depression here. We have eviction like you've never seen before when the eviction, you know, restraints have been lifted or the help for evicted people. Unemployment compensation is over, you know, like this is a big trouble and you're blasting on as if warp speed to build, build, build. Now, every time that you build an affordable unit at $2,000 here, yeah, right. Every time you build something, the more expensive it is, the higher the amount of service jobs to cover that housing fulfillment. When you have, you know, low price housing, that still requires jobs to service those people. And where are those jobs? They aren't going to be in Gun Barrel. This is an exploitation of this annexation. And this is so unethical to strip Gun Barrel of their ability to, you know, have the infrastructure that they need with all these 50% of their housing there, apartments that are not fulfilled already, that are just empty, you know, in a depression. Like, where are you people? Do you hear? Like, snap out of it. Global depression, COVID, remember? You know, put a stop to it.
Thank you, Lynn. Next, we have Stacy Elder, Dorothy Donahue, and Rose Goodman. Stacy?
I was going to cede my time to someone from the Gun Barrel Community Alliance, but I'm not sure who that is right now.
Stacy, if you'd like.
You need a particular name that you're ceding to, right, Sam?
Yes, correct. I was going to say, Stacy, we can skip over you and come back to you.
That would be nice. Thank you.
If you just want to tell us in the chat when you have two people identified that you'd like to pull your time with, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Stacy. We'll look for your response in the chat on Zoom. And then we have Dorothy Donahue, Rose Goodman, and Susan Kraus. Dorothy?
Coming. Just a minute. Oh, I'm trying. Never mind. I was trying to do something very, anyway, my name is Dorothy Donahue and I'm a resident of Gun Barrel for 22 years.
I'm also a member of the Gun Barrel Community Alliance, and I'm opposed to this development proposal. In 1999, there was an incident that occurred where Celestial Seasoning poisoned all the colony of prairie dogs that lived for many generations on the tea company. They were poisoned by the newly formed Hain Celestial Group. This was met by outrage from the Boulder community. People boycotted Hain Celestial products, and with hard work of the Rocky Mountain Animal Defense, Hain Celestial made a commitment, a promise. They promised to never kill the prairie dogs or other wildlife on their property. They promised to never relocate them, and they promised to never use this property for development. Fast forward to now, we live in a time where a promise, having the moral integrity, is at stake. Greed and poor financial choices have caused Celestial Hain to choose to break their promises. They are planning to pave over the homes of these keystone prairie dogs and all of the other species that live with them. Even though 1999 seems like it was a light years ago, I hope the integrity and the core of the people who live in Boulder still believe in what the words "I promise" mean. Thank you. I appreciate having the time to tell you my feelings.
Thank you, Dorothy. Next, we have Rose Goodman, Susan Kraus, and Elisa Lefreri. Rose?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, I'm a resident in Orchard Creek and Gun Barrel. I am against this development. First, it's kind of idiotic. It is way too crowded if you've been out to this area. There are no resources. The bike path does not connect out here. You have to cross over dangerous, busy streets to go biking into town. There are no close stores, and the traffic is horrible. It also doesn't make sense with the population declining in Boulder and so many open apartments that we already have. You'd be killing a whole ecosystem, owls, prairie dogs. Please don't do this, and please help Boulder stay the green environmental place that it is. It would devastate the local community in this area. I haven't heard one person from this community in Gun Barrel that wants this. Please listen to us, and please don't ruin the environment we have in this community. Don't devastate the community that's already here and that's living here currently. Also, I have grown up here my whole life. I'm a senior at CU and I'm 21 years old. The buses have never come here. It doesn't, like, the pandemic is not affecting the bus route like Pete Weber claimed that they were. The buses, I've never been able to take the bus to school or to work because they just don't come here. And I please advise the board to double check the developer statements because so many of the things that they said just at the beginning of this meeting were not true. Just as the buses, for example, the pandemic doesn't affect them like Pete Weber claimed that they do. And I'm just very upset that people are taking them so seriously whenever they're able to just say lies, whenever it's just not true. As someone who has lived here and grown up here, I value this area, and the open space and the environment is a reason why I love being in Boulder and why I stayed here for college. It would just be so devastating and would hurt the community that's already here, that wants to stay here if this development went through. So just please double check everyone and double check the facts. Thank you so much for your time. Please just try to prevent this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Now we have Susan Kraus, Elisa Lefreri, and Kaylin Anderson. Susan?
Yes, hello?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. I'm a big fan of Celestial Seasonings tea. I enjoy taking our guests to the tour and the gift shop. But my favorite thing when I visit is watching the prairie dogs and their interactions with each other there. I've written to the company in the past, commending them for maintaining this wonderful habitat, although I did not know about the previous behavior of them. But I am a wildlife biologist and an educator, and I know that prairie dogs are an integral part of this ecosystem, although they're misunderstood as pests. Yet over 100 species depend on them for food and shelter. Yet their value is not usually considered when developments are planned. Toads, snakes, owls, ferrets, jackrabbits are just some of the animals that will inhabit their tunnels. I'm sure you know that Boulder has a national reputation for sustainability, stewardship, preservation, and this project is the exact opposite. All of life is interconnected, and prairie dogs are another living example. Let the few remaining prairie dogs coexist with us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Susan. Next, we have Elisa Lafreri, Kaylin Anderson, and Jan Dorsey. Alyssa?
I am not seeing Alyssa Lafreri in the meeting, Sam. She may be, we have some call-in listeners. So if Alyssa is listening and she would like to verify with me that she's in the meeting, perhaps we could come back to her.
Sounds great. Okay, we will come back to Alyssa if we see her in the meeting. Next, we have Kaylin Anderson, Jan Dorsey, and Kate Chandler. Kaylin?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
You can.
Thank you for your time and for listening to the community voices tonight. I keep thinking of the numerous issues with the proposed project at Spine Road, which others have already spoken about. But I ultimately keep coming back to the one thing, the prairie dogs, and the promised celestial seasonings owned by Hain Celestial made to the community in 1999. As a city council, you represent the citizens of this community, and my hope is you will listen to them. Please tell Hain Celestial they made a commitment to the Boulder community and the prairie dogs, and they need to keep it by not approving this proposed development on this land. We need to protect our land, the ecosystem, our natural habitats that are left in Boulder. Once the ecosystem is destroyed, it is altered and gone forever. While I understand the developers and the city want money and housing, it is not worth the cost to the environment. We are writing our own story of the Lorax, and only time will tell if Boulder can survive all the development and destruction of natural habitats. This is Boulder. Let's be creative in our solutions, be pro-environment, pro-climate change, and hold big companies accountable to the agreements they made with the community. Please protect our prairie dogs and the 150 plus other species that depend on them. Please say no to any building at the Celestial Spine Road property. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kaylin. Next up, Jan Dorsey, Kate Chandler, and Tracy Lyons. Jan?
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jan Dorsey. I live in Powderhorn condominiums, and I moved here 6 years ago after my home was flooded in Jamestown. I've lived in Boulder County for 49 years. I moved to Gun Barrel because unlike Boulder, it has a quiet rural feel, and because unlike Boulder, it was affordable. I walk the Celestial property daily. Before the virus, I saw people on the Celestial Tea Tour 7 days a week, watching and photographing the coteries of prairie dogs that they'd never seen before. These prairie dogs are down to 2% of their original natural habitat, and they are a keystone species. In 1999, after Celestial was caught poisoning a field of prairie dogs, they posted a sign stating, "This is a private ecological park." Celestial Seasonings has dedicated this open space as a prairie park. We hope to preserve some of the disappearing habitat of the prairie dog, burrowing owl, eagles, and hawks that were once so prevalent along the Front Range. This promise was followed by 5 rules and a quote from Marie Curie. And I quote, "All my life, the new sights of nature made me rejoice like a child. The proposed apartments would be twice as dense as Powderhorn, inconsistent with this neighborhood character. The traffic on J Road is already backed up several hours of the day. There should be a moratorium on development until the Gun Barrel sub-community plan is finalized. There's a special word, topophilia, which means the love of place. Once you love a place, you're going to pay attention to the environmental circumstances and the consequences of your actions. I respectfully oppose this proposal. Thank you."
Thank you, Jan. Next up, Kate Chandler, Tracy Lyons, and Emily Yanero. Kate?
Hi, this is Kate Chandler. I'm ceding my time to Alana Irving.
Okay, very good. We've got you down. Next, Tracy Lyons, Emily Yanero, and Marta Lokamin. Tracy?
I see a Tracy in the meeting without a last name. Is it all right if I unmute to see if this is Tracy Lyons?
Let's see, yep.
Tracy, are you Tracy Lyons? You may need to unmute yourself.
Tracy, if you are Tracy Lyons, you're ready to speak if you unmute yourself. We cannot hear you right now. Okay, I will go ahead and move on. Tracy, if you would please chat with us in the Q&A box and let us know if that is you. Next up, we have Emily Yanero, Marta Lokeman, and Adam Lee. Emily?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you everyone. My name is Emily Yanero. I live in Boulder, I pay city taxes, and I vote. I own a condo on Gun Barrel Ave, directly across the street from the proposed ultra high density development. I asked the committee to issue a moratorium until a sub-community plan can be established that takes into account the needs of the residents and owners in Gun Barrel. 16 years ago, I moved to Boulder and discovered Gun Barrel as a peaceful, rural, and affordable place to call home. I worked multiple jobs 7 days a week to save money for the down payment and proudly bought my third floor condo with a mountain view. Over the years, I've walked my dogs around the neighborhood, enjoyed the open space, watched the prairie dogs, watched the sun go down over the mountains, and watched winter storms roll in. It is heartbreaking to hear this environmental ecosystem is targeted for development. The guidelines say it may be developed as residential if appropriate. It is not appropriate and in no way fits in with the rural character of our neighborhood or zoning requirements. I am not opposed to responsible development that enhances our community, but the exorbitant number of units seems designed only to enhance the profits for the applicant. The applicant stated that their goal is affordable housing. This is an insult to every one of us. Let's be honest, these are real estate developers whose real goal is the bottom line. If allowed, this would be at the expense of our community and would negatively impact our quality of life, enjoyment and views of the open space, and the natural habitat for many species. It would also impact our property values and cause increased traffic and congestion. I respectfully ask the city to ensure our voices are heard and that this project does not proceed until a sub-community plan is established. It hurts nothing to proceed thoughtfully and slowly with a plan. I ask each member of the city council, if you lived right across the street from this project, wouldn't you want the same consideration given for you and your family? I urge you to look out for us as we are looking out for a better future for God.
Thank you, Emily. Next, Marta Lokeman, Adam Lee, and Chris Goodman. Marta, you're up.
Hi, my name is Martha Lochemin, and I just wanted to take a quick minute and try and not use my full 2 minutes since there's so many people participating. I've been asked by residents in Gun Barrel to share my support of affordable housing in general and accessible housing in general. I appreciated the update from the developers in that group, that team that addressed a couple of questions that I've heard just from residents around the county. One, in regards to that 42%, I believe is what that final number was of open space in this potential project. The point that I feel like is getting lost here is that from listening to that presentation, that this area is already zoned for light industrial. So potentially it appears that there could be other uses of this land in vacant lots.
Like you were nailing it.
And then the other piece is the
Details.
commitment of delivering affordable housing. From the folks that did present tonight, it sounds like they are making that commitment versus the cash in lieu. And so it would be great to see something, somehow ensure that there was a couple of council members that brought that up. And I thought that was really important. So my continued conversation with Boulder City Council members is that this is an opportunity to truly address the housing need. I would love to see in the plan, it just wasn't broken down and it may be out there somewhere, condos as an actual home ownership opportunity in these types of projects. I've heard a couple of folks talking about just apartments, which is great. There is an ownership component that we're missing, meaning just the first line opportunity for folks to own property in Boulder County. And I just didn't hear that, so I'd love to hear more about that in the future. Thank you.
Marta. Next, we have Adam Lee, Chris Goodman, and Robert Irving. Adam?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Yeah, so I live in Boulder. I pay taxes to the city of Boulder. I am also a Gun Barrel resident. One of the things that's kind of blows me away is that so many people in the community of Gun Barrel have come out against this, or at least changing what is there currently. And it feels like this is falling on deaf ears. That's something that there is a lot of concern about, that there is no representation whatsoever for the council for Gun Barrel. The other thing that was stated before, the developer statements about walkability, amenities, bus routes, all of that within Gun Barrel, they're just not true. I live across the street. Feel free to ping me. You could stay at my house for a week. You will find very quickly that none of that is true. Next thing that I really want to talk about, and the only thing that I want to focus on, is just the traffic in general. Almost all the traffic for this comes from J Road. So that is south, coming directly through the neighborhood. Everything for Medtronics, all of that. So something needs to be done there. This road, Spine Road, is number 6 on the Boulder Neighborhood Speed Management. That was done by Boulder City. 2,100 speeding cars a day. You're planning on adding 1,600 more as minimum. Spine roads are already destroyed and the noise pollution is horrific. The property adds no value to the Gun Barrel community. All it is population and traffic. It's not going to add realistically housing when there already is over 200 available units in Gun Barrel right now. You can go look that statistic up. Some of the things that you could do is look at putting a new entrance on the diagonal highway. That is one thing that you guys talked about, said it's a little bit unrealistic. Cut Spine Street to disconnect between Wellington and Gun Barrel. At least it'll cut off the areas between. Repave the roads, reduce the speed limit to 15 miles per hour. Here's the other thing is on J Road, there is 20 acres, a half mile from this exact location. That is up for sale for development. Why are we not moving this?
Thank you, Adam. Next, Chris Goodman, Robert Irving, and Susan Summers. Chris?
Chris, I've heard that one person is ceding their time to you. Do you have a second person who wishes to pool this evening?
Hi. Am I on?
For Chris.
Hi there. Thank you so much. I believe Jen Law said that she would like to contribute to my time if that's an option as well. She messaged me, and I hope that that's okay.
You need a second person, Chris?
Pardon me?
You will need a second person.
Okay, I don't have that here, so that's fine. I'll just try to talk fast. Okay, so my name is Chris Goodman and I live in the city of Boulder. I've lived here since 2003 in my home that backs to this property at Celestial Seasonings. In 1999, I was 9 months pregnant and I made the phone call and eventually reached Stephen Hughes at Celestial Seasonings. And he called me back from a plane that he was boarding at that time to tell me not to worry at all. This land would be designated as private prairie space, that he was working directly with RMAD and David Crawford and Lauren McCain, and that they were trying to, they intended to keep this perpetually a preserve for prairie dogs. That said, I want to bring some things to your attention tonight. I did a search online on Zillow, which I am going to be emailing to each of you today, that states that there are 9 units available at Meadow Creek, 9 at Powderhorn, 4 at Williams Village. The ones that I want to give you also the price ranges. There's a total of 51 that I came up with as available tonight, just within walking distance from our area here in Gun Barrel. The 3 bedrooms are going for $13.92 per square foot. There was a 2 bedroom for $800. I'm sorry, not per square foot, $1,300 for the 3 bedroom in its entirety. So you're looking at affordable housing here present in Gun Barrel that's sitting vacant. Diagonal Crossing also has a number of units that are still available. The calculations, as was noted, that we were given by Coburn Homes are not the $2.20 per square feet. If that is the charge, then that's going to total for this 930 square feet unit a total of $2,046. I found a studio that was listed at the Diagonal Crossing, which is the same builder. They're charging for a 1-bedroom that is 590 square feet, $1,670. That's $2.83 per square foot. This is not affordable housing in any way, shape, or form. We already have affordable housing here in Gun Barrel, and it's sitting vacant. Please hear our concerns.
So Chris, stay on the line. Somebody else has donated their time to you, Tracy French. So
Yes.
It's okay if we give you another 2 minutes, Chris.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. These individual balconies and patios that they're claiming are open space do not constitute open space. My children have lived here the whole length of time that we've lived here, and they've never been able to take the bus because the buses are not running as continually as they're stating that they are. There's so much false information that is being spread by this developer that wants to build here and the people working with them. This is going to be a special task for the city council. You're going to have to do your research on this because the information that's being provided to you by those that have a financial interest in this program is not accurate information. If you map out on the RTD website, traveling from here at this location at Celestial Seasonings to get to the Tom Watson Park, if you were not to walk across the highway and to take public transportation, it would take you more than an hour or about an hour to get to Tom Watson Park. That's our closest neighborhood public park. There are no amenities out here for our community. We've never been able to walk anywhere because there's just not that availability. It's not safe for us to travel along J Road, especially with our children on the bikes. We would drive to get to the closest bike path and from there unload our vehicles with our bikes and ride into town. We are just not set up. This is not a location for affordable housing or any housing unless you're intending to put car dominant transportation in that area. That's what you're looking at. This is not a location that is walkable. If you're looking for a walkable location, the Sports Authority at 28th and Iris, we have so many vacant buildings just sitting empty that are longing to be given a new life. And I believe that affordable housing can be a part of that. Please hear our concerns. We need your help. Thank you.
Chris. Next, we have Robert Irving, Susan Summers, and David Dye. Robert?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hello, my name is Robert Irving. I live in the city of Boulder. I pay city taxes and I vote in city elections. I also work with the Gun Barrel Community Alliance, and we are here to help the city of Boulder and Boulder County achieve a more livable, vibrant, resilient, and inclusive Gun Barrel. I would like to introduce you council members to Gun Barrel since I live here. Gun Barrel is rural. Yes, it is part of the city of Boulder, but is not city living by any means. We're about 6 miles or a 15-minute car ride to the city council chambers. I've been told it's a 35-minute bus ride to downtown Boulder, but my 18-year-old would seriously disagree with that. We have, although, an abundance of wildlife. If one looks outside, you will see owls, foxes, coyotes, bobcats, and of course the prairie dogs. I would say that is what you get living in a rural area. What we do not have in Gun Barrel are amenities that you find in downtown Boulder, such as library, rec center, swimming pool, and importantly, neighborhood parks safely accessible by walking or biking. When I read through the applicant's proposal, I get the feeling that the applicant believes that Gun Barrel is urban, like downtown Boulder, and it is not. The density of the proposal has been addressed. It's 27.35. The highest density in Gun Barrel right now is 17. The proposal adds nothing to the amenities that Gun Barrel needs, only more people who will need those amenities. I strongly believe that Gun Barrel needs a sub-community plan that addresses the needed amenities, includes community participation, and is forward-thinking in addressing 21st century concerns. I am asking you to reject this proposal and put a moratorium on development in Gun Barrel until we have a Gun Barrel sub-community plan. I want to thank the City Council and the Mayor for allowing me to speak this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next up, Susan Summers, David Dye, and Alana Irving. Susan?
I'm not seeing a Susan in the meeting at this point.
Okay, we'll put her over in the parking lot and then say we have David Dye, Alana Irving, and Debbie Richards. David Dye?
Hi, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My name is David Dye. I'm a 20-year resident of Gun Barrel and the city of Boulder. I'm an engineer and I'm a numbers guy, so I'm going to focus on the density numbers. Under light industrial zoning, a maximum of 172,498 square feet is allowed on this property. During the planning board meeting, David Ensign did an accurate back of the envelope calculation that about 171,000 square feet would be allowed under current zoning, and added that he had to assume that this development would not exceed that. But in fact, it does by 80,000 square feet for a total of 251,090 square feet, or 45% denser than the zoning allows. Excuse me. Twice as dense as any existing residential building in Gun Barrel. The concept plan proposes more than 27 units per acre across 9.8 acres. 14 or more units per acre is designated as high density residential. So this puts it into ultra high density range. Reasonably speaking, medium density residential with 6 to 14 dwelling units per acre should really be the ceiling for this property to remain in line with its surroundings. By comparison, recently approved 30 Pearl in downtown Boulder has 120 units on 4.6 acres for 26 units per acre, but 30 Pearl has closed access to everything Spine does not. So it makes sense from planning, transportation resiliency, and quality of life perspectives. This Spine ultra high density development does not. The proposal does not meet the requirements of section 2.21 of the comp plan for what is appropriate for housing in light industrial areas. The numbers just don't add up, or rather they do, but in a way that is wholly inappropriate for our community or by the standards of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Next we have Alana Irving, Debbie Richards, and Wanda Fuller. Alana?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, and I will be using the times seated by two other speakers, Brooke Cholvin and Kate Chandler. So I believe that gives me 4 minutes.
Yes, they have both confirmed for me that they are willing to cede their time. So you get 4 minutes, Alana.
Okay, thank you. My name is Alana Irving, and I live in the city of Boulder in Gun Barrel, where I currently pay city taxes and vote in city elections. We all support affordable housing. This is not about affordable housing. This is just not the right location for this type of housing. I'm offended that there was suggestion made that somehow we are against affordable housing, and we are not. I am working with the Gun Barrel Community Alliance to help the city of Boulder and Boulder County achieve a more affordable, equitable, resilient, and inclusive gun barrel. I want to stress the importance of a moratorium on development in Gun Barrel until a comprehensive gun barrel sub-community plan is in place. This is the essential first step for building a resilient community. Both the City Planning Commission and City Council have identified a gun barrel sub-community plan as a priority for Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. Sub-community plans in Gun Barrel are necessary to align future building standards consistent with Boulder's comprehensive plan and its desire to minimize the impacts of climate change, as well as the preservation of keystone species, among many other factors. The site is not a walkable location. The only grocery store in Gun Barrel is 1.5 miles away, and the nearest public park is 2 miles away, both accessible only via busy and unsafe streets. Spine and J Road are particularly known for speeding, and there is heavy congestion at J and Diagonal /119 near the railroad tracks. The public transportation system in Gun Barrel does not even meet the needs of the current Gun Barrel residents, much less can it accommodate the influx of approximately 800 or more people traveling to and from this proposed location. And that's calculating an average of 3 people per unit. Gun Barrel has no public amenities, and we all must travel by car or hours by bus to libraries, rec centers, swimming pools, parks, playgrounds, senior centers, playing fields. There's one narrow mixed-use trail that ends in Orchard Creek. There is no easy or safe way to access Boulder City amenities by bike or on foot. Finally, the site is zoned light industrial manufacturing. Residential development is allowed in appropriate locations, and this is not the appropriate location. An ultra-high density apartment complex does not fit with the existing community and would significantly increase the burden on the already crowded infrastructure. There is also no plan to accommodate excess traffic and overflow parking with an estimated 2 cars per unit. That's 536 cars. They've only allocated, if I recall correctly, 360 proposed parking spots. The overflow parking is going to be in our neighborhoods, in front of our houses. We invite you, City Council members, to please come out to the location. Come survey the area, really get a feel for what the applicant is proposing. You'll learn firsthand that this proposal is not consistent with Boulder's values, and it's not an asset to the Gun Barrel community, including those who may eventually live in this ultra high density apartment complex. It will not do them any favors. This is not the location for this project. Please reject the applicant's proposal and put a moratorium on development in Gun Barrel until we have a sub-community plan. Thank you so much for the privilege of your time.
Thank you, Alana. Next up, Debbie Richards, Wanda Fuller, and Sheila Cooper. Debbie?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm not going to take my full 2 minutes. Everything has really been said, but I do urge you to please put in place a Gun Barrel sub-community plan. This is not the appropriate place for this complex. And I would request that you reject this proposal. Thank you so much.
Debbie. Next, Wanda Fuller, Sheila Cooper, and Pam Shukes. Wanda?
I'm not seeing Wanda Fuller. I do see Kit Fuller in the meeting who's already spoken. It's possible they're sharing a line. Perhaps we could ask Kit to let me know if that's the case in Q&A and go to the next speaker and come back to Wanda if that's the case.
That's great. Kit, if you have Wanda on the same line as you, please put that in the Q&A. Next up, we have Sheila Cooper, Pam Shukes, and Nancy Specian. Sheila?
Sheila, you may need to unmute.
I believe I did.
We hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. This is Sheila Cooper. I live in Orchard Creek for the last 26 years. That's inside the city of Boulder. It is the subdivision that is adjacent to the property that we're discussing tonight. Just to echo what many others have said, the only 2 things that I can see that this property will, that this project will bring to this area is more people and more cars, traffic congestion. There are no parks, no recreation, no amenities from the city, the county, or anyone else in this area. I have some other things, just a second. Notes.
Did Sheila still want to speak or did she finish?
Sheila, you're muted.
Oh, it went mute all of a sudden.
There you are. Go ahead.
Okay. The RTD bus routes do not run consistently. And when they do, the bus stops are more than a mile away from this location. Even though there is a bus stop sign, there is no bus. There's more than a 30-minute walk to the Gun Barrel Center and the King Super and the restaurant. Therefore, this neighborhood is 100% car dependent. The other thing I know that in the proposal, it talks about people having jobs, working at jobs here. There's no guarantee that they'll be working.
Great, thank you, Sheila. So we have two people up here. We have Susan Summers, and then Wanda Fuller is on Kit Fuller's line. So Susan, if you are in the meeting, and Sarah, if you could bring Susan up.
I just did.
Very good. Susan? Susan, you're muted if you want to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
You can.
Great, sorry about that. My name is Susan Summers, 4636 55th Street in Boulder. And I am a prairie dog advocate, but I'm actually calling tonight to advocate for the members of, the people that live in Gun Barrel. I, over the years, have attended meeting upon meeting where people get up and protest certain developments, and 99% of the time these developments get approved. And I always find it shocking that this is occurring in our country. I feel like you need to pay maybe a little bit more attention to the people that already live there, not the people that need to move there. And while I certainly recognize the need for affordable housing, I don't think that this community is what you're looking for. I think it's very old and tired to keep pounding in more apartments. The notion being that in order, if you are low income and you need an affordable unit, you don't want to own a property. And I think if you're looking at affordable housing, you should start looking at putting in tiny homes or some type of a community where people can actually afford to own their own home and get some equity down the road. I think that's helping people better in the long run than putting in the apartments. Obviously, I'm tremendously concerned about the prairie dogs. I also think that if you approve this development on this site, that you should certainly open up some property within the city to allow these prairie dogs to be moved. So I think you have two issues here. I hope you do the right thing on at least one of them. Either put in the right kind of housing, no housing there at all, or at least relocate the prairie dogs. So thank you very much.
Susan, next up we have Wanda Fuller. And Wanda will be speaking on Kit Fuller's line.
Can you hear me?
You can.
You can.
Hello, my name is Wanda Fuller. I live in Gun Barrel in the city of Boulder. I pay city taxes and I vote in city elections. I want to thank all city council members for calling up this proposal and for your service. I support affordable housing, but this proposal does not fit in Gun Barrel. This site is 6 miles away from Boulder. Gun Barrel is too rural for this ultra high density design and too far from Boulder's services and amenities for alternative transit to be effective. Everyone here will need a car and adequate on-site parking. The density in this proposal is ultra high for this area. We need to hold the developers to 14 dwelling units per acre, the upper limit of medium density residential. The proposal does not have enough open space or parking for the number of proposed units. The traffic impacts would be excessive in this neighborhood. The proposal adds nothing to the neighborhood, such as parks, trails, or commitments equivalent to the subdivision dedications that were a condition of permitting most existing subdivisions in Gun Barrel. We as a community request that the developers provide some benefits for the residents of the surrounding area, including a community park and a branch library at this site. My vision is that Gun Barrel would become a more livable, vibrant, resilient, and inclusive place to live. This proposal would fit in downtown Boulder, but is wrong for Gun Barrel. Stop allowing unplanned development in Gun Barrel. Place a moratorium on development in Gun Barrel until we can work together to make a Gun Barrel sub-community plan. This proposal fails in so many ways. Please do not approve this plan. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Wanda. Next, we have Pam Shukes, Nancy Specian, and Christine Hurley. Pam?
Pam indicated that she wishes to pass in a message to me previously this evening, so I've queued up Nancy Speeson.
Very good. We can hear you, Nancy.
Okay, thank you. And good evening, Council. Thank you for your time and also thank you for your service. My name is Nancy Speeson. I live in Gun Barrel, Boulder County, and I pay my taxes and I vote. I am here to voice my concern over the high-density poor concept plan proposed on the Celestial Seasonings land. As a longtime resident, 20 years, I also want to help Boulder and Boulder County achieve a more livable, spirit-minded, and quality gun barrel. This is not the time for this build with no gun barrel sub-community plan, including Boulder City and County in place, the COVID situation and economic uncertainty, but there are more concerns. Gun Barrel is a rural community where many forms of wildlife enjoy their habitat, including the prairie dogs, owls, foxes, and coyotes on the celestial land. To allow ultra-high density housing is to destroy these habitats forever. This development adds little to the Gun Barrel community. Currently, Gun Barrel does not have the infrastructure, traffic, and safety to support this development. It doesn't have the services, a pool, a library, a rec center, effective transportation, or parks to support more development. And finally, I ask that the council seriously consider the voices and concerns you are hearing today and to do the following. Plan for the future of Gun Barrel by way of prioritizing the Gun Barrel sub-community plan, establish existing wildlife habitats that are remaining in Boulder and Gun Barrel as wildlife protection areas, and put an immediate moratorium on new development proposals in Gun Barrel until a sub-community plan is complete. Thank you so much. And thank you for allowing me to have a voice on this very important matter.
Thank you, Nancy. Next up, we have Christine Hurley, Cindy Seals, and Megan Irvine. Christine.
Hi, I'm Christine Hurley. I'm a homeowner in the city of Boulder, very near to the proposed development at Celestial Seasonings. I pay city taxes and I vote in city elections. I, like so many others, moved here from an urban setting, Boston to be particular, to be closer to nature and to live a more environmentally friendly lifestyle. I am proud to call Gun Barrel home. I enjoy the simple lifestyle here with easy access to nature trails and our quiet, peaceful, small community. We are a community of people who enjoy walks throughout the day with our dogs and children while observing the local ecosystems and wildlife at Celestial Seasonings, including turtles, hawks, eagles, prairie dogs, rabbits, coyotes, and foxes. I feel deep despair that I must speak at all regarding the sanctity of an area that has, since 1999, been understood to be a safe haven for prairie dogs, a keystone species that supports over 200 other species and wildlife. The prairie dogs and other local animals have called these acres home for generations. This is not undeveloped land to them, it is home. It is a community. I cherish their community as a part of my own and feel fortunate to share this space with them. I do not think that we should place comfort and economy over the lives of the animals. I don't understand the mentality to build upon a vibrant local open space within an established community. This open space is worth so much more to this community as it is than as developed for a cheap buck during a pandemic. My impression over the last 6 years is that people enjoy Boulder because of the open space and deep connection to nature and outdoor activity. I feel a deep desire to do what is morally and ethically correct for both animals and humans. I do not support the development of land at Celestial Seasonings and ask you to reject this proposal and put a moratorium on development in Gun Barrel until we have a sub-community plan.
Thank you, Christine. Next is Cindy Seals, Megan Irvine, and Samantha Cornright. Cindy.
No,
you did. Can I delete this?
Yeah, keep mine.
I
have mine in this. Yeah.
Okay, this is Cindy Seals. And I assume you can hear me?
We can.
We can.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say a few things. For the most part, I agree with a lot of my neighbors and a lot of the folks that have been rejecting this proposed plan to build on the site within our neighborhood for most of the same reasons. I just want to reiterate that I also live in this neighborhood. I've lived in Boulder for almost 30 years in the same house. And I do pay city taxes. I vote for city elections. And I also work with the Gun Barrel Community Alliance. I totally want to achieve a more livable and vibrant and resilient gun barrel. And to do this, I'm hoping that some of the issues that have been raised about this building site will be taken under consideration, since it would make it very difficult to house that many apartment, I guess, buildings for this neighborhood. Not only some of the things that the builders are suggesting are not quite true, including the distance to nearby stores and to playgrounds and parks and just to the city of Boulder itself. And we have very poor bus transportation out here, which is all fine if you have a car. But again, with a car comes a lot more traffic. So some of the things that concern me also concern all the other folks living in this neighborhood. And I totally appreciate everybody giving real specific details as to why this proposal is not in anybody's best interest. But I do hope that the city council will take all these things under serious consideration and hope that they put a moratorium on this development in gun barrel until we have a gun barrel subcommittee plan in place so that we can address all these issues in detail. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Cindy. Next up, Megan Irvine, Samantha Kornreich, and James Lewis. Megan?
I'm not seeing Megan Irvine in the meeting. I suggest we move on to Samantha. And Megan, if you're here under a different name, please communicate with me in the Q&A and we'll circle back to you.
Great. Okay, Samantha, you're up.
No, public speaking stuff. Huh?
Samantha Kornreich, you are up.
I don't think they would have thought I was Cindy.
And Sarah, if you could mute David,
Hello?
Sheila. Hi, Samantha.
Hi, so my name is Samantha Kornreich. I am a student at the University of Colorado Boulder. I am a rising senior. I study environmental science, geology, geography, and political science. I have spent a lot of work in both analyzing housing markets and also analyzing wildlife management. I would just like to say first and foremost that I am against this development for several reasons. For one, there's huge difficulty in actually relocating prairie dogs. And under the wildlife ordinance that Boulder instituted in 1981, it is unlawful to go ahead and move prairie dogs from their habitat unless there's a permit given, and a permit is required also to use lethal force against prairie dogs, which was used in 1999 with celestial seasonings. And so with that, that was either in a direct violation of this ordinance, or there actually isn't a place to relocate these prairie dogs, thus making this completely unlawful to actually continue with this development. And then to address the issue with affordable housing in Boulder, as someone with a very dire financial situation already, I'm at CU on a full ride scholarship due to academic success and also financial need. I know very well that there is a strong need for affordable housing. This subdivision only has how many, like 25% of these units will actually be affordable, and that's affordable relative to Boulder. So if we actually care about making Boulder more affordable, more accessible, and more inclusive, we need to look at Boulder's broken housing market as opposed to just blindly building just for the sake of a money grab and just for the sake of developing land that is, essentially developed for these prairie dogs that already live here. And that being said, I would just like to thank you for your time and thank you for listening. And that's it.
Thank you, Samantha. Next up, we have James Lewis, Victoria Harvey, and Wong Fong Gao. James?
Yeah, thanks for the time. I'm not going to take the 2 minutes. I think a lot of what I would say has already been said, but particularly around the wildlife and the questionable need for the development. But I would focus on the transport and safety issues. I'm a father of two living just south of the proposed development, a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old, and we do bike frequently and walk frequently across Spine Road and up and down Spine Road. And I think, as previously mentioned, the speeding issue, the amount of traffic which is going to be exacerbated is a big concern. So I would encourage any development to look carefully at that. I know there's the talk of the widening. It's still going to feed traffic onto J Road, which is somewhere I bike down every day to try and get to work, and it's not a safe place to be, neither Spine Road or J Road. So the other piece of the discussion was around buses. We're a one-car family, try and use the bus whenever possible, but it is a challenge from here. We moved here from Boulder, Central Boulder 2 years ago, and it is a challenge to get around. I tend to use the Route J bus, which, if we're led to believe that people will start to use the bus from this development, the Route J will be at capacity if it continues to run. And if not, then we're back to the same issue around safety with the amount of traffic that's going to be going up and down Spine Road. So I'll leave it there. My concerns are, as I say, predominantly safety and increased traffic and pollution and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next, Victoria Harvey, Wong Fong Gao, and Linda Shooter. Victoria.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'm Victoria Harvey. I live in Powderhorn, and I own a condo here. I'm also a member of GCA. I wanted to say thanks for your time, and I appreciate getting to speak. I realize that your positions on City Council are difficult and maybe sometimes thankless, and in ways it's a labor of love. So also I want to point out, I'm amazed that there are so many of us in the best week of the year for mountain flowers. It is like everybody's gone and we still have this many people. It's vacation time. So I'll start with density. The proposed 268 units on 9.8 acres equals 27.5 units per acre. I know you've heard this from us, but it is so amazing. It's not compatible with the neighborhood. And the density ranges are almost half of that. The density and the design seem problematic. Using the forward design building, pushing the buildings to the street, it gives the neighborhood a feeling of being choked, and it's much different than the setbacks in the neighborhood. It begins to seem like a money grab when, I'm asking you guys to double check the facts the developers used. They know the facts are different because at the open space planning meeting, we talked about how different they were. They say it's 3/4 of a mile. We say it's 1.5 miles. Go check for yourself, but they're not accurate. And it's repeated and it's on everything. We're not unreasonable. We know that development's fact, but if you consider developing even, thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Next is Wong Fong Gao, Linda Shooter, and Susan Gaden. Wong Fong.
Okay, thank you. My name is Yong Fong Gao. I lived in Orchard Creek for the past 12 years. So I strongly oppose this project. Firstly, there are a lot of problems for this project. So first, this is the bad location. Gun Barrel has a lot of existing affordable housing available, and most of them are currently vacant just across the street, hundreds of them. Within about 1 mile radius, there are hundreds of apartments in the north and south recently developed. And also the 119 Highway Triangle project, which probably is from the same builder, is not completely finished yet even. So affordable housing is a good thing, but it should be more evenly distributed across the city, not just concentrated in Gun Barrel. This is bad planning and unfair for the nearby property owners and the residents. The project development plan also has problems. Not to say the residency density and the parking issue, a lot of people have already mentioned. it does nothing to address the worsening traffic and safety concerns to the neighborhood. So there are no public parks or space available for the Gun Barrel residents. So, and from their floor plan, if everyone follow the same style for development, then there will be no public space besides the narrow single-lane streets. Thirdly, there will be a huge environmental impact, as many people also mentioned. This is a big part of the Prairie Dog Park. This is the only open space we have, as there's no public city space around here. So in summary, we need a better plan for the city and for the community for this kind of project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Linda Schroeder, Susan Gaden, and Eli Ackerstein. Linda?
I'm not seeing Linda in the meeting this evening. Susan Gaden is here. So if Linda is in the meeting and wants to communicate with me, we'll circle back.
Thank you. Susan?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, I would like to cede my time to Mike Chiropoulos.
Very good. Next, we have Eli Ackerstein, Julie Dye, and Betsy Gomes. Eli?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm Eli. I'm a homeowner in Boulder, just steps away from the proposed development. I pay city taxes and I vote in city elections. I work with the Gun Barrel Community Alliance, and we're here to help the city of Boulder and Boulder County achieve a more livable, vibrant, resilient, and inclusive gun barrel. The next few minutes are going to be about the sanctity of nature and protections for those that cannot protect themselves. In 1999, this parcel was named a nature preserve to protect the existing prairie dog colony. The issue, as I see it, is to address the outdated mentality of putting human desires and profits over respect and protection of our environment. This is a small parcel of land, but it represents a much larger societal mentality that has caused worldwide environmental harm. It's up to us to make better decisions than our predecessors would have and stick to our word in protecting nature, especially when a promise was made to do so. As humans with the power to decide the fate of this land, we must stand up for this natural habitat if we believe in restoring balance to our wider environment. I'm asking you to reject this proposal and put a moratorium on development in Gun Barrel until we have a Gun Barrel subcommittee plan. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you, Eli. Next up, Julie Dye, Betsy Gomes, and Donna George. Julie?
Hi, good evening. Both Mitchell Goodman and Rory Goodman have ceded their time to me.
I have confirmation from Mitchell. Let me just find Rory Goodman just to confirm that. Or Rory Goodman, bear with me for one moment, please.
Environment. Very well.
Rory, this is Sarah Huntley. Are you willing to cede your time to Julie Dye?
Yes, this is Rory Goodman, and I cede my time to Julie Dye.
Thank you.
Julie, you're up.
Julie, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Julie Dye. I live in Gun Barrel and the city of Boulder. Thank you for your time tonight. I've sat on a number of boards and I'm empathetic to council listening to so many voices, but it should give you an idea of how important this wildlife habitat is to our community and how Gun Barrel feels like the ones no one wants to deal with. We get it, we're complex, but we are residents and citizens and deserve what the Boulder Valley Comp Plan strives for, which is to create and preserve a truly special place that is sustainable, resilient, equitable, and inclusive. Rather than Boulder's goal of the 15-minute neighborhood, Gun Barrel is the 15-minute drive. Here's the Google Maps reality from Celestial Seasonings in our neighborhood. An unpleasant 34-minute walk to the closest grocery store, 48 minutes to the closest public playground across the diagonal, and 1 hour and 25-minute walk to the neighborhood elementary school, Crestview. This is not sustainable. No rec center, no library, few children-friendly spaces for walking or biking, no public art, and one grocery store. To quote the comp plan, the quality of parks, libraries, trails, and other community resources directly shapes Boulder's vibrancy, functionality, and livability, and contributes to important parts of the city's community identity. Gun Barrel lacks so many of the resources and amenities that our Boulder neighbors have. This is not equitable. We have reached a tipping point in Gun Barrel. You voted unanimously to prioritize our sub-community plan, and we ask that you hold approval on this and other development until there is an approved plan. You have the ability to do this because the land is zoned industrial, which the Boulder Chamber of Commerce has deemed critical within the city. You are the ones empowered to designate if this development is appropriate on industrial land per section 952 of land use regulations. Landowners and developers do not do this. You do, and we do. The concept review even says further analysis is necessary to evaluate the appropriateness of housing on the IM zone site. It is inappropriate and inconsistent with precedents to shoehorn in this highly dense, intense, extremely controversial development onto industrial land when it will likely contradict future sub-community goals. Disregarding civic voice is not inclusive. Pete talked a lot about Powderhorn tonight, but the Celestial Seasonings proposed plan is twice as dense as Powderhorn and the highest density of any residential dwelling units in Gun Barrel. Section 2.10 of the comp plan states, the city will seek appropriate building scale and compatible character in new development. This ultra high density development is so excessive that it is not resilient. We know a minimum of 40% of the required usable open space must be configured as common contiguous area. Can we all please agree a balcony cannot count as open space in Boulder? The spine development brings nothing to the neighborhood but traffic and additional strain to our community. Section 1.09 of the comp plan states, the overall effect of urban growth must add significant value to the community, improving quality of life. The city will require development and provide significant community benefits, achieve sustainability goals for urban form, and maintain or improve environmental quality as a precondition for further housing and community growth. Let me be clear, an on-site coffee shop will not offset the additional burden to our neighborhood. Gun Barrel is the affordable part of Boulder. Our market-priced housing is often similar to affordable housing prices in town. We are YIMBY with a plan. Our goal is to create livable, inclusive, vibrant, resilient, and healthy Gun Barrel. Please work with us to do so. Thank you to the council and to my neighbors.
Thank you, Julie. Next up, we have Betsy Gomes, Donna George, and Eric Olson. Betsy.
Hello, my name is Betsy Gomes. I do live in Powderhorn, and I am here to speak for the innocent beings that currently live and thrive on the Celestial property on Spine Road. There are many reasons that I am against this development, but the main reason I am speaking out is to save the current wildlife habitat that was promised to the citizens of Boulder. It is important that we hold Celestial to their promise that we accepted in good faith many years ago. This has been treasured by numerous residents of the area, as well as by the visitors that have come to enjoy the tours of Celestial Seasonings. This company has profited over the selling of stuffed prairie dog animals, cards, etc., since the habitat was created. When people come here, they learn the importance of keeping areas safe for wildlife and the role of each animal in the system of nature. This land supports a healthy prairie dog colony, as well as rabbits and various birds. This needs to be protected for future generations. We are building over too much of the homes of wildlife, and it is important to keep places for them to live safely. There are many difficulties facing our world today with COVID-19, unemployment, and injustice, but you, the council, have the power to make at least one thing right in our little part of the world by acting with compassion and respect for the few remaining safe havens for our Colorado wildlife. I am respectfully imploring you to do the right thing and vote against any development of this land. What does this do to our children if companies cannot be held to their promises? What does this hold for the future of our wildlife? We cannot solve all of the problems of this world, but we can start by honoring our promises and holding companies accountable. We can save a small part of our community for the betterment of all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Betsy. Next, we have Donna George, Eric Olson, and Shelley Krakovitz. Donna? You have 4 minutes, Donna. We are aware that you are ruling time.
Yes, okay. They're here. Okay, thank you. My name is Donna George and I live in Gun Barrel. I do not live close to this area, but I do live in Gun Barrel. I would like to thank City Council for calling up this concept plan review to amend the Celestial Seasonings planned unit development. The Celestial Seasonings planned unit development should not be amended to allow this development to occur. These lots are owned by Celestial Tea Corporation, which made a promise to the Boulder community to protect these properties as habitat for the prairie dogs. Among the action plans on Celestial Seasonings' letter to the Boulder community, they also wrote that they would explore the potential for some relocation of prairie dogs to our property, meaning they would even have more prairie dogs coming on, and ensure that the colony is protected during all activities utilizing the facility, and most importantly, that the fields are not used for parking. And yet, under this concept plan submitted by Coburn Partners, there is a proposal for not just parking, but 268 apartment buildings covering this entire prairie dog habitat. Also in the packet about this concept plan review are procedures concerning removal and possible lethal control of the prairie dogs on these properties. The City of Boulder, which is always looking for places to relocate prairie dogs, should preserve an already designated prairie dog habitat. These properties are zoned industrial manufacturing. Under this zoning, residential uses and other complementary uses may be allowed in appropriate locations. As a designated prairie dog habitat for years, how is a residential use appropriate for this location? It is not. And because of this, this concept plan should be rejected. Boulder City Council and Planning Board should not waste time and money of the applicants for a proposal that should never be approved. The documents for this meeting state that the purpose of a concept plan is to receive feedback from staff, the planning board, and the public early in the development process. I reviewed the over 150 pages of public comment, and the majority of commenters strongly objected to this proposal. I could count on one hand those commenters who were for any development on these parcels. How is public input and community involvement used in planning decisions? Is it strongly considered, or is it largely ignored for a predetermined agenda? Why would planning board and city council approve of a development at this site? There are over 75 rental vacancies. COVID-19 pandemic has made a great deal of changes in the workplace, and many people are now working from home. This change will bring about a glut in office space. These already developed areas with buildings and parking associated with them can be used to build affordable housing on them, leaving this and other undeveloped open land for the wildlife, environment, and scenic views to be preserved. Why is Coburn Development submitting this concept plan? Who actually owns this site? I want to know that. I know Mary Young asked a question in the beginning. And how can they, is this kind of like an inside thing where somebody can get a change before they actually buy the property so that they know they can make tons of money off of it? The concept plan review proposal to build 268 high density apartments on a designated prairie dog habitat is an assault on the prairie dogs, the wildlife, the environment, and the tax-paying citizens of Gun Barrel for the monetary profit of a few. There should be no development on these parcels, and they should continue to be preserved as a prairie dog habitat. Future developments of housing should be on already developed areas, and undeveloped lands such as this prairie dog habitat should be preserved for the wildlife and the citizens. Again, during this in the discussion, I would like to know who owns this and how this is playing out. How are they determining who's talking to who? And is this an inside thing where, hey, if we can get this changed, then we can make money. We don't just have to buy it on a, well, maybe we can build these. We can just buy it knowing we can build these. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Next up are Eric Olson, Shelley Krakovitz, and John Fitzgibbons. Eric?
I didn't have as much time as I thought I was going to have.
Eric, you may need to unmute yourself.
I think I just found it out. My name is Eric Olson, and I live in Gun Barrel in Boulder County, and I certainly pay my taxes and vote. I've been a Gun Barrel resident for 35 years and lived in Boulder for 7 years before that. And when I moved here, I was in favor of annexation, but I've come to realize why that is such a bad idea, and the anti-annexation feeling is so deep here. Frankly, Gun Barrel has historically been treated very poorly by Boulder government, and Boulder leaders have had and continue to have a strong bias against Gun Barrel. That aside, and specific to the issue at hand, the least the city could do with regard to the proposed development would be to perform a realistic traffic study and an unbiased estimate of the number of weekly car trips and parking requirements the development will add. Also, the use of traffic data collected during these unusual times certainly would not be valid, to say the least. I'd also like to add the connection to the Longmont Diagonal from Gun Barrel Avenue that was discussed in the 1980s and Mary Young brought up was a right-in, right-out connection, not requiring either an underpass or overpass. Aside from traffic, take a realistic look at wildlife impacts, infrastructure or the lack thereof in Gun Barrel, current housing available in Gun Barrel, the evolving vacancy levels in the commercial property here, and so forth. I'm asking you to reject this proposal and put a moratorium on the development in Gun Barrel until we have the much vaunted Gun Barrel sub-community plan. Very much.
Thank you, Eric. Next, we have Shelley Krakovitz, John Fitzgibbons, and Nora Swan Foster. Shelley?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. My name is Shelley Krakovitz, and I live in Boulder County, and I pay county taxes, and I also vote. I lived in South Boulder for 25 years, and I moved to Gun Barrel, and I bought my own home in Powderhorn 6 months ago. I work with the Gun Barrel Community Alliance, and we are here to help the city of Boulder, Boulder County achieve a more livable, vibrant, resilient, and inclusive Gun Barrel. We want to build a better Gun Barrel for the future. At this time, Gun Barrel has no Boulder County resources, such as parks, recreation, swimming pools, playgrounds, etc. There are few retail amenities in Gun Barrel. I wish that we had a fact checker for this developer because probably 80% of what he said is not true. There is no walkable place from the proposed site. There are no bus routes to speak of. Spine Road cannot be developed. Spine Road, as it looks on his chart, looks like a two-lane road going in each direction. It's actually a one-lane road in each direction, and it's very windy. And we also share that road with the bicyclists. It's a very dangerous road. Before the pandemic, it took me 20 to 25 minutes to get out of my complex onto Spine Road. And the diagonal is bumper to bumper traffic going north and south. There is no way that we can add another 1,000 cars to the mix and not have all kinds of dangerous traffic accidents. I also want to note that I do not know of any jobs available in Gun Barrel at this time. So I can't imagine them putting in housing and assuming that they're going to get jobs that they can walk to.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you.
Next up, we have John Fitzgibbons, Nora Swan Foster, and Smadar Sapir. John?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is John Fitzgibbons. I've been a Boulder County resident for 45 years, a neighbor of Celestial Seasonings for 20 years. I support the Gun Barrel Alliance and the many reasons that have been presented for a moratorium on development in Gun Barrel until we have a Gun Barrel sub-community plan. We have no neighborhood park, so my family and I and our neighbors have greatly appreciated the open space and prairie dog habitat at Celestial. This is an oasis for us from the noise and pollution of the diagonal highway and the railroad that adjoin this area. Some see prairie dogs as just a nuisance to be rid of. These fascinating natives of our grasslands have a well-developed family and social structure, a very sophisticated way of communicating with each other. Come out and listen to the different ways that they signal to each other, whether an approaching animal was a hawk or a human. Their tunnels are remarkable, with separate quarters for various functions, including separate quarters for raising their young until they're able to go above ground. There's an opportunity here for Celestial Seasonings to live up to the wisdom of the quotations on its tea boxes, including one with a sleepy bear and a quotation that nature does not hurry, yet all is accomplished. Please reject this proposed construction until we have a gun barrel sub-community plan. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Nora Swan Foster, Smadir Sapir, and Mitchell Goodman. Nora?
Thank you. My name is Nora Swan Foster, and I live in the Deerfield subdivision, and I've lived in Gun Barrel for 28 years. I'm a member of the Gun Barrel Community Alliance to help the city and county create an equitable, innovative, creative, and sustainable community. I pay taxes in Boulder County, and I vote. So many intelligent and professionally knowledgeable voices have been heard tonight, and I'm deeply concerned that the intelligent and invested voices of our Gun Barrel community will not be taken seriously. This would be a discrimination and inequitable, and I hope you will take our representation seriously. I've worked on Pearl Street for over 20 years, and the bus system has never met my needs. My home backs up to Spine Road. In 1992, Spine Road was still closed to through traffic. When it was opened, only cars were allowed. Then suddenly large trucks were allowed to make deliveries to the businesses traveling J to Spine rather than look out to 63rd. The curving road is unsuitable for large trucks. Sometimes they get stuck, and the speeding cars are dangerous. In the past 5 years, the traffic has hugely increased, especially before COVID. We've had several speeding accidents, and one car drove through the fences into our yards. I see this proposal as a land grab in the best of times. During COVID, when our communities are struggling and apartments and offices are vacant, this project is not future seeking. It's inappropriate location for such a plan and does not provide true low income rent. $2,000 a month is not low income. The project is driven by developers with inaccurate data, no surveys taken from the residents who know and love this community. It's a moneymaker for a select few. We need an accurate data and a thoughtful collaborative plan that respects neighbors of all income levels who live here. I'm offended that we're seen as some privileged community. Please listen to our community and say no to this project. I strongly ask that you, the City Council, to place a moratorium on the development project and support a Gun Barrel development plan. Please listen to us. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Nora. Next, we have Smadar Sapir, Ray Knutson, and Joanne Knutson. Smadar?
Seeing a Samir in the meeting. So I think we can go on to the Knutsons, and if some Smadar is in the meeting, please communicate with me through Q&A and we'll circle back.
Thank you. So next we have Ray Knutson, followed by Joanne Knutson and Sky Canyon. Ray?
Yes, this is Ray. I assume you can hear me.
Yes.
So my name is Ray Knutson, and I've lived in Gun Barrel for nearly 30 years. I pay taxes and I vote in city elections. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak and for all that you do for our city. I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed development project. I likely have a different perspective from many of my neighbors in that my father spent his entire career as a home builder. So I understand the need for projects that bring new jobs, and I am not against new developments in principle. What I am against are projects that do not give serious consideration to the impact, their impact on the existing environment, both human and natural. Our neighborhood has already become a thoroughfare for numerous construction and earth-moving vehicles, and this will get significantly worse if the project is approved. Further, once the project is complete, there will be a dramatic increase in automobile traffic and on-street parking. The developer's claims to the contrary are simply not believable, and the increased risk to pedestrians and bicyclists will be very significant. Equally inaccurate are the developer's claims of adequate bus service, retail stores within walking distance, and an abundance of walking trails. These points have been made several times, and I won't dwell on them. I am not one who believes that just because we got here first, no one else should be allowed in. But I do believe that any additional housing needs to be compatible with the existing community so as not to degrade our current quality of life. Therefore, I'm asking you to reject this proposal and put a moratorium on development in Gun Barrel until we have that Gun Barrel subcommittee plan. Thank you again for listening to me.
Thank you, Ray. And next we have Joanne Knudsen, I believe, and then Sky Canyon and Mary Smith.
Ray, is Joanne Knudsen on the same line as you?
No, we're not related.
You're not, okay.
And we don't have the same line either.
Okay, thank you. So I am not seeing a Joanne Knudsen in the meeting at the moment. So let's skip and we'll go to Sky Canyon.
Sounds
Joanne,
good.
if you are in the meeting under a different name, please let me know that.
Sky, you're up.
Box. Likewise, I'm not seeing a Sky Canyon in the meeting.
Very good. Then we have Mary.
Next.
So we have Mary Smith, Beth Quist, and Stephen Hitz up next.
Okay, Mary Smith, I've queued you up. You may need to unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, great. Okay, well, good evening, Council. My name is Mary Coleman Smith, and I am a homeowner in Willowbrook, which is one of the neighborhoods that will be impacted by this development. I have lived here for 4 years, and I purchased in Gun Barrel in part due to the natural areas and low density of apartments. I would like to thank you all for being on our city council, and Sarah, thank you for being the facilitator and representing our citizens' wishes in creating vibrant, affordable, and friendly to wildlife neighborhoods. I also thank you for listening intently to the voices of your constituents. I have to say I am in awe of the eloquence of the speakers I have heard tonight. There are two issues that are of special concern to me. One is because I am a board of the Gun Barrel Commons Park, which is owned by 5 of the surrounding neighborhoods, which this new development is not currently slated to contribute to. We spend about $100,000 a year for the upkeep of this lovely park. It is highly likely that the new residents will use this park without paying a penny for it. My second concern is, as a former educator, the destruction of natural opportunities for neighborhood children, and especially low-income children, is concerning. We know that nature is critical to children's healthy development. And I realize that many Boulder children can go out and get in their parents' vehicle and go places, but a lot of low-income children cannot.
Thank you, Mary. Next, we have Beth Quist, Stephen Hitz, and Angie Mesha. Beth, you're up.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great, thank you. Hello, I'm Beth Quist, professional musician, certified permaculture designer, board member of Prairie Protection Colorado, and I grew up in the foothills of North Boulder. Consider the words of Arapaho Chief Niwot, whose home, where you now reside, was violently colonized. Quote, "People seeing the beauty of this valley will want to stay, and their staying will be the undoing of the beauty," end quote. Most people interpret this as a curse, but the more I look at his words, the more I think he was simply wise enough to see long-term where this colonizing mentality would lead. And here we find ourselves, a few of us struggling to save the very few remnants left of native biotic communities in tiny corners of our towns, our counties, our states. According to a research study published in 2018, humans and their livestock comprise 96% of land vertebrate biomass on this planet. When is enough enough? Prairie dogs are down to 1% of their historic populations. Temperate grassland ecosystems, a huge carbon sink, are recognized as the world's most endangered ecosystem, more than forests. By killing or even relocating this one species of rain-making keystone black-tailed prairie dogs, you would be condemning the rest of the resident biotic community. This land is already inhabited, and we oppose this ecocidal human development, especially when there are very creative solutions to human housing that have been presented by several residents in the May Planning Board meeting. If Hain Celestial stands by their 1999 words and truly protects this essential biotic community of the Prairie Park, I will purchase their products again. If not, they've lost my business for good. Boulder City Council members also have yet another opportunity and a duty to protect the remnants of a struggling endangered ecosystem from corporate greed, agriculture, and industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Next up, we have Stephen Hitz, Angie Meshaw, and Suzanne Smith. Stephen?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, my name's Steve Hitz, and I live in City of Boulder in Gun Barrel, and I work with the Gun Barrel Community Alliance. And I've lived here for about 12 years, and over those 12 years, you know, I've noticed that the density, the congestion, the traffic, the noise and pollution has gotten worse over the years. And I really can't imagine trying to shove a 268 unit apartment complex with 500 plus additional cars in that small lot. Like many people said, the congestion right now and the density of putting this project in this lot far outseeds what's acceptable for that unit. As far as traffic is concerned, with 500 additional plus cars, I mean, right now, trying to get out on the diagonal on J Road usually takes 2 or 3 cycles. The additional cars would be just, you know, unbearable in the morning to try to get out. If you ride up and down Spine Road, there's cars parked bumper to bumper. That's only going to become worse when you have all this additional cars overflowing from not having enough parking spaces in this complex. As far as safety is concerned, I ride my bike up and down J Road and Spine Road, and there's not a bike path there. There is a lane that's a couple feet wide that's dangerous. I've almost gotten hit several times, and this situation is just going to get worse. With the additional traffic comes additional noise, and the additional air quality is going to go downhill. So for all these reasons that I state, and for all the other people, I ask you, and I respectfully ask you to reject this proposal and put a moratorium on the development of any future development in Gun Barrel until we have a Gun Barrel sub-community plan. Thank you for your time.
Stephen, we're going to go back to someone who has just joined us, who had signed up, Joanne Knudsen. So Joanne, you are up next.
Joanne, you're queued up. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and interest tonight. I have lived in Boulder from 1974 to 1991 when I moved to Boulder County. And I urge you to step back and look more closely at the impact and long-term implications that would result from developing this small parcel of land in the city of Boulder, but next to the county of Boulder and across the street from a high-density area, including the Powderhorn Complex and 2 other neighboring complexes that pay additional dues to maintain and enjoy our Gun Barrel Commons Park. The city of Boulder has annexed property from Boulder County over the years to collect sales tax revenue from gun barrel businesses such as King Supers and business property taxes, for example, from Celestial Seasonings. And they collected from area code, zip code. We share a zip code, 80301. And in the past, we've had, the city has paved our roads out here and then decided one year they weren't going to do it. And there was a lawsuit and we ended up winning in Boulder County, but it's like, we need to work together on this. And when I heard the developer tonight, I was at the other meeting in May, but when I heard the developer tonight say, oh, we expanded a bike lane and that's your concession to your neighbors, your proposed neighbors. It's like, it made me like, that's not the way to approach this. It's looking at it, stepping back, looking at it and making it work for everyone. So I implore you to be sensible, be prudent, seek the best for all involved, and consider the timing of this development during the pandemic. We currently have rental vacancies and evictions are going to be likely to happen. So we need to take a step back and give careful consideration what would be necessary to make this the happiest place in the USA and keep our title.
Thank you, Joanne. Next, we have Angie Michelle, Suzanne Smith, and Peter Ganev. Angie, you're up.
You're live, Angie. You may need to unmute.
Hi, you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. I'm Angie Mishaw, 4626 Burgundy Lane, unincorporated city of Boulder. I pay city sales tax and I vote. I'm working with the Gun Barrel Community Alliance. We're dedicated to helping you and the county plan a better gun barrel. Thank you, council, for your call up this evening and hearing us. Thank you, planning board, for your thoughtful comments and recommendations in May. And thank you, staff, for all your hard work. Based on the applicant's proposal, many deficiencies exist, coupled with ultra-high density rezoning request with zero mixed use, plopped in our low to medium density neighborhood, which lies nowhere near a walkable transit or retail center. This equals, it's a non-starter from the get-go. In addition, the applicant is required to provide quality open space like a central park, which is required for multifamily developments. There is no planned active open space like running tracks, play structures, playing fields, basketball, common gathering places with grills and picnic tables. Drainage easements do not qualify as active or passive open space. Just steps away east of the property lies Gun Barrel Commons Park, a private 10-acre park. This park is owned and funded by 5 HOAs, 1,000 members, and the budget is over $100,000 a year just to maintain. This park doesn't exist for the proposed development's use, so the applicant can ignore their required responsibility to provide active and passive open space on site. Please keep in mind this proposal is 2.5 miles from the closest city park with amenities, which is Tom Watson Park across the Diagonal Highway. Please reject this proposal and place a temporary moratorium on development in Gun Barrel while we, as a community, create a sub-community plan with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angie. Next, Suzanne Smith, Peter Ganev, and Lori Branch. Suzanne?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. My name is Suzanne Smith. I live in Gun Barrel in the city of Boulder. I pay city taxes and I vote in city elections, and I'm a board member of the Gun Barrel Community Alliance. I'm pro affordable housing, so much so that I've worked for Habitat for Humanity. I'm a YIMBY, yes in my backyard, yes to affordable housing. I'd like to thank the City Council for calling this up. And importantly, I'd like to thank the Planning Board for their very thoughtful comments on this proposal. The proposal in front of us is a high density development. The applicant is proposing 27 units per acre in a low and medium density residential neighborhood. Zoning maps make clear that none of Gun Barrel is zoned for high density residential. You know, in density alone, this plan is a non-starter and has to go back to the drawing board. But let's take a step back for a moment and acknowledge that the historical lack of planning in Gun Barrel has had unfortunate results, creating inequity for the Boulder City residents living here. There are no public parks in walkable distance, no libraries, no rec centers for starters. So you can imagine how very happy we are to see that a sub-community plan has been prioritized for Gun Barrel. Thank you for that. I'm sure you've heard the phrase justice delayed is justice denied. The same thing is true about planning. Planning delayed is planning denied. Indeed, if we go forward with this development and others before a sub-community plan is developed, we're effectively rendering a sub-community plan moot because of the diminishing number of parcels left in Gun Barrel to incorporate into our plan. Gun Barrel, we're asking for a moratorium on all development in Gun Barrel, and you've done this before. You've done it in Niwot in 2018, and Gun Barrel has many parallels in Niwot, being a more rural location between Boulder and Longmont. The moratorium in Niwot allowed residents, experts, and stakeholders to collaborate on Niwot's future. We're just asking the same for ourselves in Gun Barrel. Please press the pause button on development. Give us a chance to look around, take inventory, and together design a vibrant and inclusive Gun Barrel that works for all of us.
Thank you, Suzanne. Next, we have Judith Auer and Stephen Pagnota. I've skipped over Peter Ganev because we couldn't find you in the meeting. So if Peter is in the meeting, please text. Hang on, I just got an update. Give me one moment, please. Okay.
He's
we're
passing,
skipping.
Sam.
Got it. I see it here. So Lori Branch, you are up.
Yes, hi, I'm Lori Branch, and I live in Gun Barrel. I live in Orchard Creek, and I pay taxes and vote in the elections. I've been here since 1981, pretty much. I want to thank the City Council for listening to our voices, the residents of Gun Barrel and the Gun Barrel Community Alliance. I've heard a lot of really wonderful and just passionate things about why we oppose this project, and I agree with all of that. I'm thinking, how important this is for us as residents and how important it is. If this pandemic has taught us anything, it's the need to listen to intelligent voices, to look for the facts, the need for planning, the need for putting people above greed and preserving the things that we value, preserving the things that are important to us. I will say that I have a high schooler who has crossed Spine Road, taking her life into her hands to get the school bus. And I agree that it's a dangerous intersection there. In fact, I complained enough to the Boulder Valley School District Transportation to where they would put a bigger crosswalk sign there. And as I stopped to thank the man putting the crosswalk sign in, he told me that he almost got hit by a car 3 times while he was putting the sign up. So that will tell you right there. As far as the traffic flow, when the train comes, the backup is ridiculous. I would also ask, as everybody else did, that we would put a moratorium until the subcommittee plan is done. And we would like to collaborate with you. And we thank you so much for listening to our voices. It really feels like an honor to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Next, we have Judith Auer, Stephen Pagnota, and John Rasmussen. Judith?
Judith indicated she's ceding her time, so I believe Stephen Pagnota.
Very good. Stephen?
Hello, my name's Steve Pagnota, and I live in the city of Boulder, pay city taxes, and vote in the city elections. I want to thank the council and all the participants for caring about our community and keeping democracy alive in this and many other ways. I want to request the council to please reject the spine development for the following reasons and all the other ones you've heard thus far. In the intro, the developers, I think, were disingenuous in lauding their efforts for community development, benefits for community development, and I don't see how, by destroying one of the rare wildlife areas home to keystone species that supports many other wildlife species, eagles, coyote, fox, you've heard it before. I don't see how it's a community benefit putting in high to ultra high housing that will congest the area. They talk about Having proximity to jobs, who knows that? How do they know that? They'll reduce travel by millions of miles. It'll increase travel by millions of miles without having schools, parks, shopping areas, libraries, businesses. The reality is going to be a lot more travel and a lot more traffic. We're an 85-minute walk to the nearest neighborhood school, Crestview Elementary. We're on a score of under 20 for walking accessibility. And as you've heard many times before, the bike route, the main artery, J Road, is notoriously dangerous and has been the site of multiple bike and car accidents, too many resulting in deaths. We are an inclusive and an inviting community. I believe in low-income housing, but let's do it with vision and creativity by using existing structures. I request that the council wait for a sub-community proposal before going forward. I'd like to end with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Next up, we're going to have John Rasmussen, Stephen Foster, and Nikki Kiana. John?
I'm not seeing John Rasmussen in the meeting. If he's in the meeting, please let me know through the Q&A. We'll circle back. I'm going to Stephen Foster next. You're queued up, Stephen. You may need to unmute.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, my name is Stephen Foster and I live in the Deerfield subdivision of Gun Barrel. I'm with the Gun Barrel Community Alliance. I pay taxes in the city of Boulder and I vote in city elections. I'd like to thank you for hearing what we're saying here this evening. I've lived in Gun Barrel for 28 years and during that time I've seen extensive unplanned development in the area. This has resulted in a community with few amenities and services, and we drive everywhere. You are empowered and have an opportunity to step up and impose a moratorium on development in Gun Barrel until the Gun Barrel community plan has been completed and approved. Please do this. Specific to this proposal, it is so poorly conceived that I strongly urge you to prevent it from moving forward. As you have heard, it is a complete mismatch. It conflicts with zoning in that it's ultra high density. There is no proposed adequate open space. It is inconsistent with the community. This is a land grab that will occupy the space, preventing use for higher benefits for the community when other land is available for housing. Housing should be built in line with a developed plan and include wildlife and prairie dogs especially. This plan fails on so many levels, and we believe the applicant has ignored the community's comments on this project. We urge you to review the letter from Mike Tropolis that summarizes a lot of the problems. As you have heard, there are so many with this plan that it fails the concept. All it will bring is increased conflict. It is obvious to those who live here that this is just a horrible idea. Please listen to the voice of your community on this one. We simply want a moratorium on any new development in Gun Barrel until a community plan has been developed, is final and approved. Thank you for listening to me this evening.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, we'll go back to John Rasmussen, who's sharing the line with Jan Rasmussen. So John, and then Nikki Kiana and Mary Rapp. John Rasmussen.
2 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Good evening all. John Rasmussen, 5955 Wellington Road, City of Boulder. I would sincerely like to thank the mayor, city council, and planning staff for their public service. I have lived in Boulder County since 1969 and have been an active voter in Boulder since 1972. Jan and I have raised our family and lived in the Gun Barrel community for over 30 years. We have witnessed significant new commercial development and increased residential density without a clear plan in place for the future. No new schools, parks, playfields, recreation facilities, libraries, or needed service retail have been added. Having recently retired from public service with the County Land Use Department, I fully understand and support the vision of the Boulder County Comprehensive Plan and adopted sustainability goals. The Gun Barrel Sub-Community Plan is needed now. It is so important to plan and implement now for the sustainable community we want our children to inherit. The scale, poor design, neighborhood incompatibility, and unsustainable nature of this proposal clearly identifies the need to complete the Gun Barrel sub-community plan before any changes of existing zoning uses are approved or increases in neighborhood density are considered anywhere in the Boulder Gun Barrel area. For many good reasons stated tonight, this proposal should be rejected with no additional staff time, assets wasted. Instead, provide support and direction for staff to work with Boulder County to complete a truly visionary, comprehensive development plan for Gun Barrel's sustainable future. Thank you for your time. And yes, there was so much more I wanted to say about how this public meeting process is being conducted. Not inclusive or accessible for so many in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next we have Nikki, Kiana, Mari Rapp, and Mike Chiropoulos. Nikki.
I'm not seeing Nikki Kiana in the meeting, so I'm going to call up Mari Rapp.
Very good.
I'm here. Thank you very much for giving me the time to talk to you. Obviously, you have heard from many people tonight. They've all had great points. They're very obvious. I think it's wonderful that the Gun Barrel Community Alliance is willing to work with the City Council and really work on a cohesive plan for Gun Barrel. Please, please, please. I've lived in Boulder for 45 years. I vote, I pay taxes, I work here, I volunteer all over the place. And I really beg of you to listen to us and show us and other people in Boulder that the City Council is listening and paying attention and trying to help residents. I implore you to go ahead and listen to the subcommittee plan and help us develop a better thing. There's several other reasons that I would like to point out besides the obvious density, the environmental, and traffic. We have a beautiful park right next to where I live. I moved here because of that. I am scared that if we add 800 people a block away, that they will be in this park and it will not any longer be something that we pay for privately, but that others will use. And thank you for your time tonight. Show me that you guys listen and work with the community, and I appreciate what you do. Thank you and good night.
Mari. Next, we have Mike Chiropoulos, Deanna Meyer, and Alexandra Pagnota. Mike.
Mike, we've gotten word that several folks are pooling with you tonight, so I believe you can start at 4 minutes.
Sounds great. Thank you, Sarah. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Okay. Mike Chiropoulos, attorney for Gun Barrel Community Alliance. First, thank you for calling up the concept plan, and to Jane for running the city the last few years. The ultra high density proposal is a non-starter if we want to plan a better gun barrel. The planning board and council have prioritized a gun barrel subcommunity plan in the 2020 BVCP midterm update. Appreciative residents look forward to planning for a more vibrant and resilient gun barrel with an enhanced quality of life, lower carbon footprint, and less reliance on cars. Under the current light industrial zoning, residential uses, quote, may be allowed in appropriate locations, not high density or a plan that flunks walkability. The PUD you heard about dates to the 1980s. Gun Barrel is historically Boulder Valley's poster child for Highlands Ranch style planning. Rooftop balconies are not open space, even in Manhattan. The quote unquote larger greens would be funny if the developers weren't serious in the concept plan. The opportunity plan of committing all 10 acres to high density residential today is losing them for other priority public uses ever. The plan directs, our comp plan directs ultra high density housing to sites planned for transit oriented redevelopment near major corridors and services. Sites with little or nothing in common with Spine Road. 268 units with several hundred parking spaces equals a 10-acre urban heat island. The concept plan would eviscerate the location's wildlife habitat, ecosystem services, and view shed. 4 recent examples of temporary moratoria on development in the city and county include: first, the Opportunity Zone, where in 2018, the city imposed a moratorium faced with an onslaught of new development. Updated zoning policies were designed to avoid haphazard, disjointed decisions. 2, Niwot, where in 2018, the county imposed a moratorium on accepting or processing new development in the Niwot Commercial District. Residents wanted to update density parameters and have a greater voice in their future. Both Niwot and Gun Barrel seek to retain a small town rural feel. Like Niwot 2018, Gun Barrel 2020 needs a timeout. 3, University Hill, where in 2015, the city imposed a housing moratorium, notwithstanding a consensus on the need for more CU student rentals. Today, Gun Barrel needs time to assess where and how to achieve the best mix of uses. 4, the 500-acre planning reserve since the 1970s, where the city has deferred proposals on all affordable housing development for hundreds of units on private property pending a comprehensive planning process. Today, Gun Barrel needs to assess its few remaining undeveloped properties for future community needs, including a library annex, swimming pool, rec center, playing fields, green spaces, habitat, wildlife corridors, and parks. Temporary development moratoria ensure intelligent land use decisions reflecting core community values. Ultra-high density and intensity are non-starters. An urban heat island fails the resiliency test. Gun Barrel sub-community planning needs to inform the highest and best uses of the 9.8 acres at Spine Road. Developers' concept is better suited to the 33-acre Diagonal Plaza, which is a parking lot and eyesore desperately seeking redevelopment that's attractive. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mike. Next up, we have Deanna Meyer, Alexandra Pagnota, and Jan Rasmussen. Deanna?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, good. Sorry, I was trying to unmute there. All right, my name is Deanna Meyer, and I am the Executive Director of Prairie Protection Colorado. I am here to speak on behalf of the biotic community at the Celestial Prairie Park. After committing a mass poisoning of wildlife, Celestial Seasonings set this land aside and promised advocates, locals, and the world community that this land would be devoted to preserving prairie habitat and would be used to help educate the public about the keystone role prairie dogs play in grasslands. Celestial specifically committed to, quote, continue working with environmental and wildlife organizations to develop their long-term strategy for coexistence with this prairie dog colony, end quote. Since advocates, wildlife organizations, and local residents became aware of this proposed development, they have continuously attempted to contact Celestial to discuss this breach of a commitment. Celestial's strategy has been to ignore all of the organizations and voices of concern. Celestial has put profit over their values and promises, has evaded concerns, and is letting down the community and the values of Boulder to benefit their shareholders at the detriment of wildlife habitat and the residents of the city of Boulder. I am speaking to each of you as the City of Boulder council members because, despite what some of you have told us, you do have the power to say no to this development. Each of you has been elected to represent the residents of this city, not the moneyed interests who are here to profit off of NEST projects financed by tax credits, tax-exempt bonds, and soft funds, which are not dependent on a return on investment from the projects or the communities themselves. Clearly, your constituents are asking that you represent their interests and uphold your responsibilities as city council members. The Celestial Prairie Park is far more valuable to this community than the profits that very few will receive for allowing the destruction of one of the last remnants of a healthy wildlife community within your city. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. Next, we have Alexandra Pagnota, Jan Rasmussen, and Rona Unsell. And Alexandra may be on John Rasmussen's line. I'm sorry.
Alexander is on Monica and Steve's line.
That's what I meant, Steve's line. Yep, sorry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, hello, my name is Alex and I'm 15 years old. I live in Maple Court, right across the street from the animal habitat the city is planning to build living spaces over. I'm here today to talk about the significance of wildlife in Boulder and how this wildlife impacts not only land, but the community and an ecosystem. As you may know, the prairie dog is a keystone animal, so if you take it out of the habitat in which it lives, the entire ecosystem will fail. When removing a keystone creature, or even relocating it, all the animals and plants that were in that area before will die as well. If the city allows this disruption of a habitat, it is showing how little they actually care about the values of Boulder, and that they don't actually believe that wildlife is as important as they lead on to. Not only does this construction impact wildlife, which we need to protect, but it will take away the usability to see nature and not just concrete buildings. If the city would like to build more housing units for the growing population of Boulder, it shouldn't be on land which we are all told to protect and treat with care from a young age. The land you build housing on should be land with no prairie dog preserve to destroy. I know for a fact that there are better places to build in Boulder that aren't on land full of wildlife. We need to protect the values of Boulder and the prairie dog preserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. Next, Jan Rasmussen, Rona Unsel, and Enrico Walduck. Jan?
Jan, before you start speaking, we had some difficulty hearing John on your line. So if you are listening to the live stream or the Channel 8 broadcast, it will be helpful if you mute that before you're speaking so there's no echo.
Hello, my name is Jan Rasmussen, and I live in the city of Boulder. I pay city taxes, and I vote in city elections. I've lived in the Gun Barrel area with my husband for over 30 years, and we've raised 2 wonderful boys here. I want to thank you for hearing concerns regarding the proposed development and ask that you reject this proposal and put a moratorium on development in Gun Barrel until we have a Gun Barrel sub-community plan. To start, I would like to point out this public hearing Zoom format is unlike any past hearings of such great import. This format is not inclusive or accessible to many in our community. I understand this format is being used because of the current pandemic, but this only highlights the need to complete the Gun Barrel sub-community plan prior to any decisions being made. This proposal does not adhere to many of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan principles and values. It lacks any creative, innovative thinking and is certainly not welcoming and inclusive. I absolutely agree there is an enormous need for affordable housing. However, this proposal segregates the affordable housing units into a separate area across the road from the remainder of the units. This is particularly concerning and does not seem to be a welcoming, inclusive approach to addressing the affordable housing need. In addition, the current proposal does not fit the needs of the community or offer to improve our neighborhood in any way. The proposed ultra-high density grossly exceeds the neighborhood character. The proposal does not include mixed use, such as a neighborhood market and service retail. This proposal clearly identifies the need to complete the Gun Barrel sub-community plan before any new changes of zoning use or increase in neighborhood density should be approved in the Gun Barrel area. Please stand with and work in concert with the county to achieve a sustainable, comprehensive development plan for Gun Barrel's future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jan. Next, we have Rona Unsel, Enrico Walduck, and the next one seems like a address to me, so Connie Bobka will be next. So Rona?
Thank you. My name is Rona Unsel, and I'm opposed to this development. I've lived on 4527 Wellington Road for 20 years, which is very close to the proposed Celestial Seasoning project. I'm a resident of Boulder County, and I vote. I'm also a member of the Gun Barrel Community Alliance, and thank you so much for calling up this meeting and allowing us to voice our concerns. GCA is committed to the Gun Barrel community, and we envision the future of Gun Barrel with a thoughtful mix of land uses, including residential, commercial, business, and industrial, while still preserving our remaining open spaces and natural habitat. We want a comprehensive plan informed by core principles in BVCP and sensitive to our community goals, objectives, and values. Intelligent sub-community planning is the only way to achieve our vision for Gun Barrel. Any decisions for significant acreage of undeveloped land in Gun Barrel will impact the imminent sub-community plan. City Council should approve a temporary moratorium on accepting or processing new development proposals until the new plan is finalized. This request is consistent with and supported by numerous temporary development moratoria approved by the City Council in the last 5 years and beyond. I cite Niwot as an excellent example. We're also in the middle of a global pandemic with no immediate, end in sight. This proposed development is unsuitable for this location because of its ultra high density. It's unsuitable for our rural Gun Barrel neighborhood, and that's zoned light manufacturing. None of Gun Barrel is zoned for high density. Please reject this proposal and place a moratorium on all development in Gun Barrel until we have a sub-community plan in place. Please hear us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rona. Next, Rico Waldock, Connie Bobka, and Jamila Zidan. Rico?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Eriko Yatabe Waldock, and we used to live in Gun Barrel, but now in Boulder County. And we pay county taxes, and my family vote with passion. There are many housing stocks available in Gun Barrel and Boulder. Adding to that, Diagonal Crossing has 250 units in the inclusive neighborhood, and the development on the Lee Hill and Broadway will add 200 more. Housing market will not continue to grow forever. I moved from New York, so trust me on that. A few days ago, Elevation Community Land Trust announced that they had acquired 13 townhomes from 2 CU professors who wish to make them affordable housing in Gun Barrel. That is what we need. Destroying open space and build something new is a very outdated concept, like shoulder pads. There will not be open space to build forever. We cry over possible extinction of white rhino. We cry over possible extinction of elephant. Only because we see prairie dogs here, we should not assume that they will be here forever. We should prevent possible extinction of prairie dogs in Boulder and all wildlife that depends on them. Once the habitat goes, extinction happens. Affordable housing is important, but by killing wildlife and destroying open space, the quality of life would go down for everyone, the current resident and the future residents of affordable housing. I am asking you to reject this proposal and put the moratorium on development in Gun Barrel. Thank you very much.
Rico. Next, we have Connie Bobka, Jamila Zidan, and Mary Rapp. Connie?
Not seeing Connie or Jamila in the meeting. I'm going to move on to, and Mari has already spoken. She's a duplicate sign up. So I'm going to move on to Ria. And if Connie and Jamila are here, please do let me know and we'll be sure to circle back to you. Ria, you're on the air. You may need to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I'm gonna be really quick because so many people have made so many great points already in opposition to this development about the prairie dogs and about how we are not getting all the information on the amenities that are available and how it's not a good place for affordable housing in Boulder, even though affordable housing is a big problem in Boulder. So I'm just going to try and be really short and say that I agree with all those points, but perhaps most importantly, we are your constituents. We are voters. We live in your city and we're very concerned about this. And so it's very important that you listen to our opinion. I'm a Gun Barrel resident. I just bought here last year. So but I've been a Boulder resident my whole life. So yeah, so those are my main points. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you, Ria. Next, we have Susan Lambert, Vadim Grabois, and Arlene Oleg. Susan?
So I'm concerned that I'm not seeing Susan Lambert in the meeting at the moment, Sam, but several people have ceded time to her. So if she is in the meeting under a different name now, I'm going to ask her to communicate with me through Q&A, and we'll move on to Vadim.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, I'm a resident of Boulder in Mapleton Hill. I want to remind you that there will be far more people who call these apartments home than people speaking in opposition today. I'm speaking in support of this proposal. I biked to Celestial Seasonings on Sunday to see what all the fuss was about, and I saw the prairie dogs. I was there for about 15 minutes just checking out the area, and I didn't see anyone there except for a few cars driving by. It makes sense that no one would want to visit this place. It's an ugly field next to a noisy highway. Yeah, you can see prairie dogs there, but you can see prairie dogs pretty much everywhere. I saw prairie dogs in the northern part of Gun Barrel on the same bike ride, even though I wasn't looking for them. They aren't even the least bit endangered, and Parks and Wildlife mostly cares about managing their populations to avoid bothering humans, not about conserving them. Prairie dogs are great, but you know what's better? Parents being able to spend time with their children because they no longer have to commute for hours to get to their job in Boulder. That's who will live here, people who would otherwise been priced out of Boulder entirely and would be forced to drive from far away, increasing traffic for everyone in the area. I'm sick of seeing people getting priced out and forced into long car commutes. It's bad for people's mental health and it's terrible for the environment. I agree that Gun Barrel has been treated poorly. For the people who are complaining about lack of services, amenities, crosswalks, bus service, etc., having more residents and voters living nearby will get you more attention from the city. It doesn't make sense to run frequent bus service to a barren field. It makes much more sense to run bus service to a dense housing development. If you want amenities, having more residents will support more and better amenities. That's how all cities work. If I lived nearby, I'd be excited for this development. We're in a recession, and if developers want to bring jobs and economic growth to Boulder and pay for permanently affordable housing, we should let them. I urge you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Vadim. And we'll go back to Susan Lambert, who will have 4 minutes because of pool time.
Bear with me, she was under a different name and now I'm not finding that name. Give me one moment, please.
Susan B. Davis, I believe.
That's what I believe as well, but I'm not now finding Susan B. Davis, although she was here a minute ago.
Okay, very good. Well, we'll pause and skip Susan for now, and we'll go on to Arlene Olek, followed by Margaret Arnett and Anna Geyer.
Arlene, you're queued up. You may need to unmute.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Arlene Olick, and I have lived in the city of Boulder for 43 years, 26 of those 43 years in the Gun Barrel area. I pay taxes and I vote in elections. I am working with the Gun Barrel Community Alliance to achieve a more livable and vibrant Gun Barrel. I have concerns regarding the proposed development at the Celestial Seasoning area. There was mentioned earlier that a convenience store would be within the complex. Is this really necessary? Celestial Seasonings has a store and a cafe within their building. In front of Leading Tree, which is across the street, a new set of stores were built a couple years ago. Currently, there are still many empty storefronts. Again, in Gun Barrel, there is a cafeteria within Celestial Seasoning, a coffee shop at King Soopers, and a Todd's Espresso Cafe next to King Soopers. Do we really need more? Also, it was mentioned that the apartments are geared for young professional tenants who will use public transportation and bike to work. And most of likely, these apartments will be occupied by families using cars to reach their apartments. Is there a consideration for additional places for these families might go for the outdoors? Plus, what about schools and libraries for these families? The bus system is not very reliable. Spine is extremely busy with bikers and cars. To reach these apartments, occupants would have to require to drive to access the nearest services and amenities. I did not notice any defined infrastructure in this development. These apartments will increase traffic. Spine is not wide enough to support additional traffic, and an increased number of people will be using Spine. The roads are not maintained. There are many potholes. There will be increased noises due to the apartments. I believe the following developments of Liquor Mart area, the Belmont area, the Diagonal area, and the new construction from the Google at Pearl and 30 with a mixture of residential and commercial space would meet the requirements of young professionals and families to walk, bike to work, and bus. not sure why Boulder needs to build these 268 apartments in Gun Barrel when there's so many being built in Boulder right now with better bikes and bike lanes and bus lanes.
Thank you, Arlene. Yep. Next, we have Margaret Arnett, Anna Geyer, and Arlene Olek. Margaret?
Margaret was in the meeting, but I don't see her in any longer. I'm going to call on Anna Geyer, and I'll just point out that Arlene Olek was on here twice. So I think after that would be Jean Hancock.
Very good.
Okay, Anna, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
I think I'm on.
Yes.
Thank you, Council, for this opportunity. My name is Anna Geyer. I live in Willowbrook Condominiums, and I am a part of the Gun Barrel Community Alliance, and I oppose this development. I am also live right across the street from the Gun Barrel Community Park, which you've heard about. It's a private park, and all of us in the complexes around here pay for it, which is over 1,000 residents, or 1,000 units, I should say. I'm not going to repeat everything. I agree what everybody else said tonight that are in opposition. But I also urge you to read the letter from Attorney Mike Chiropoulos that was sent to you, and to work with the Gun Barrel Community Alliance to create a gun barrel comprehensive sub-community plan. I have lived here for over 20 years. When I first moved here, it was quiet. Now, starting at 5 a.m., there is a constant din of traffic. I am also speaking as a real estate agent. Interestingly enough, the market is very active right now with single-family homes, but not so much with attached dwellings. This is not the kind of design people want to live in right now. This project has hotel-like hallways for the apartment entrances. And as has been said, it's denser than any of the condominium complexes in the area. Including, I also want to mention that Powderhorn and all the other complexes have private entrances to their units. So this development is not really contiguous. Let's see. I also wanted to say that I heard some of the people on the planning board, some of the committee people, making some comments about owners at Powderhorn. These owners had mountain views, and the planning board said they should be happy that they had those views for the time.
Thank you, Anna. And we'll go back now to Susan Lambert, who I believe is on the line. And Susan, you'll have 4 minutes for full time.
Great. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. And I have 2 people pulling time for me.
We've confirmed that. You're good.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Hi, I'm Susan Lambert, and I live in unincorporated Gun Barrel. I'm speaking tonight in strong opposition to the proposed development by Coburn Partners and Andy Ellison at the Celestial Seasoning site. The proposal is deeply flawed in many respects, but among the most glaring are the lack of an independent, legitimate traffic study. The applicant's traffic study for their own proposed development erroneously assumes that 20% of all vehicle trips generated will somehow be offset with alternative transportation modes, which is wholly unsupported. With a walk score of only 23, that assumption is ludicrous. Regarding scarce IM zoning, there is no compelling reason to convert this land from light industrial to housing. Other facets of Boulder's government have expressed deep concerns for the rapid loss of industrial zone land and its long-range negative impact. It weakens Boulder's sustainability, resiliency, and flexibility to provide land for diverse businesses. Perhaps my most important concern, though, is that of this particular applicant. Andy Allison and his former partners, Element Properties, have an abysmal track record for affordable housing developments, which is on full display in Boulder. Mr. Allison's past projects at Nest Apartments in Boulder are the poster child for neglect, substance abuse, criminal activity, and neighborhood disturbances, as police reports for each and every one of them reflects. He and his associates who produced the Nest properties have allowed them to fall into disrepair, with a large portion of Nest managed by an out-of-state entity who apparently seldom shows up. There is no reason to think they would do anything different this time around. To be clear, this isn't a NIMBY thing, it's a community concern thing. There are real people with real needs and realities which we can only imagine who are living in the nest properties, and they deserve far better than this kind of treatment and neglect. If you ask Boulder Police, I'm sure they could show you records to back this up. Please do not advance this project as proposed, and instead ask them to go back to the drawing board to address the numerous flaws, deficiencies, failings, and limitations. Or better yet, recommend that this developer focus on fixing the mess they've already created in Boulder instead of putting them into the position to create another one. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Next up, we have Jean Hancock, Elle Cushman, and Chase French. Jean?
I'm not seeing Jean or Elle in the meeting. I do see a French in the meeting. It's not Chase French, but I'm going to just check in and see if Chase French is on the same line.
Very good.
Tracy French, I'm queuing you up. Is Chase on the same line as you?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Chase was giving his time to somebody who, Susan Lambert actually, or somebody that she didn't need the time, so he went to bed.
Okay, so he is seated.
Yes, he is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, John Owen, Jill Mitchell, and Connie Bobka. John?
I'm not seeing a John Owen in the meeting. I'm going to move on to Jill Mitchell.
Hello, good evening. Well, I am strongly opposed to this proposal, and I support a moratorium on further housing development in Gun Barrel until there's a Gun Barrel subcommittee plan that addresses the infrastructure and amenity needs, as so many others before me tonight have so eloquently discussed. I've been a resident or owner in Powderhorn for the past 13 years. I reside, pay taxes, work, and vote in Boulder County. From the Hain Celestial website, it states that the company's purpose is to, quote, create and inspire a healthier way of life, end quote. On the Celestial Seasonings website, it states that Celestial Seasonings, quote, has always believed that the goodness of our teas should be exceeded only by the goodness of our actions toward the world, end quote. Well, those actions start at a local level. And as is apparent from the vast number of comments this evening from neighbors who oppose this development, I think it's clear that Celestial is not living up to their stated mission. At the very least, if this project is allowed to proceed, there must be more investment, not just in housing, but in support of a true community through an appropriate development of transportation, attention to walkability and sustainability, ecological preservation, community-oriented amenities. So to the council, first of all, thank you for your time tonight. And I beseech you to please stand up to represent the rights of the Gun Barrel community and your constituents and place a moratorium on further housing development until the infrastructure and community amenity issues have been addressed. To Hain Celestial, please take action and live up to your stated corporate values. Again, to quote, create and inspire a healthier way of life and to exercise goodness of your actions towards the world. That starts by truly listening to your neighbors and by supporting community, not just development. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Next, we have Connie Bobka, Laura Olson, and Claudia Team. Connie?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Connie.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. All right. I'm speaking regarding the promise that was made by Celestial Seasonings CEO Steve Hughes in 1999 that he would preserve the future prairie dogs after the poisoning of many prairie dogs on their land a while back. That promise is in the danger of being reneged due to the possible selling of land owned by Celestial Seasonings for profit. In other words, profit before life. I'm speaking in regard to the possible decimation of the current prairie dogs on that land. It seems like Colorado in general has become a kill state. Wildlife is no longer valued, and not much effort is put forth to preserve them. Thus, in this pandemic, it is really important to make decisions that take into consideration who will be impacted by those decisions, namely the decimation of the prairie dog colony there, which prairie dogs are down to 1% of their populace in Colorado. And it's important to note that when you wipe out prairie dogs, you also wipe out other species that depend upon them. It's also important to note that you need to consider people in these decisions because many people are traumatized by witnessing the killing of these animals. I have done so many times, and I was so traumatized, I had nightmares for a long time. If council approves this decision to allow prairie dogs to be killed for this project, and Celestial Seasonings to even think of doing such an act when they made a promise long ago, the message that is sent that it's okay to break a promise, it's okay to kill animals if they are in the way, and it's okay to make decisions against the environment, devastating other wildlife as well. Celestial Seasonings' possible decision to destroy more of the ecosystem for capitalism is poor timing amidst a pandemic where destruction is all around. Listen to people. Listen to the secret cries of the prairie dogs and other wildlife. Do the right thing for the ecosystem. Do the right thing for animals. Do the right thing for the people of Colorado.
Thank you, Connie. Next, we have Laura Olson, Claudia Team, and Andrew Harris. Laura?
If somebody named Laura with a first name in the meeting, I'm going to check and see if it's Laura Olson because there's no other Laura on the list. Laura, are you Laura Olson?
Laura, you may be on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes, my last name is Olson, O-L-S-O-N. I have lived and paid taxes, etc., in Gun Barrel for 20 years. However, I have 4 generations of immediate family in the Boulder area. Both my grandfather and my father, who built a cabin in Grand Lake in 1902, and my father took the trolley, which ran alongside Route 36 to CU from East Denver. Then I brought my brother to CU when 36 was still a toll road, then myself and my son. I am in my 84th year. This bill and similar bills never, ever was the vision of the City Council of Boulder. From the past, you must look back in order to look forward. City Council from some time ago was to have Gun Barrel have some industrial properties for citizens of Boulder to have more employment and the industries to be closer to the actual city, not the other way around. Live where you work is a nice sales pitch for builders. Admit it that very few of us, if any, particularly right now, except for COVID, in regular non-COVID times, get to do this. Not hardly ever. This is a very congested area. Powderhorn Habitat, Hunter Creek, and Huntington Point are all basically within a block and a half. Please come out and walk this area, which I don't think you have done. This is exactly what was not envisioned for Boulder. A service people area for the expensive area of the actual city and its elites. That's not Boulder. Not what anyone in Boulder ever envisioned would happen to their city over the many years, or even the newbies.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Next, we have Claudia Team, Andrew Harris, and Courtney McGuire. Claudia?
Good evening, members of council. My name is Claudia Hansen-Thiem. I've owned a condo in North Boulder for long enough to recognize what a privilege that is. I want to share my support for constructing permanently affordable and modest market rate rental housing on the Spine Road parcels. As you know, the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan identifies housing affordability and diversity as key needs in our community. And despite our preference for detached single-family homes, which are as responsible for the degradation of native ecosystems as any new development, The reality is that apartments are a housing type that can really move the needle on both of these problems. The comp plan also identifies a need for more housing near employment centers and moves towards allowing housing in industrial zones to improve Boulder's jobs to housing imbalance. This project supports both of those goals, again, at scale. Most comments tonight have focused on whether housing is built and not on improving the preliminary proposal. With regard to the concept plan, I agree with staff's notes about making open spaces more active and usable and moving car parking away from central shared spaces. Small commercial spaces would also be appropriate, although they are not allowed by the current zoning. The city, for its part, would do well to listen to current residents' concerns about inadequate infrastructure and amenities, at least in those portions of Gun Barrel that lie within municipal boundaries. The neighborhood deserves champions for investment on this and every council. But these are not issues that can be addressed in an isolated concept review, and they are not reasons to delay or chip away at a project that fills an urgent need and is following existing rules. Please support housing on Spine Road. Please work with the project team to make this the best possible home for the working people and families that I hope it will enable to become more deeply integrated in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Next, Andrew Harris, Courtney McGuire, and Michael Day. Andrew?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Howdy, folks. My name is Andrew Harris. I'm a resident at Willowbrook down the street. I pay my taxes to the county and to the city when appropriate. I vote and volunteer at the Boulder County Dems as part of their Get Out the Vote efforts. And I'd like to strongly support this development. I had a very long thing written up, but I'd like to start by echoing all of the statements that Claudia made about the necessity of this development to allow more low-income folks and working folks to live in and become integrated into the Boulder community. I think that's a beautiful sentiment and really speaks to this concept of equity, not only to current residents, but to future residents within the city of Boulder. As a 5-year resident myself, I've frequently used the bus stop on Sleepy Time and Spine that is apparently so maligned by this community. I regularly would take the J to my doctoral commitment at CU on the 205T to a contracting job on 28th daily when the weather is too bad to bike. All that time, I often lamented the fact that you have this enormous parcel of land that is very poorly suited to be a nature preserve. It is surrounded on every side by existing development, a 4-lane highway, a collector road, and an existing industrial facility that we do not use to house people on this existing bus line and bike infrastructure. I echo the sentiment that I think the infrastructure needs to be looked at. I was very pleased to see that the developers are supporting a widening of Spine and protected bike lanes. And I'd encourage them to look at increasing the frequency of buses along that route to match the development. But I don't think any of these things are showstoppers or reasons to put a moratorium on development in Gun Barrel. I think such a thing would be a disaster, not only for the community here, but for the city in general. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrew. Next up, Courtney McGuire, Michael Day, and Tracy McCoy. Courtney?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Council and Planning Board, for your time. I am a 13-year city and Gun Barrel resident, vote in city elections and pay city taxes. I am against this project for several reasons. The development proposal was submitted in the midst of a pandemic and was not informed by any public meetings or community outreach on the part of the developer. Gun Barrel lacks the public transportation infrastructure and public amenities to support this population increase. Again, the importance of sub-community planning. The new development behind King Soopers was mentioned earlier, and the fact that it is still not bustling. If this goes through, what guarantee do we have that the developer will, in fact, put in affordable housing? Or will they be able to just pay a fee to get out of it after the project's already been approved? Higher road traffic is a given. I walk my dog every day along Spine Road and people drive incredibly fast. We've already had to sporadically put up speed traps, which don't work, and widening the road is not going to change the speeding, as someone mentioned earlier about biking on J Road. A big draw for Boulder is the importance of prioritizing the environment, the open space. Celestial Seasonings currently hosts a healthy, thriving, supposedly protected prairie dog colony, a keystone species with less than 1% of their natural habitat left. But there are also numerous birds of prey, eagles, hawks, falcons. We'd be pushing them out of their homes. There would be increased traffic along the creek path, affecting specifically the great horned owls. Dog park is unable to absorb an 800 plus population spike into a private park. In closing, I'd like to echo the GCA's attorney in their letter to the City Council. Informed decision-making and intelligent land use planning dictate looking before we leap. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Courtney. Next, Michael Day, Tracy McCoy, and David Ridey. Michael?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you. So I'm just going to make a couple of observations. I think that folks on both sides of this issue have done a remarkable job of speaking to the concerns that we have. The main thing that I would like to put forward for all of us to consider is that once the agreement has been given and the ground has been broken on this development, we are all stuck with the consequences for several decades. I'm not opposed to growth in Boulder County. I'm actually a native. I've lived here most of my life with a few stints in other spots. I've always come back. I've always loved it. Chief Niwat's prescient curse notwithstanding, I think that it's possible for us to find a way to balance the needs that we all see for affordable housing, for equity, for preservation of wildlife. And I really think that the most necessary part of all that is not a permanent rejection of growth at this location or any other location, not a permanent condemnation of the type of development that's being proposed, but rather a more considered, more thoughtful, more data-driven investigation of exactly how we as a community that includes the city of Boulder, the community of Gun Barrel, and the rest of Boulder County can meet those needs in a way that are going to make all of us, whatever our particular positions are on this issue at this moment, happy with the result of the combined decision that we made in 20 or 30 years' time when we are looking back on its impact on everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next, we have Tracy McCoy, David Ridey, and Lisa White. Tracy?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Tracy Harrington McCoy, and I'm a Boulder City resident. I vote in city elections and pay city taxes. I'm an enormous fan of Gun Barrel and Boulder and consider myself lucky to live here. I'm against any new development next to Celestial Seasonings. Before I dive in, I want to thank the council for listening to all sides of this issue, and thank you also to the planning board and the GCA. I live at the end of Brandywine Court, and my backyard backs up to Spine Road. I have 3 small children, and I'm already nervous about the heavy traffic on Spine. I'm extremely nervous about significantly increasing the traffic, mostly for my children's safety, but also because of the noise. We already are frequently awakened by car noise, and am quite concerned that increasing the traffic will only make it worse for all the housing along Spine. To this point, I think it is a density issue. The proposed development is high density, which is inconsistent with the neighborhood. The proposed 12 buildings with 268 residential units on 10 acres will be about twice as dense as the densest subdivision in the area, and 13 times more dense than the subdivision of single-family homes immediately to the south. I strongly believe the proposal should be denied as it stands. P.S. My kids love the prairie dogs, as do all the neighborhood kids. Thanks so much for listening.
Tracy. Next, we have David Ridey, Lisa White, and Robert O'Day. David?
I'm not seeing David or Lisa in the meeting any longer. I do have Robert O'Day here, and he is fooling with several folks. So I believe he will get 4 minutes.
And who's he fooling with? Can you put that in the chat? Thank you.
Who's listening? Who's taking to?
I can do that.
Who's here?
This is a city council meeting.
The city council. So is
Robert, are you there? your turn to speak.
Robert, you're on mute and we can't hear you right now. Okay, why don't we take a pass on Robert O'Day for the moment. We'll come back to you. Next is Dan Harlowski.
Dan, you're on live. You'll need to unmute. Dan, you're on the line. Dan had indicated previously that he'd be willing to cede time if somebody needed it. So I'm not sure, nobody's asked for him to pool the time with him, but he may not be planning to speak. So you can go to the next person on the list.
It's Coco. And while we're waiting, Robert, we see that you're on the phone line. We will come to you after Coco speaks.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name's Coco and I live in the city of Boulder. I work with the Gun Barrel Community Alliance and we're here to help the city of Boulder and Boulder County achieve a more livable, vibrant, resilient, and inclusive gun barrel. A lot of these points you've already heard, but they're worth repeating. Gun Barrel retains good habitat for resident wildlife, including owls and healthy prairie dog towns, and offers important migration corridors for dozens of species ranging from deer and bobcats to fox and coyotes. There's ample housing stock compared to Boulder proper, with lots of vacancies right now for both affordable and market price rentals. A gun barrel sub-community plan was achieved in 2004, but it was ignored in 2015 to build a block of apartments with a small commercial lane. Gun Barrel is still waiting for the more livable, walkable, and resilient community and public amenities envisioned by the plan. The commitment to a new gun barrel sub-community plan was one of 3 priorities approved by the Planning Commission in March of 2020 for the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan 2020 midterm update. This economic downturn is probably going to last, and it may take years to recover to the point where this kind of housing is needed. Segregation of affordable housing units, smaller space, separate pool, into a separate area across the road from the remainder of the units is a particular weakness. Some proposals and conclusions of the Gun Barrel Community Alliance. Prioritize the connection of Gun Barrel off-street bike paths to the Boulder off-street bike path system via East Pearl Street and Valmont. Find land trust organizations to help purchase these and other important gun barrel parcels for permanent protection from development. Institute a team of sub-community ombudsmen to receive, document, and process suggestions and complaints from residents of all Boulder neighborhoods, not just Gun Barrel, in a systematic and coordinated manner. I'm asking you to reject this proposal and put a moratorium on development in Gun Barrel until we have a Gun Barrel sub-community plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Coco. We'll go back now to Robert O'Day, who's on the phone.
Great, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
We can.
We can.
Just confirming I have time pooled with others.
Yes,
Great,
you do.
thank you.
You have 4 minutes.
Great, thank you. I appreciate your time tonight. I appreciate your patience, and I sincerely appreciate the service of each of you. I shared a letter with you earlier today that outlines 4 reasons why I'm deeply concerned about the project before you. I'm not a NIMBY development opponent. In fact, I've personally participated in the development of more than 20,000 individual apartments across the entire Western U.S. over the last decade. This project, however, and its applicant are unfit for the location where it's proposed. I'm concerned this project is being proposed on land that's zoned for industrial use. If its use is changed to permit this project, the industrial inventory will be gone forever. This comes at a massive long-term economic and cultural cost to the city. Second, the plan does not come close to meeting the code requirement on contiguous open space. While you obviously, as council, have discretion to deviate from the letter of the code, I urge you to remember that the contiguous open space requirement is a very deliberate condition that was implemented specifically to make sure that when the community cedes scarce, high-value industrial land, it receives in return a project that is unique and valuable to the community because of its contiguous open space characteristic. This project does not come close to satisfying the letter or spirit of the code. 3, the surface infrastructure surrounding the site is simply incapable of accommodating the 2,000 new daily vehicle trips that are forecast for this project. The team tries to conceal this shortcoming. In fact, today, Pete Weber of Coburn, again in his presentation, used a fake map that is off by 50% in its proximity reference of the subject site to Gun Barrel's actual services and grocery store. They again tonight relied on creating incredible claims that feel great, but like so much of this concept, just don't add up. Simple math. 1 million vehicle miles saved by this project would require 300 residents to entirely give up an average of 13 miles a day of commuting and never again drive a single mile to or from work. This makes no more sense than the idea that residents will walk 3.2 miles round trip to a grocery store. The games this development team are playing are insulting to you, the council, and to the intelligence of the entire community. Their games are typical of a disturbing pattern that's emerged recently in Boulder, where if a high-density apartment project applicant embraces on-site affordable housing, they gain the activist participation and support of HHS and others within the city, and thereafter the review process takes on an us-against-them dynamic, wherein no matter how engaged, well-reasoned, constructive, or insightful community input is, or how overwhelmingly uniform the community is in opposing a project, it's simply dismissed as background noise or NIMBYism, and the council falls neatly in line with staff recommendation. This dynamic is brilliantly on display in the email that HHS Director Fern Harbor sent to City Manager Bradigam after the recent May Planning Board hearing on this same project, in which Fern Harbor arrogantly characterized the 200 participants on the Zoom meeting as, quote, 85% of the people were angry, bitter, and emotional. Really? If those comments were made by Fern Harbor on another subject before this council, I'm certain his employment would be terminated, as it should be now. There's no place for city staff, especially senior staff, to mock public participation. This project, positioned as a great addition to Boulder's affordable inventory, is in fact a shameful example of social strip mining. The on-site component of this project is not actually on-site, it's not integrated, and it's not inclusive. There's segregated buildings on a divided site with segregated ownership, segregated managers, separate property boundaries. In closing, please listen to your constituents, lead with integrity. Take time to investigate the facts, review the actual impact and record of Allison's past project, study their misleading presentation, and ask yourself why they do that.
That's enough.
Thank you.
So next we have Nancy. So I'll let you take over here, Sarah, because you had mentioned in the chat.
So Nancy Specian has already spoken. I've looked for the next several participants in the meeting. Nidhi Seth Huber, Fidel Santos, Catherine Chrisman, Don Reg, Davis Russell, Rod Riatima, and Charlie Bachman, and I'm not seeing any of them in the meeting. So if any of you are here, please communicate to me. We do have one final person on the list who is in the meeting, and that is Carmen Barron. Carmen, I've queued you up. You will need to unmute.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can. You're a little faint.
Oh, okay. I'll try to speak up. Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thanks. Good evening, everybody. My name is Carmen Barron. I'm a resident of Boulder County. I pay county taxes, and yes, I vote. I oppose this proposed dense development at Spine Road. Adding 600 new residents here is unreasonable, unnecessary, and hasty in this time of COVID. Existing office buildings and other commercial spaces in the city could soon be emptying and available for repurposing in greater volume than ever before. And how can Coburn invite more people to reside at this site right beside railroad tracks to suffer through freight train horns blaring at all hours of the day or night? This is currently a light industrial use area, so noise impact is not as drastic for those businesses as it would be for new residential neighbors. This Spine Road site is wildlife habitat for many species, as you've heard already, and is one of very few open spaces in our neighborhood. The city claims no formal legal responsibility in Celestial Seasonings' 1999 promise to set aside 15 acres as a protected prairie dog preserve. But don't you have a responsibility to retain the goodwill and respect of our community by recognizing, honoring, and enforcing their commitment? Our gun barrel neighborhoods have been regularly bombarded with the threat of random, unrealistic development. It's frustrating to be subjected to yet another destructive overcrowding threat with Coburn's new proposal for infilling this precious area. Examine your feelings. You praised your colleague, Tanya Anie, earlier for making people feel seen. Please see us here in Gun Barrel. Please err on the side of caution. Consider quality of life over development dollar. Someone needs to be thoughtful and accountable for the consequences of these decisions. I ask you to reject this proposal and put a moratorium on any further development in Gun Barrel, especially during our national health and economic crises. Instead, please prioritize completing a Gun Barrel subcommunity plan that incorporates local neighborhood input and focuses on the needs of the existing Gun Barrel community. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Carmen. And Sarah, I'll turn back to you to see if you have seen anyone towards the end of this list show up.
Let me just do a quick search. Nobody has communicated with me that they have come into the meeting and we missed them. So I think you're probably okay to close the hearing.
Very good. With that, we will bring the public hearing to a close and bring this issue back to council. So I guess we are ready for discussion or further questions to staff. Let's see here. I see no hands up. I assume that there's some folks. Mary, Mark. So Mary, you're up. And I see Aaron.
Yeah, so questions for staff. Was Spine Road one of the recipients of the 20-mile-per-hour reduction in speed?
So I'm not exactly sure, Mary Sloan. I don't know if you're aware.
Hey, Mary, anecdotally, I drive that about once a week, and I have not seen any of the new 20-mile-per-hour Vision Zero signs on Spine Road.
Well, that would be great if somebody could just follow up on that question. There was a suggestion from some of the speakers to lower the speed limit. I was just curious if that had happened there. So that's one question.
Yeah, Mary, to pipe in, it is a collector, so I don't believe that it applies to collector streets.
Okay.
That's only residential.
Okay, thank you. Is there any reason why apartments can't convert to condominiums after a certain amount of time?
No, we don't regulate ownership typology. How that interfaces or plays with permanently affordable, I'd have to defer to Kurt on, but just generically, we don't regulate the typology of ownership.
Okay. And somebody also brought up the point of 99% of, and it's probably higher than that, of the projects that come forward are approved. And why is that? Is it because of private property rights, perhaps? Well, okay, so
I guess, Mary, I think at the end of the day, you know, the decisions are based on criteria. And I think that, you know, by the time something gets before planning board and or city council, there's been a lot of work with the applicant so that we feel like the criteria have been addressed. So that's what we base our recommendations on to Planning Board and Council.
And is it also because of denial of a project has to have some very stringent, meet some very stringent criteria?
Well, I think you need to make findings based on the criteria of denial, just like we would make on a recommendation for approval.
And because you've worked with the property owner as you move through the process, you've pretty much taken care of all of those criteria.
We like to try to move things forward with recommendations of approval, but there are times, when we feel like the criteria aren't met and we're not getting there with the applicant that we have to recommend approval. It's rare, but again, this project has been in the making for, how long now, Sloan, before we've, the concept plan process has probably gone 10 months.
Yeah, it was January of this year.
January, okay. Okay. That's all the questions I have for now.
Great. And next is Mark, Junie, and Aaron. I think since we're at this point, we've brought this back to the council. You can also, you don't have questions, you can go ahead and make your comments now. This is a feedback opportunity. Mark?
Thank you, Sam. I was going to ask you that very question. So I'm going to offer some comments. To me, this is a very problematic and deeply deficient project in a number of ways. Let me offer a few comments. I do believe it is grotesquely out of character with the surrounding neighborhood, and it's not remotely contextual with the remainder of Gun Barrel. Second, in an era when we value 15-minute walkable neighborhoods, this is the furthest thing possible from meeting that objective. It's not Boulder Junction, it's out in Gun Barrel, and there's nothing walkable about this project. Third, the concept of open space as it's been presented so far in this project is basically ludicrous. The interior is primarily a parking lot. On page 33 of the plan, we were shown a number of idyllic illustrations of what well landscaped, innovative open space might look like, but that's not what this project is at the moment. It's a parking lot. Next, the monotony of the architectural forms in this project give it the appearance from the street more of a barracks than a welcoming residential community. And I contrast it to, say, the Holiday neighborhood with its variety of forms. This is really a sad second best. And lastly, to me, this project is representing a bad bargain that we're asked to accommodate in order to obtain affordable housing. I want that affordable housing, as I believe most of us do. But it's time that the market rate portions of residential projects stand on their own and be judged on their own merits, not merely as a necessary evil in order to obtain the affordable housing. And on that basis, this project fails the test on nearly every ground, from context to design to aesthetics, to lack of walkability, et cetera, et cetera. I would greatly urge the property owner and the designers to pick up their pencils and try to be a little more imaginative, try to fit this project into the existing Gun Barrel community and to remedy some of the very serious and manifest defects that we see in the current design. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next we have Junie, Aaron, Mirabai, and then Mary again.
Can you hear me, Sam?
You're up. Yep.
Yeah, I just have a few questions based on open comment. And before I start with the question, I've been to Gun Barrel as well, and I think a lot of the community members were inviting some of us to go there. And when I ran for council, I made it part of going out there and meeting community members, and that was very important to me. And I do agree with some of the comments made when it comes to access to services in Gun Barrel, and having one bus going to an area is not enough. So we definitely need better services in that area. also another thing I think even council have talked about, that when it comes to library services, we don't have that over there either. So I think there are a lot of things that we really need to consider as we're going through this process. You know, whether it's working with RTD to ensure that, you know, we have better services for people when we have housing. And I think, again, part of it is that providing housing is not just one thing. It's so much more connected to other services. And I think that's very important that we keep that in mind. And I think a lot of community members brought that out tonight. And I think my question to you, because I think some of the community members were talking about the subcommittee plan, community plan, and I wanted to know what is the feasibility of having a subcommittee community plan, and how would that somehow facilitate the process, or would it be a hindrance?
We don't have a Ponderosa community plan on our work program. That's something that council would have to prioritize as with the rest of the work of the.
Okay, so you're saying that's something that council have to prioritize as the next step in the process?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. And another thing is, I think a lot of the concern that I hear from community members, I think these things are things that they're valid, and they're things that we will have to work into. Because as a student at CU, for instance, I know a lot of the communities around CU, some of them get a lot of overflow of people just going into their community parking there. And I understand, you know, some people may say, well, it's just street parking, anybody can park there. But if you live in a neighborhood and other people from other places just park there, where do you park? So I think that's something, again, that we also have to look into and consider for people who live there, whether it's, I know that around Boulder, we have some neighborhoods, you can't park there unless you have a permit, or you can park there only for a few hours. So I think these things are workable, even though I hear, you know, people on the line were making comments about, you know, the overflow of parking. So I think these things we can work out on. But I think we do have a lot of things that we have to work on. There are a lot of issues that need to be ironed out before we just, you know, just have housing. And I think housing is very important, especially now when we think about COVID-19. There are a lot of people who are in the process of probably losing their home, who will be losing their home and their jobs and their livelihood. So affordable housing is something that we need. But of course, I understand the need to also think of it in connection with all the other services that the city will be providing.
Thank you, Judy. Next, we have Aaron, Mirabai, Mary, and Adam. Aaron?
Thanks. Just to start with a clarifying question. So there was, I think one of the developers was asked a question about pricing. And so they gave an example of around $1,800 for an 800 square foot apartment, or a little over $2,000 for their average size 900 square foot unit. But just to clarify, that was for the market rate apartments. Is that correct? Not the affordable apartments? Is there somebody who can answer that? Oh, you're muted, Matthew.
Hey, this is Andy. Yeah, that's correct.
That's correct.
For the market.
Those numbers that were shared were for the market rate portion.
Great. Yeah, thanks for clearing that, because I think a couple of the speakers had interpreted those numbers as supposed to be for affordable housing, but those would be at below market rates, right? The affordable housing units. If
the affordable housing would be, set at a table set by CHAPA, which would be different than the rents that would exist at the market rate portion of the community. One of the things that, if I could expand just a little bit.
Just a little bit, it's late.
Yeah, I apologize.
Go ahead.
We believe market rate housing really is an inherently middle income product type. And if you look at our market rate rents that we would charge, they actually fall in line with CHAPA's rental table consistent with area median incomes of 80 to 100% of the AMI table. So it really is the market rents in and of themselves are inherently a middle income product type.
Okay, that's a great clarification. No, thank you. That was good. Appreciate that. Okay, yeah, so then I'll go ahead and make some comments as well. You know, I agree the gun barrel area needs more investment from the city, like Eaton Park, which is the one kind of park in the central part of Gun Barrel, really needs more amenities. I really want to see a library branch out there in Gun Barrel, better transit surface. Junie, those are all great points. But just to be clear, that those kinds of infrastructure issues, I don't think are ones that we can consider when reviewing one particular development project. So I think we need to, you know, when it comes time for site review, you know, we're restricted to the site review criteria, and you know whether there's a library in the subcommunity isn't one of those. So we have, anyway, so we can't fix all those issues with this development, but just wanted to get the point out to folks that we've heard you loud and clear, and those are things that need to be addressed in other forums, along with the idea of the sub-community plan. You know, we do have an ongoing program to create sub-community plans, and now it's already in process for East Boulder, but I think it's that we should take these requests very seriously when we're prioritizing our future sub-community plans. So thanks for all those comments about that. So just some individual comments on the proposal. I thought planning board's comments were very good. I thought they were really on target, but I will emphasize a few points. I did get an invitation from neighbors in the area to come walk the neighborhood with them, and I really appreciated that opportunity. Learned a lot about the immediate area. And one of the things that really struck me about the neighborhood was how many lovely kind of open spaces and park areas that they had that were landscaped and very beautiful. And I think that one of the ways of honoring the character of this neighborhood would be for the new development to have similar high quality, interconnected open spaces. And I think that is one place where the development proposal is lacking, is in having those interconnected, high quality open spaces. So I think that's something that really would need to be addressed in the next phases of the development. And part of that is making sure that there's a strong connection between the affordable and the market rate housing. I get that those need to be on separate parcels, you know, for financing reasons and management reasons. But to the extent that the open spaces of those two sides connect, and so that you have a kind of continuous amenity, and so that people feel connected to each other, that you're part of one community and not separate segregated communities, I think that's incredibly important. So I think you can still have separate parcels and have the two sides integrated much better, such that you'd have one interconnected community. So, but the affordable housing is an incredibly valuable thing. So we often ask for affordable housing on site. We're not allowed to require it, but when it happens, it's very much a desirable thing. So I appreciate them bringing that to the table. You know, I agree with the comments about, you know, this not being a particularly walkable site. It is distant from other amenities, but some on-site commercial could help with that. You know, some small-scale retail, I think, would improve that, both for this development and for the rest of the neighborhood. If you can make a connection, like a bike ped connection out to the diagonal to integrate with the future BRT and bikeways that'll be coming there some years down the line, you know, that could help with some alternative mode opportunities. And I will just note that, you know, when I went up there a few days ago, I rode my bike, and there are great biking options up there and good and easy ways to connect to the Gun Barrel town center. Not so much on J Road, which is not the best road to bike on, but into the town center for sure. And then, you know, talking about the prairie dogs, I know that one thing I believe that the developers have committed to is relocation of those prairie dogs. And I think that would be a critical piece of this process, would be to, you know, move them to as humanely as possible to some new location nearby. So I think those are, I'll just leave it there. I think that covers what I wanted to say.
Great, Aaron. Thank you very much. I'm going to take a pause here before I call on nearby. It is 3 minutes until 11. So I always forget this, but I could have a motion to extend the meeting past 11.
So moved.
So I get a motion in the second. I'm going to make one of you the second. Is there anyone who objects to continuing the meeting? Seeing none, we will continue. Mirabai, you're up.
So first, I just want to give a huge thank you to the gun barrel community. Every single one of you who spoke or who had to jump off because it got too late. I've been on council for a little over 2.5 years now, and I have never been so proud and so moved and just awed by a group of speakers. You were eloquent, you were well thought out, well spoken, and it was just, I'm proud. I'm very proud to be from living over in this area. It was my first home when I was born over in the Habitat in North Boulder, and I was in the Habitat when I was in college, and then my first house I bought is out here. So I've been a part of this community most of my life, and you've all touched me and done me proud. So thank you very, very much. I don't know that my other council members have heard you, but I have. So I do support a moratorium on any development. I will not support this project in any way, shape, or form. I understand the importance of our wildlife, and I think that is one of the biggest things with the movements that we are seeing right now is that it is all about human rights, which I think every single one of us will support. But without environment and without our nature, we're not going to have people around. So having a vibrant colony of prairie dogs, which are the keystone species and feed 150 other species, or help habitat, have burrows for snakes and owls, endangered species, is vitally important right now. And with their numbers drastically declining, I fully understand. And for our children to learn the respect of wildlife, you obviously have me sold on this one. So I appreciate you. You are heard. And I think one of the big points that you were trying to make, if I understood correctly, is that you would like the amenities. However, you would like those amenities. Yes, they cannot be done with this project alone, but if we put a moratorium, we will be able to then think out the developments along with the amenities that we will get as one large picture rather than just plopping in another mass development, especially when the Apex apartments and the apartments behind King Supers and many in Powderhorn and the surrounding areas are vacant right now. And I can attest to that 100% with the Apex being behind my house and watching many of the windows that were once lit up prior to the pandemic now dark with vacancy. So with the mass amount of vacancies and apartments that are up for a much cheaper amount of money than $1,800 for the median income, I do see that there are vacant apartments that will vastly surpass the affordability than what is being proposed here. And if they're vacant, why would the $1,800 ones be proposed? In addition, I just can't get over the buildings on the diagonal are already eyesores enough, and now to have this plopped into a beautiful, cozy neighborhood with flat roofs, square boxes, harsh materials is beyond unfortunate. So I feel deeply for the residents in this area. And one of the things that I promised once I got on council is that I would care about the residents that lived here and the quality of life. So you have my unending support, and I thank you all again for the efforts that you made.
Thank you, Mirabai. I have Mary and Adam next. Mary had told me she wanted to make a proposal. So Adam, why don't you give us your thoughts or questions, and then we'll go to Mary.
Sure. Thanks, Sam. I have spent a lot of time in Gun Barrel. I lived in the Powderhorn condominiums right next to the site for a year, and I still travel there, like I said, about once a week. So I'm pretty familiar with the area. The things that stand out the most to me that are flawed in this are the current lack of transportation infrastructure, for sure. It's not easy to get around that neighborhood, and both Spine and J are what I would consider pretty dangerous roads to travel on between cars and bikers and pedestrians. Another thing is I looked at the current rents of the diagonal crossing, and the market rate units are going for $1,900 for a 1-bedroom and $2,500 for a 2. And my assumption is that this development would be about that amount, according to what the developer said and what the market seems to be going for, considering they're in a similar space. So to me, that's not moderately priced. You know, at $2,500, you have to make $60,000 a year, and you'd be spending 50% of your income on that rental. So that underlying cost of the development and the rentals there, that's a major concern for me too. I'm not sure that meets what we're looking for when it comes to high density, in terms of what it would cost to rent. And just slightly on a broader note, I really do appreciate all the community input on this. It's obvious that this is a fired up community, and the residents of Gun Barrel, you know, they put a lot into opposing this. My question is, where are we going to get those 68 units of permanently affordable housing that I think we desperately need in that area? And I would love to see the residents come out just as strongly with their proposals to find those 68 units, if not here, where, if that be changes in development or zoning around Gun Barrel, that would be great. I would just love to see some alternative proposals along with all the opposition. I think that's an important part of the two-way conversation and the balance that we should have here in the community. So that would be my ask of the community. I think there's some work to do on this proposal for sure. I don't think it's living up to the standard of what we need right now for our housing.
Great. Thank you, Adam. So Mary, I'm going to turn to you. We've got Rachel's hand up and I have a couple of thoughts. Do you want to add some input to this, or did you have a proposal? Would you like to go from here?
Well, I want to throw out just a proposal, because it could, it may generate some more conversation. I don't know. So my last question to the applicant was, how many times has this property changed hands? And I looked it up, and it has not changed hands since 1990. And the sales price for all 3 properties shows as $0. So in essence, it's a de facto land bank. I will also say that the architect, the developer, and the owner are local. At least the owner has roots in local, beginning with Mo Siegel and on down the line, who have benefited a lot from being a local business and having a company locally. I would like to, and you know, a lot of the residents also spoke about the sub-community plan and planning and the lack of amenities, and they mentioned a lot of the amenities. They talked about parks, they talked about libraries, they talked about, play fields, all kinds of things. So there's enough there to kind of start to give the flavor of what might be needed. And what I would ask is, if the developers, seeing as how you're all local, you all live in the community, you're part of this community, and we all want the same thing. We want the affordable housing. And by the way, for those of you who are afraid of the crime that might be brought by having affordable housing in your neighborhoods, I will say this. The self-sufficiency standard shows that a family of 4 requires $92,542 for a family of 4. And there are 16,031 households that fall within that criteria, about 35,268 residents. So there you have it. I'm not thinking that those people would be causing a whole lot of crime. So you can probably put those fears to rest. But I would ask that all of you who are involved in the creation of this neighborhood to collaborate, and to collaborate in a way that includes all of the housing authorities, Boulder County Housing Authority, Boulder Housing Partners, collaborate with CHAFA, work with HHS of the city of Boulder, and you, Andy, to all come together and create a development that welcomes families, those 16,000 families that fall within the self-sufficiency standard of $92,000 a year, and create a neighborhood that kind of fits more with what is there. Maybe it's duplexes and triplexes. Maybe it's a small house here and there. I don't know. It could be really lovely, and it could be 100% affordable. I think that we could probably use some of the revenue from the Pollard site that's going up for sale, take it, invest it in this development, and then gather up your tax credits, work with BHP and BCHA, and pull together the funds to make it all 100% affordable. And so that would, to your suggestion, Adam, that would bring things in line with what do we do and how do we get those 68 affordable units? We could probably get twice as many affordable units if we took an approach that was collaborative and lived up to the company's stated values of the goodness in your actions. So that's my proposal. That's my ask. I think it could be really lovely, and I think that the community could come around to supporting it. So any comments, I would welcome them.
Thank you, Mary. We've got Rachel.
I don't have a particular response to Mary's suggestion, so if anybody wants to colloquy on that first, I'll step in.
Go ahead. No, that's okay.
Okay. Well, first, I wanted to thank Sloan and Charles for hanging in here until 11:15 at night and for the good presentation. And then I think a lot of what we're talking about is more philosophical than what my understanding is of like what I'm supposed to weigh in on at concept review. So I don't have much to add to the developers on beyond what planning board already gave them for feedback. So it seems like we have a lot of, again, philosophical issues that we need to work through as a council that are above and beyond this project. And I don't know that me going into them tonight adds anything to this concept review. So open to the bigger discussions on amenities for Gun Barrel and housing and transportation and affordability and sustainability. But again, I just don't see it as helping tonight's action. So thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Seeing no other hands up, I'll jump in here and I'll try and be brief. I think what I would emphasize to the developers here is to hear what Mary said and go think about if you could create more affordability and perhaps a little more cohesion with the rest of the neighborhood that's nearby. I want to second everything that Aaron said. So I really did think that Aaron did a nice job of summarizing the issues that we're here at Concept Review for, which is what can be made better about this project. And I think one of the most important things that could be made better, and we heard from lots of folks, is open space and the way that that's connected and accessed. I think we all understand at this point why affordable housing has to be in a separate building. It's all about financing, but it doesn't mean it can't be well connected and integrated with the entire project. So I like those comments that Aaron made. I would second those. I certainly do hope we can get more affordable here. That would certainly be a community benefit. It is great, however, to have the affordable housing on site. So I want to commend everybody on the development team for including that as a component here, because that does create the kind of economic diversity that we're hoping for. I also don't love the look and feel of the external parts of this project, and the transportation challenges they're no small matter. It's a real problem to put this many folks in an area that is served in pretty mediocre fashion by RTD right now. Hopefully the 119 improvements will help that with BRT, but at the moment, It is unfortunate, but it is not very well served by all that. I'm going to bring up something that might bring this into a little more harmony with the community, which would be the way that we started a library service in North Boulder was with a corner library that was only a few hundred square feet, maybe 400 or 500 square feet. I think one way that on top of the affordable housing on site, that this project could create some support in the community would be if 500 square feet of potential commercial space were dedicated to library space. So then we have the question of the collection that would go there and so on. I'd leave that to our great library department to work on that. But the space availability for a library, small one, would be something I think that could bring a little more community benefit. And it seems like based on the responses we heard from the community tonight, that's something that's very much needed. A couple quick things. Sub-community planning has only been done for one area in Boulder so far. That's in North Boulder. Sub-community, we have kicked off a effort to create more sub-community plans starting in East Boulder. And there are a few of them the Hill and Central Boulder, where Alpine Balsam is coming, and then Gun Barrel, all of which are asking for sub-community plans. So I think we need to listen to that and hear that, carry it forward into our conversation. You know, the moratorium on the Hill was pretty small and focused on a commercial area. So I don't think that is exactly the case here. And I don't think moratorium in this case is going to be very productive. So I would echo kind of what Adam said and have the community focus on how to make this the best that it could be, because I don't think a moratorium is probably forthcoming. So I think the developers have heard kind of the feedback from the community. I don't feel the need to summarize what we've heard from everyone, because I think that it all stands on its own. And I would ask staff and the rest of council, is there any further desire for input on this? Okay, seeing none, I'll thank everyone, thank the community, thank Sloan and Charles for bringing this forward to us in a good presentation, and thank the developers for sitting through and listening to all this. I will suggest that we take a 5-minute break here, let everyone catch their breath, and when we come back, we will hear about the discussion with itself. So thank you all very much, and see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we have Bob back. Welcome, Bob. Okay, so Mark, Judy, Mary, Aaron, and Rachel, if you will let us know if you're around. Rachel. There is Mary. And Aaron. Perfect. Okay, we are back from our short break and I'm ready to move to the next item on the agenda, Debbie.
Okay, our next item is a matter from the city attorney, and it's an update on the Excel settlement discussions.
I will be presenting this. I'm joined tonight by Steve Katnack and Jonathan Cohn, who are smarter than me and will provide the answers that I don't have. I'm here to present a tentative agreement that we have reached with Excel to potentially settle the city's efforts for municipalization. This is the first phase of discussion of this settlement. If council wants to proceed, we will bring forward first reading of a ordinance for a franchise, for which there will be a public hearing, and if council decides, a ballot measure. So I want to begin with the touchstones of our municipalization project, which are the 3 Ds and the 3 Rs: decarbonize, decentralize, democratize, rates, reliability, and renewables. In our discussions for this potential settlement, these have been our focus points. We've tried to address these as much as possible. We address some, but not all of them in this proposal. So this is an overview of the settlement. Excel, as you know, is compelled by state law and by their own programs to reduce their carbon emission 80% from 2005 levels by 2030. And so one of the things that interests the city in working with Excel is the fact that they are going to get a long way towards the city's goal of 100% renewable electricity by 2030 with their carbon reductions. So one of the things that we heard from the community loud and clear as we talked about these negotiations and got public feedback was the community wanted accountability and enforceability. It's not practical to say the city can enforce Excel's goals, but the city can resume municipalization if Excel doesn't meet the goals. So the proposal is to have emission check-ins and hard targets, which I'll explain in a minute. The second part of this is that the city has its 100, as I said, the 100% renewable electricity goal. We will need to do some hard work, even with Excel's reductions, to get to 100% renewable by 2030. So the agreement would call for a partnership with Excel to work cooperatively to reduce and ultimately limit the carbon in the city's electrical supply. Another key component is maintaining the feasibility of municipalization in the future. As I said, the enforceability of this agreement depends on the city's ability to leave. The city's ability to leave depends in part on its ability to create a municipal electric utility. Another important function is undergrounding. As you probably are aware, under the franchise that expired in 2010, the city got roughly $1 million a year to underground electrical wires in the city. The city hasn't received that money for 10 years. The agreement would call for $33 million of undergrounding over the 20-year life of the franchise, with approximately half of that being spent in the first 5 years to catch up on what hasn't happened in the last 10. And then, of course, there'll be a ballot measure, and the city would agree to suspend the municipalization effort. So this is a key portion of the deal, and I want to go through this fairly carefully. So this chart shows the emissions, so it starts with the base of Excel's 2005 base was 33.9 million tons of carbon emitted. By 2009, they'd reduced that to 19.5 million tons emitted. Under state law, by 2030, they have to get down to 6.9 million tons emitted, or an 80% reduction. So the agreement calls for targets of 16.6 million tons in 2022, 13.6 million tons in 2024 and 11.5 million tons in 2027. The agreement would allow the city to leave, to end the franchise if Xcel did not meet those targets in those years. So the city would have an option to leave in 2023, 2025, and 2027. In addition, under state law, a city under franchise has an option to leave in year 10 and year 15. The agreement would also call for the city to have an option to leave in year 5. So the city would have 6 opportunities to leave over the 20-year life of the franchise. 3 of those would be triggered by the failure to meet these targets, and 3 would be the city could leave without any reason at all. Departure would require either a 2/3 vote of council members, 6 council members, or a public vote if the council decided to put it on the ballot. The carbon emissions would be measured by an independent third party. It says here the Climate Registry, which is a group that does measure carbon emissions. This explains the years the city would be able to leave. 26, 31, 36, 23, 25, and 28. So the idea of a partnership between Xcel and the city. So if the city stops municipalization, we would have those ability to leave, but working together, we would have the ability to attempt to find unique and interesting ways to reduce the carbon impact of the city's electrical supply. There would be a partnership team led by the leadership of the city and Xcel with an oversight team made up of representatives, employees, and then an advisory panel from the community, businesses, and the University of Colorado to leverage the knowledge that we have in the community to help do the things we need to do. So the projects, we've talked about specific projects. One that leaps out is Chautauqua. Chautauqua is very interested in becoming a net zero area. And as you all know, they have overhead electrical lines which not only mar the historic nature of the property, but also present a fire hazard. Getting those underground and being able to demonstrate the use of the creation of a net zero energy district in a historic preservation environment is an exciting opportunity. We're also looking at making Alpine Balsam a net zero energy for the 9-acre new mixed-use development. That we've talked about developing a hydrogen energy storage project and working together with Xcel on cost sharing to fund these things. A lot of the reasons that the city wanted to create a municipal electric utility is that there are regulatory barriers to doing many of the things that we wish to do. The agreement would call for Boulder and Xcel to cooperate to change the law to allow for more progressive policies. One of the things that we've talked about a lot is the 120% limitation on on-site generation. That is, you can't build on-site generation solar panels on your home that exceed 120% of the electricity used in the prior year. This locks you down from one, sharing electricity, which is also illegal, but it prevents people from growth in their home if they want to do it through renewable energy. So the Xcel has agreed to go to the legislature with us to eliminate or substantially increase the 120% limitation on on-site generation, to develop a new tariff to effectuate the rapid conversion of bus fleets to electric buses, the removal of barriers to large amounts of distributed generation, such as the prohibition on sharing across property boundaries, facilitation of microgrids in specific properties, and I talked about Chautauqua and Alpine Balsam. And then Xcel will, of course, share data with the city, which is one of the challenges we've had throughout this whole process, is not knowing where our electricity comes from, how much we're using, where it's being used. There are agreements for Xcel to share data with the city to help facilitate the development of these projects. So maintaining municipalization feasibility. as I said, it's important for the city to be able to restart municipalization. We are towards the end of a 10-year process filled with legal fights and other things to get to the expertise and the level that we are today. Stopping is going to be painful, and obviously it's hard to restart on a dime. So the agreement has some provisions that make it more feasible for us to go forward with municipalization in the future if Excel fails to meet the goals or the city is just dissatisfied with the franchise. One of the most important ones is a $200 million cap. The $200 million cap applies to any award and condemnation, that, including the acquisition costs, the cost to acquire real property interest, any going concern damages, any damages to the remainder. The cap also includes the purchase price of the 2 existing substations the city plans to buy from Excel. Most importantly, the agreement also includes final agreement on all of the other substations. There's 4 other substations. The PUC order did not allocate those substations, or they basically told us to go work it out. And we have been trying to do that for 2 years. We have now resolved all of those issues, or will. There's still a few up, but before the agreement is final, we will have agreements on all of those substations. We have paid for engineering to design the separation of the substations. One of the things that came up was if the city decides to depart in 15 years, those engineering work is going to have to be substantially revised. Excel agreed to pay the cost of any updates to the existing substation interconnection studies and design drawings that are made necessary by changes in the system over the time. We've agreed that the orders issued by the PUC that were hard fought on both sides will stand, and they will apply to the separation of the city pursues municipalization, so we will not need to go back to the PUC. And the list of assets that the PUC has already approved, the city can use to for future municipalization. So if the voters approve, so the municipalization effort would be suspended. The current cost agreement that the city has with Excel would be held in abeyance. Excel will complete all the in-progress work and stop future work. Excel will release the 2 letters of credit they currently hold from the city in the amounts of 1.7 million and 2.6 million, and the city will dismiss the current FERC proceedings. The agreement provides for the current case in the Court of Appeals to continue. The pending condemnation case will be dismissed. After the Court of Appeals decision is issued, and if we need to go to the Supreme Court, that's allowed too. All further actions will be discontinued. We still probably need to discuss that. I'm not sure that that's the best approach, but that's what's in the agreement. So I want to talk a little bit about taxes, what this means for funding. There are 2 segments of the current utility occupation tax. These are annual payments to the city. 4.7 million goes to the general fund. This was adopted in 2010 to replace the franchise fee that was expiring at the end of 2010. So that provides that tax only applies to entities that do not have a franchise with the city. So if the city created a franchise, that tax will go away. The tax is scheduled to expire in any event at the end of 2022. There is an additional portion that was approved originally in 2011 and has gone up and down, but right now is $2.1 million a year that funds municipalization. That tax ends if the city ceases its municipalization efforts. And it's my opinion that doing what we're doing here is ceasing the municipalization efforts. And as you know, I tend to be very conservative when it comes to taxes. So the general fund portion will now be replaced by a franchise fee of approximately the same amount. One of the things that I'd like council to consider is whether or not council wishes to repurpose and possibly extend the municipalization portion of the franchise fee to pay for some of the energy projects that we're talking about doing. And I have a slide here that presents some of the things that the city could consider doing with that sort of money, and some of the things that we've talked about already. So the schedule coming up, this is the council briefing tonight. If council wishes, will be a first reading of the franchise on August 4th. A second reading public hearing is tentatively scheduled for August 18th. Council has until September 1st to finally pass any ballot measure, including this one. The election day is November 3rd, 2020. If the voters approve the franchise, it will have to go to the PUC. We would expect the franchise to be effective then in January of 2021. Does council have any questions for us?
Thank you, Tom. That was a good presentation, brief because it's late. And so I want to just frame this up a little bit. The conversation tonight really is about, do we go ahead forward and prepare the first reading? So the question before council tonight, there's a lot of information here to absorb in one presentation. But what we're hoping to get out of tonight is answer questions and then decide whether we want to prepare a ballot item. And there would, of course, be a public hearing at the second reading of that ballot item. So nothing we indicate today is anything more than guidance for staff. So no final decisions would be made tonight having anything to do with placing anything on the ballot. So with that said, I've got Adam and Mark in line. Adam?
Thank you, Sam, and thank you, Tom. I have a couple of questions for you, Tom. What part of the year would we be opting out if we were to opt out at any of those actual off-ramps? Like, when actually would that happen?
There's two choices really. So we've talked about this, and for the three opt-outs that are triggered by carbon emission reductions, you'd have a year to do that. So those would happen in the reports would be the year prior, and you would do that. We talked about putting in a limitation, and Excel wants you to have the opportunity to put it on the ballot if you choose. So we don't have the exact language written, but you'd probably have some extended period to make that decision. And we haven't nailed down the exact dates yet.
But council, according to you, could call for that vote as soon as we found out they didn't hit any benchmark that we desired. We could call for a vote of 6 and then franchise over.
That's correct. I mean, we'll have to refine that language. And remember, there's 6 different points at which the city could depart the franchise. 3 are triggered by emissions, 3 are for any reason whatsoever.
Right. I was talking specifically about the 3 for any reason whatsoever. Okay, second question, and this is an anticipatory thing. How will they slow the process as they did over a very long period of time if we did opt out? You know, what are the ways that you think, in your legal opinion, they might try to slow it down again?
I believe firmly they will fight us tooth and nail. They will still see, so that cap that applies to the condemnation damages, that's a not to exceed amount. So it's in our interest to litigate condemnation. They will do the same thing that I'm sure they will do the same thing they've done now, which is make motions to dismiss, challenge the good faith negotiations, challenge the city's ability to condemn. So there will be those delays. I should have made clear, I didn't say anything about stranded costs. The cap does not cover stranded costs. So there'll probably be litigation in FERC. So they will not be happy if we decide to depart, and I'm sure they know how to fight us, and they will. What the agreement does is provide us some level of surety that lets us have a better chance in that fight than I think we even have today.
Well, thanks for answering the stranded costs without bringing it up. That's helpful. Last one, it's just a little critique. I don't see very much about equity, especially for lower income residents anywhere in here. It's great that we could open up, say the rates on, or the amount of solar you could put on your house, but that really only applies to people who could afford to put more solar on their house type of thing. So there is some equity concern in here for me, and maybe that could be addressed with extending that tax that you talked about. But yeah, that's sort of a glaring miss in my view.
Well, that's one of the challenges. We have very little that we can do on rates if we go with Excel. And so, and it was mentioned in the slide I did on the taxes, as you noted, that that the way to address the equity considerations is to have funding that allows us to help our disadvantaged members of the community.
And Steve Katnack has something to say about that. Steve?
Yeah, I did want to add, and let me know if I'm breaking up, I'll turn my video off. In the partnership agreement,
you're breaking up, Steve. I think you should turn your video off.
That's a little bit better. So in
your video is still on, sorry. There you are.
Okay, hopefully that's better.
Okay.
In our partnership agreement, where we talk about the governance of how we're going to work together, the type of projects we're going to do, we define a process for defining those projects that we're going to work on together. And some of the core principles that we call out in that agreement are actually equity and ensuring that we are developing programs and considering how best to ensure access to those that normally don't get access to things like solar panels and other opportunities that a lot of our programs bring. So it wasn't necessarily addressed in the slides, but it has been considered in how we're going to put projects together.
Thanks, Steve. One just off the cuff, quick example. You know, if people had solar on their home and they had excess capacity, maybe they could opt in to donating that to people who are lower income and can't pay their bills. If Excel could work something out like that, that would be pretty helpful, I think, for community buy-in.
If I could jump in here, Steve, sorry to cut you off. Adam, that example you just gave is one point of the 120% rule, because if, say, a church, to use a classic example, wanted to cover its roof with solar and be able to donate or share the excess energy that they would produce, because often churches don't have people in them, that's one of the issues that we talked about. And another, if you look on slide 12 of the presentation that Tom gave, you'll see that there are some mentions of multi-family microgrids, as well as bottom talking about energy efficiency and renewable energy access. And so there has been some thought around that. And one of the ideas of being able to share energy ties into that 120% rule limit. So there was also conversation, the example of a church came up because they're nonprofit, and what could they do to share that energy. So appreciate the comment. Just wanted to share some of the conversation we had around that. Then next I've got Mark, Rachel, Mary, and Mirba. Mark?
Tom, that was a good presentation. Thank you. Two quick questions. There are no guardrails at all with respect to stranded asset costs?
No.
And what's the variance at the moment in terms of what we think versus what they think those might be?
So I smile. I think they're in the $300 to $400 million range, and we go much lower than that. We think we can get it to zero. Our estimates are down as low as zero.
I mean, it kind of hinders, does it not, our ability to effectively exit if we have to get right back in the litigation soup with them on this particular issue?
Yeah, we tried to get a cap on stranded costs. We were not able to do that. And I agree that it's a challenge. The difference, of course, is that stranded costs can be paid out of rates later. They don't have to be paid up front or in a lump sum. And there are ways that we can mitigate stranded costs, as you know. So even if there's a stranded cost award, we can mitigate by either not using Excel's transmission system or purchasing energy and departing slower. So yeah, I would prefer to have a stranded cost cap. We don't have one. It's not in this agreement.
And with respect to the carbon reduction metrics, if we say we're exiting because you didn't meet the requirements for last year, Are we going to be embroiled in definitional issues of what constitutes their actual carbon output, or is there going to be clarity that they in fact did not meet the standard?
The intent is that there be clarity. That, as you know, Mark, as a lawyer, there can always be a fight over almost anything, but that we will agree on a measure. There are that climate registry that I talked about, and Jonathan can explain that a lot better than I can, actually reports carbon equivalents every year for Excel. And so that we'll put that in the agreement, that number has to be what they say that is. Okay. So we're going to try to eliminate the ambiguity as much as possible in the final drafting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Rachel?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks, Steve and Jonathan, and also Sam and Bob. I know you all have worked really hard on getting this teed up for our consideration. So it's really late. I don't feel I need to beat around the bush. It makes sense to me that we would prepare the ballot item and have a public hearing and let people weigh in on the concept here. I had two, I think, easy questions. One, where, like, maybe this isn't known, but how do we decide what gets undergrounded in like the first 5 years?
That's a great question. I think a lot of folks want to start with Chautauqua. There'll be other ones. What we've done in the past is look for opportunities, and we also will now put an equity filter on that.
Okay.
Obviously, because there are
really what I was wondering is Chautauqua sounds nice to get the wires out, but I'm sure that there are equitable considerations that might weigh more heavily than that.
That's part of the city process now, so it would be part of that analysis of where we can get the most. And I only have a little experience with undergrounding projects because the only ones that I've seen are the ones that we did with leftover funds after the end of the franchise, and they tended to be tied to particular projects. We never had this much money to do. So I think folks like Steve and Jonathan and their team will think creatively about where we can get the best bang for those dollars.
Okay. And then second, Mark just asked about stranded costs, and are we in any worse position if we enter into a franchise agreement with regard to stranded costs than we are now? I mean, have we made some sort of headway on that we would be losing?
We have a petition in the FERC to, well, no, that has to do, no, there's nothing going on stranded costs right now. I'm sorry. The FERC petition has to do with substations, which will be mooted out by the substation agreements, I hope. No, it would not be in a bit. The only thing is you don't know what new generation they're building. And, so a lot of this plan is going to be acquiring assets to produce renewable energy. And if they require those assets, depending on us as a customer, that could increase the stranded cost bill. But then again, on the same token, there's load growth and there's other ways to mitigate it that we should also be. So I think it cuts both ways. I think there's an argument either way.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Mary, Mirabai, and Aaron. Mary?
Thank you all. And thanks, Tom, for the presentation, and especially Sam and Bob for putting in the time. I know staff did as well, put in a lot of time to come up with this agreement. And I'm grateful to you all for that. My first question has to do with exiting for any reason. And I'm wondering if there are any exceptions whatsoever to that any reason.
No, it's a 6-person vote of council or a vote of the people.
Okay. And then my next question has to do with the 120% increase, substantial increase. Do we have an idea what constitutes substantial?
No, Excel said they'd be fine with getting rid of it. So it really is what tolerance the legislature has. But I think it'll be pretty powerful if Boulder and Excel go together to the legislature to ask for that to be eliminated.
Well, eliminating it would definitely be substantial in my book. And then you also mentioned data sharing. And yes. I'm wondering on the data sharing if that is as presented in a PowerPoint or as in raw data that we can analyze.
I think it's raw data, and I turn to Jonathan Cohn, who is so much smarter than me, who could probably explain it. There he is.
I don't know about that, Tom, but I appreciate it so much. Excuse me, Mayor Weaver, members of council, I'm Jonathan Cohen, Chief Sustainability Resilience Officer. Mary, I appreciate the question. I think this issue of data sharing is really a crux and been a fundamental point of our conversations with Excel. Not only because it's been a historic issue for us as a city to be able to track and measure progress on our overall objectives and the work that we're doing here locally. How are we building in resilience? How are we making sure that our programs and strategies are effective? But if we do enter in an agreement and really start focusing on some of these distribution level system planning efforts in these projects, we need to understand, first of all, if we think about where and how we site projects, we need to know how the system functions to know whether or not it's going to be advantageous. If we think about resilience districts, how do we know that we're actually achieving what we want to achieve if we can't pinpoint where our critical facilities are, where our critical loads and how energy flows? And so we put together a very, very broad set of data requests to Excel. Many of those are parts and pieces of data that we received with our original franchise agreement in 2010. We got information in 2010, 2011 around our energy system, how it functions, an 8760 data collection, which takes a snapshot of our energy load profile throughout the year. These are really critical pieces of data. And so we assembled a team on the city side to work with the team on Excel side to really flesh out how will we get the data that we need, and not just looking at kind of the standard community energy reports that a lot of cities get right now. So this is a long answer to a short question, but I want to assure you that we really worked hard to make sure we are getting the raw data that is absolutely necessary to achieve what we want to achieve, both on the program side and on the project side.
Great, thank you for that, Jonathan. And my final question has to do with the second piece of the UOT, and that that UOT says that it will end if the municipalization effort is ended. How does it apply, or does it apply to a suspension of the effort?
I would say the tax ends. I think the voters approved that tax to pay for municipalization, and that language about it ending if we stopped, I think would apply to a suspension as well. I'd be very reluctant to advise council that you could keep that money and use it for something else.
Hence your suggestion of possibly asking the voters to extend it.
Yes, well, repurpose or extend or both.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Barry Mirabai and Aaron Mirabai.
I just want to first say thank you to everyone who put all their time and energy into this. I can't even imagine the hours and the effort. So really appreciated. Tom, I have questions for you from some community members that had emailed me. So I apologize if this was answered, but a little brain fried. First question was, what would be the cost to Boulder? What will be the cost to Boulder of the Energy Future Partnership? That makes sense.
Yeah, it's not clear. It depends on the nature and extent of the projects. So there's several levels of costs that we'll have to look at. First, the people. We have a really great team, and a lot of those people are paid for out of that tax. So a lot of those people have the skills necessary to build this partnership. So funding that is a cost. And then Excel has identified some funding for some of these projects. The city's going to want to have funding too, so there'll be costs there as well. Okay. So staffing and actually on the ground costs as well.
Okay, and then my second question, of the items discussed here, do any of them need to be approved by the PUC?
So some of the regulatory things may require PUC approval, and the franchise requires PUC approval. The PUC said they were not interested in approving the substations. The PUC's already approved the acquisition of the assets. So other than the regulatory things on the franchise, I'm not sure that anything else needs to be approved by the PUC.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Vai. Aaron?
Well, let me start by just adding my thanks to the team that has been working on this. So huge thanks for all the effort and insight that you brought to the process. Just one more question about exits. So as people have been asking about, we have the ability to unilaterally exit, either if they don't meet the thresholds or at those 5, 10, 15-year points. Now, Tom, you made the point that if we resume the municipalization process, Excel, we can be confident would fight us as hard as they have always fought us. But if there were some opportunity that we saw that was available out of franchise, but not in franchise, like if the state legislative landscape changed, I guess the point would be is that we could vote to leave the franchise, and there's nothing Excel can do to fight us about that. And then if there were some new energy opportunities available in that configuration, we could pursue those separately.
Yes, and we've kind of blazed the trail over the last 10 years. We've lived without a franchise for 10 years.
Right, so we could go back to that state if necessary, and then either pursue municipalization again or not, depending on what the landscape looked like at that time.
Yeah, that would be a choice for the council.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. And I'll just add my my thought here that it seems like this is worth moving on to public hearings. I'm not presupposing that this is the thing that we should put on the ballot, but I think it does merit hearing from the community and holding a public hearing on it. So I support moving forward to those steps.
Very good. I've got no more hands up, so I'll ask for comments. I will add some here in a moment, but I specifically want to see if Bob has anything that he would like to add to the conversation so far.
Sure. First of all, let me just add my thanks to the staff and to Sam for a lot of work over the last 3 months. There was some great community engagement in June. I think we had over 200 participants in that. We got some really great ideas from the community in those video sessions, and then we've received literally hundreds of emails from constituents with some other great ideas, and I know that the team tried to incorporate as many of those ideas as possible in the course of the negotiations with Excel. So I am very grateful to Sam and the staff for putting together a very nice proposal. I'm sure we'll be talking about it more in the coming weeks. I share Aaron's belief that we should go forward and go to first reading on this so that we can get to second reading where we'll help receive further public input and comments. I would also support, and I would ask staff to draft this if majority of council supports it, a repurposing of the utility occupation tax. I'm quite excited about the opportunity to partner and on some distribution planning, on grid modernization, on some really cool pilots that Boulder can be innovative around and lead the state on, lead the country on. But some of those projects will require some money. And so I would be in favor, once we pay all of our bills for municipalization, if the voters approve the franchise, and I think we still owe the general fund about 1.4 million. I'd want to repay that too. But once those bills are paid, if we're moving into franchise, I'd be in support of having the utility occupation tax repurposed, at least for the remaining 2 years. The tax, as Tom mentioned, sunsets at the end of 2022. We could talk in coming weeks whether we want to try to extend that now or talk about an extension later. But that's about $4 million, which will provide a nice fund for those projects that were described. And I would be in favor, at least a first reading next week, to consider not only a franchise ballot measure, but also a ballot measure that would, under Tabor, allow us to repurpose the tax at least for the remaining 2 years. One thing I also want to say, I've not been shy through the years about expressing my opposition to the municipalization endeavor, but one thing I do want to acknowledge, I don't think that we would have the package in front of us had we not pursued municipalization. I think the efforts that we took and the progress that we made really gave the city a lot of leverage. And I can't imagine another city receiving the types of things that were being offered here by Excel had we not pursued it. So while I've been opposed to municipalization, I do have to acknowledge that it has turned out pretty well for the city. And I would hope that the voters would see this as a positive thing and an opportunity for the city to continue to lead in climate action. And I think this will be an opportunity for other cities around the state and around the country to follow us. So that's my view on that. Thanks.
Good enough. So I'll invite anyone else who wants to give their thoughts or their input as to whether we should take it to first reading. Otherwise, I will share my thoughts. Adam and Junie.
Yeah, super briefly. I think we should put this on to first reading just so we can see what the community thinks about it and get a full, representation of people in public comment. Most of the community's been in the dark. We've been, as council, pretty much in the dark until this point. So it would be great to hear even more community feedback about what we've come up with.
Thank you, Adam. Junie, did you want to say something?
Just wanted to say thank you for staff and also to you and Bob for all the hard work that you've done, for bringing us this far. And I look forward to hearing from the community. And at the end of the day, this is not the end. This is the beginning of a process. So I look forward to hear what the rest of the community has to say.
Thank you, Junie. Mary?
I wanted to comment on Adam's comment about being in the dark. This actually didn't really coalesce until last Friday. So we've been getting updates on almost a weekly basis as to what was going on. And we did get confidential memos, but this whole thing coalesced on Friday and over the weekend. So we're kind of learning. We're just hearing about this because it just happened, really. And I just wanted to, again, emphasize and agree with what Bob said, that without the municipalization effort, we wouldn't have gotten here. I don't think that the state law would have changed without the municipalization effort. I think we also, it was also the catalyst behind CC4CA. And so, in the words of a famous British philosopher, you can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you get what you need. So I think that's kind of where we're at. I think I'm anxious to hear from the community, but I think you guys did an excellent job. Everybody, staff, worked so hard and, came to bat with a lot of tools in our pocket. So thank you for that, and looking forward to see what happens next. And I'm all for going to first reading.
Very good. So I'll jump in here. I want to say, of course, thank you to Steve and Jonathan and Tom and David Gear for all the work that they put in. There was a lot of legwork being put in by our staff, and also thank Excel. They have shown up and they have devoted significant resources all the way from the CEO of Yesco, Alice Jackson, all the way through their distribution planning team. We learned a lot from them also about how they do their work and how they do their planning, because we want to, if we go forward with anything like this, the partnership agreement would be largely focused around grid modernization, things like resilience. And one of the questions that came up earlier was how would we work through planning the undergrounding? A lot of that could go through the distribution planning in the partnership agreement. So we can apply the filters that we want, and Excel will help us figure out what's doable, how does it coordinate with their plans, how does it fit into better reliability, and we could also look at how it works with our building the backbone of the fiber optic network out. So The undergrounding piece I view as a portion of the distribution planning and grid modernization work that we can do together. So I think everybody gave a really good faith effort to work on what the best outcome could be as far as a proposal on the table that would meet community needs here and also meet some of the company needs. First and foremost, I've been concerned with carbon emissions at the top of the list. And so I want to highlight for folks that the commitments that Excel has put out as far as the carbon targets are not commitments that have been put forward publicly before. So another thank you to them for being willing to stretch. The 2030 goal was known, the 6.9 million tons, but the pathway between 2019 and 2030 is completely unknown. And so credit to both sides for wanting to know what the pathway looks like and for having both targets and consequences for not meeting those targets. So I just want to highlight that it's late at night, so we glossed over that, but it is an important new step to have a pathway to the 80% goal for 2030. We heard a question about stranded cost caps. And as Tom indicated, we were fairly far apart in our estimates of what those would be, but it was a fairly big deal to be able to get one of the two big question marks at least situated with a cap. So one of the big question marks we had heard about in condemnation was going concern. Another bit that we had was concern about the uncertainty around the substations. And so the condemnation work, the cap, the agreement that had been made are meaningful in the sense that one big question mark will now have a limit on the downside should we ever end up back there. Of course, should this go forward and should we choose an exit. So it was important that we have both agreements on where we want to go together, but ways out if the going together doesn't work. And those ways out, because we're giving up our timeline and potentially some capacity in the city, one way to make up for that and preserve the feasibility of going forward was to get a cap on a potential award. So there's that, the certainty on substations. Jonathan talked about the information. That would be a big piece of our community understanding how the power system works. And then one thing to just bring forward, we had conversations about how all of this works with the state legislature and with the rules and the changing rules. One of the key components here is that we want to work on how we get to our 100% renewable electricity goal by 2030. Excel's target of 80% emissions reduction is much of the way to where we want to get to, but it's not all the way. And so discussions around how to close that gap will have intersection with state law. And so that's going to be an ongoing work that has to be done statewide as well as between us and Excel. So I think this is a potential agreement we're talking about in the community. I look forward to hearing what folks have to say. But I do want to say that this was an intense effort and everybody involved did their part at working towards a solution that we can talk about in our community. So I think that's the end of what I had to say tonight. I know it's late, but there will be a chance. I invite the community to reach out and talk to any of the council members about not only your thoughts, but if you have questions to get with us or to get with Tom and David, if it's legal, or to get with Jonathan and Steve, if it's more about what the programs would look like and how we can get there. So that
Sam,
I'll invite, yeah, Mary.
I just wanted to, your suggestions or your comments generated a question for me. And the question is, in the regulatory realm, those things that Excel and the City of Boulder will partner on to go to the state legislature, is that something where the potential is there to bring along more partners?
Well, that would be the hope, right? And when you say partners, there's various kinds of partners. There's the partners in the state legislature. There's also the possibility, that Xcel or another provider could provide us enough clean electricity to make up for the gap. And so, yeah, that would be something to talk about and think about is with gaps like that, if other communities have those same gaps, what are the potential solutions? So I don't have an answer for you directly, but yeah, that's all open and that's up in the air because it's not decided, but these are questions the legislature needs to help every community with, which includes Boulder, but it could include a lot of other communities as well. So one of the goal here would be the potential to scale anything that works in Boulder, especially if it's programmatic around distribution planning to other communities if it's working. Did that help or?
No, thank you. That's helpful. And I guess, we'll put it out there if this works out to invite other partners, communities to build a coalition to go to the legislature and get those regulatory changes in place, because that's part of what the city was after, right? The scalability and the systems change, and that falls under the rubric of systems change. So I think that's a real important piece.
Good. I've got Jane and Bob. Jane?
Thanks. As we prepare for first reading next week, can we assume that council agrees with Councilmember Yates's suggestion that we prepare a potential ballot measure to repurpose the utility occupation municipalization part of the UOT?
I think so. Yep.
Thank you. We need that. Thanks.
You bet. Bob?
And Mary, thanks for raising that point. That prompted a thought in my mind that I want to make sure that we're all aware of. There's a list of things in the agreements that are being finalized that we'll all see here in the coming days, where Xcel has agreed to go in with us hand in hand to the state legislature and change. And I think that the top of that list, at least the top of the list for me, is the 120% rule. That's a state law which prohibits a owner of a building from generating more than 120% of the building's use of electricity on that structure. And for buildings that have really big roofs, but not a whole lot of electric load, like a church or a warehouse, that's a really unfortunate law because there's a lot of lost solar opportunity there. And Xcel has agreed to go in with us to the state legislature and get rid of that rule. And that will allow some really great local generation that can not only be used by the building owner, but also neighboring facilities. And I know that we have several state legislators who are lining up to sponsor that bill. So I think that's something that I'm really, really excited about. But the other thing, Mary, in addition to those things that Xcel has agreed to change and improve on the regulatory and statutory environment for us, nothing prohibits Boulder from advocating on its own behalf. In other words, there's no gag order, there's no limit to what we can do. And I know one area that we are probably apart from Xcel on is what's referred to as community choice aggregation. Edie Hooten, our representative, had a bill on that, a study bill on that in this session, which unfortunately got sidetracked by COVID, but I know that she plans to bring it back again next year. And in our city legislative agenda, we support that. We support exploring community choice aggregation. And while Xcel probably opposes that, there's nothing to prevent us, the city of Boulder, and either individually or with our partnership in CC4CA and other affiliations across the state from advocating those state law changes. So I just want to be really clear that our hands are not tied and that we can seek legislative changes with or without Xcel that allows competition, that allows acceleration of clean energy in all different aspects. And so we have a tremendous amount of flexibility, and going into franchise does not limit our ability to advocate for things that are good for the environment.
Okay, very good. I think we've heard clear direction on bringing this forward for first reading and including a companion measure which repurposes the municipalization portion of the UOT for these distribution planning and grid modernization projects. So thank you all for that. I know it's late. It's a heavy subject to bring up this late, but also it certainly looks like there's grounds for discussion here. So thanks for that. Sure, go ahead, Tom.
I just wanted to thank our team. I mean, we've got Jonathan, Steve, and me here. There's a lot of other people who helped. As you mentioned, David Gear, he took the laboring oar on negotiating this. Kathy Haddock was key to these negotiations. Matt Lerman and Lex Teleshek, we couldn't have done without. Jane's leadership has been amazing in all of this. And I want to thank you and Bob as well. I mean, you folks who weren't there, they provided the community's voice in these negotiations. As elected leaders, we would not have gotten anywhere without having their input. And the amount of time they were willing to dedicate for people who were essentially volunteers was just amazing. So I want to thank you both for all of your work on this. It really was a heavy lift that you guys did. And all the whole team. When we do something like this, it's a team effort. And I get to talk about it, but I probably played the smallest part in all of this from all the other things folks did. So thank you all.
Thank you, Tom. And there's one other item that is on our agenda. It is not officially there, but it's just a small discussion that Mary and I want to have now that Jane's news is public. You may understand why we were being a little hesitant about employee evaluations, and I'm going to let Mary take it from here, but there's a few things we need to think about decisions tonight, but we just want to get it in everyone's brain going forward. Mary, you're on mute.
Unmuted. I just want to say that the reason that Sam and I were meeting with Trish to discuss how we were going to move forward is because we're both on the evaluation committee. And this all kind of began when we brought up the idea of doing our employee evaluations. And some of us knew that Jane was leaving, and so it kind of became problematic that that we couldn't do it for everybody, and it presented this opportunity to meet with Trish. But some of the things that we as a council need to kind of chew on and discuss in depth at a later date are the first one is the timeline for hiring of the new city manager. You know, we have an intention to start now and aim to hire by January, February. And so that gives us a 3-month stretch with an interim city manager. And so that's one thing to consider. That's one proposed timeline. Another thing to consider is the search firm. HR could select and begin to build the city manager profile, the profile being the job description. And Jane, with Jane's help, and she'll be very much involved in crafting the profile, and as will the subcommittee. And then we have a timeline as well for hiring the deputy city manager. That's Tanya's replacement. And so we discussed from the leadership and talent perspective, the three of us discussed, Trish and Sam and I, that it's ideal for the new city manager to hire the next deputy city manager. So this allows for the new city manager to look for a complementary set of skills. And, you know, in the experience gaps that a new city manager may want to fulfill. And the organization, how well the organization takes Jane's retirement, it doesn't come as a big surprise, and it's not it wasn't a question of if, but of when. Jane's given us 3 months notice, and it eases us with the change into the change, and she and the staff have been working to build a depth of talent across the organization that'll support us through the time of the transition. So, Sam, did I miss anything?
I just want to add two things. Thank you for all that, Mary. One of the things I would like to add is that it is not clear that the evaluation subcommittee, which is me and Mary, is the right subcommittee to shepherd the process of figuring out the next steps and so on. However, we have been in contact with Trish from Human Resources just because of the conversation about evaluations, and that shaded over into kind of thinking about timing and so on. So that's one thing that we need to make sure everyone on council is comfortable with, is that if you would like someone to work with Mary instead of me, I would certainly think that we want Mary's experience and seniority, but we can talk about this at the next meeting. But something to think about is, do you want this to be me and Mary, or should we have a different group, or so on? So that's one thing that council needs to decide, is who will shepherd the process along, if anyone. So that's one question. The other question to be thinking about, no decisions tonight, obviously, is we could do a request for proposal for a recruiting firm and have a competitive RFP response, and have that then lead into the recruiting process itself. That will create a delay of about 2 months if we do that. The HR folks, as well as the Jane and Tanya, have experience with this, and they have recommendations of a specific recruiter within a specific firm who they think might be good. So another option would be that we go forward, council approves that we have this fall within a master contract with the recruiter, which are going to include the city manager, probably the deputy city manager going forward, and other positions within the city. So one way to keep the timeline on the schedule that Mary put out there is to do a master contract with a recruiting firm. So another decision council will have is to either go forward that way, or to do an RFP for the recruiter specifically for the city manager process. So those are just some thoughts to get in front of you. No decisions are needed. We're going to talk about this again next week, but we wanted to make sure that you heard some of the issues that we're going to need to tackle next week. So Mary, any final thoughts?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that I'm very much prepared to and willing to serve on this subcommittee. So if it's council's desire.
Great. And I'm willing to as well, but I don't need to if someone else wants to be part of that. So we will return to this next week. Any further items from anyone? Great, seeing none, I'll say thank you. Apologies for the long meeting, but we had a lot of folks to listen to about the development in Gun Barrel. Thank you all for your time and attention. We'll try and keep this the longest meeting in my tenure as mayor. Okay, we have a goal. Thank you, and this meeting is adjourned.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Live from Paris on France 24.